to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. I'm so right, but the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
How dare you? My mouth is still full from that last game, ladies and gentlemen. That was a feast for the eyes. And red cannons are match point, or not red cannons, they're being match pointed by the paying team. And let me tell you, what a series it's being so far. It is League of Legends at
It's big, maybe.
I wouldn't say so, but hey, I'm AC for this. You just joined us. This guy right next to me is Rev. We're the funny team, apparently. That's our designation right now. And Rev, we just had 3 games where Red Cannons are slowly starting to see their mental go boom. And on game 4, I mean, difference. We're already 30 champions down to the drain here, and
yeah,
looking
36.
for Red Cannons coming up to game 4 here.
Let's say 36, and honestly, draft-wise, things might go might be very rough. We had some differences in the green room. I said that my point of view was that like there's nothing for you to do with a team fight as the game will go later on. So that's why they were trying to force. You had some different opinions. I think it's a very long discussion, to be honest. So anything we can say right now is going to be very short, and it's not going to do us justice. But the thing is, what's your game plan from this point onward, okay, as Red? Because you've already managed to clean the slate once. I think it can happen again. I don't think it's a certain 3-1 angle for the side of Pain Gaming, but I don't think that you need to force early 100%. So far, you've done it. 2 out of 3 games, you had an entry later in the game. The third one, I feel like you hadn't, and especially in team fights. And since the game is so team fight oriented nowadays, the tanks in the team fight are so important. We see everyone just blinding tanks in the top lane, Renekton, Sion, Own, you name it. Find something to team fight. Rabello has been team fighting wonderfully, even from very awkward positions. So I feel like you could go for that angle. Go for the Zeri, go for the Smolder.
I mean, or just go for what the patch demands you to go. You know, get the Rek'Sai. Get the Rek'Sai out. Rek'Sai is strong enough to be fielded right now. Do the players have the players train her? Beats me. I don't know. But she falls in line with the early aggression that Red Cans are looking for. We want the Rek'Sai. Do we want the Rek'Sai? I want the Rek'Sai. We still have the Jarvan to go through. We still have a couple of champions to burn through, but after this draft, 40 champions will have been eliminated. 50 if you include the bans here, but it is going to be a tough draft because a lot of the major priority combos have already been taken out. Rel has seen the bans here on Pain side, who are back on the blue with red on the red.
Yeah, let's see what's going to be the angle here. Silas has seen it a little bit of priority going towards the second side. TF has been left open, so now it's out completely. Wukong and Gwen will not see the light of day as it seems. And there is a Silas man as well. So what are you going to first pick? Something with a great ultimate or something that can be outscaled? The Azir is out, the Orianna is out. Well, what's left in the mid lane? I think
Victor
you're
is
mostly afraid
available.
of the mid lane.
Victor is available. He's still an option. He's still a scaling mid laner as well. Syndra is also a very powerful option here. I don't think mid lane is a problem inherently. I feel like the jungle pool will be the most affected in the middle of all this since we already burned through a Zyra. I mean, burning through a Zyra, I don't feel like that's a fair assessment, as Zyra was very valuable to play up against the Skarner. But it is going to be an interesting draft as Pain do have the first pick. It's Weiser who is going to lock it in for the squad. Will they go for the mid laner pick like you were saying, or will they prioritize a jungle here to try to get something out of the objectives? The Vi, we were talking about the Vi last game.
So now Red has a dilemma in their hand. Do you want to split the Vi Ahri combo and maybe play it with something different? The Wukong is out, and that's usually answered because, you know, you can still knock everyone up. The charms are easy to play, and you still play kind of a dive comb. Or do you go for a different answer, maybe a more defensive one? Get Doom on a more utility pick. The Sejuani is still open. Yes, you don't play as aggressively as the Vi. I hate that. Okay, me personally, I hate that. I know that Rabello might skill diff everyone. He knows when to dash in. He's a way better player than I am, or even than I am an analyst. But you're placing such a high skill burden on yourself, right? Because you're not playing range, you're not playing safe, you're playing into Karaoke's hands, and you're kind of teasing him. Hey, can you catch me out of position on a champion that always wants to dash forward to deal damage?
The Aurora, that's the bait working right now. They have a very flexible team for the early game. And that is going to put a spanner in the works here for Carioca, who is going to have a hard time deciding who he wants to go for, especially if we see the Nami on the Lucian support here as well, for the bot lane as well. One would expect to see at this point in time is early game compositions require that pressure. Senna getting locked in here. Pain want to take it to the distance.
There's gonna be some pillow talk over there. Senna versus the Lucian, and Senna has swapped to the ADC position once again. You're gonna be having trouble in the early game. Lucian is way more aggressive, way more damage there, but you're gonna be outscaling heavily. And so far, Pain likes it when the game slows down. They don't really care about ending in 25 minutes. They don't care about ending in 40. All they care is seeing that victory screen at the end of the game. So now they do have the late game insurance as well.
I do see a brand hover. Look at the screen. I see a brand hover from Kuri. We could see a brand in the mid lane. Could that be a thing? He did get some interesting buffs coming through, but Red Cannons lock in the Leona for the Lucian. It's not the Nami you're expecting to see, but it also procs some autos if the Leona does land her abilities.
Okay,
and against the Nautilus, you're bound to.
Can I cook?
Cook really? A little.
Okay.
If you see a Leona top, I'll shut you off immediately.
No. If it's Brand, how about Brand in the bot lane?
Brand bot? Where'd you put Nautilus? Jungle?
No. Wasn't Brand hovered by Frosty?
No, it was hovered by Kuri, I believe.
Never mind then. If it's Brand, then it's gonna be mid lane. I mean, Red could actually flex Brand into the bot lane. It's very nice with the Leona, because if you stun somebody, you stun lock him forever. He gets a Brand passive, he dies immediately, or at least gets out of lane immediately. And then you can kind of swap Lucian in the mid lane. And yes, he's still that very, very oppressive kind of AD mage, because you play with the abilities and you want to dash forward and you make yourself vulnerable to ganks, especially from Vi. But if the enemy laner hasn't got HP to follow up on the gank, you don't really care.
I mean, that would be true. If we get to see that in the second rotation of bans here, we do see a lot of pressure in the top lane. Camille getting taken out. Jax already still in the bans here since game one, if I'm not mistaken. Casante as well, probably being followed up by the Yone. So top lane has a very, very limited pool at this point in time. You're gonna have to get creative to see something worthwhile.
No way. No way. I mean, I see him still looking at jungle picks, and the Nidalee looks better. But if you look in the Nidalee, Lucian mid looks more and more like the case, and you still need something for a lot of crowd control. Yeah, we're getting spoiled.
Okay, yeah, we are getting spoiled. It's just a couple of seconds, but the Mundo does get locked in for the Red Cannons. It's a blind Mundo. It still could go into the jungle, so I like the flexibility here from Red Cannons.
Okay. Do you hear the howls over here?
The howls of the Warwick?
Yeah.
You feel the Warwick? I don't know.
The more I look into Mundo, it's the worst matchup a Mundo could have.
Yes. Well, I mean, Taliyah mid. Let's talk about Taliyah mid. Taliyah mid is a massive contributor.
I really love it. I really love it together with the
that's a free lane for Aatrox. Yeah, I completely forgot about that one.
Yeah, I love the Taliyah. It pairs very well with the Vi. You're kind of controlling side lane way more than you would with an Ahri, because you are closing out space, right? And if the enemy flash over your wall, it's already a win where you don't have to commit. Whereas with the Ahri, you kind of have to commit and go all in, right? Which it could be awkward at sometimes. Is it a Mundo jungle?
Like I said, Mundo is still flexible.
It's a Lucian top! Lucian mid.
It's Lucian mid, Aurora top with the Mundo jungle.
Oh my goodness, I called Lucian mid, but I wouldn't have expected a double ADC team comp, and Miss Fortune is very nice in the center early in the game. She must be so careful. You know, the Nautilus Leona matchup was always favored for the Leona until at least... Yeah, sorry?
No. I was gonna say Red Cannons just absolutely gave mid away for Pain. How does a Lucian play into a Taliyah? You can't.
Early game, very easily. Taliyah has 0 damage until she gets level 7, level 9.
Unraveled Earth just stuns Lucian in place. He can't dash on top of the Unraveled Earth, and it's a large area for Kaze to not be able to play League of Legends on, you know?
I mean, it's also a very slow spell area, right? Because if the Lucian has control of where the skirmish starts, if you just dash in, then you get Unraveled Earth, and then you just dodge the W, the trade ends, and you've won the trade. You don't have to go all in from the first time. You just have to chip away Roamer slowly yet surely.
All right. That's going to be the draft for game number 4. I feel like the 3-1 is starting to slowly but surely materialize here for the Pain Gaming squad. Even though it was a tough early game, but it's an early game that they were able to ride the momentum, and they could still be riding that momentum going into game 4. I just fell in love, and we are ready for game number 4. We're ready to go into the Summoner's Rift. The crowd is ready. I feel like the teams are waiting for a game 5, but Pain have other ideas, Rev.
Yeah, and in the LTA South channel, I see the chat ready as well. The bets are going on. The Gamba is there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to do my thing.
It's almost 50-50, by the way. So
I'll make it 50-50. Don't worry. I want to make some. I've been right all this time so far.
Yeah. Sure.
No. All the predictions I've made in chat have come true.
AC, could you look at the summoners from red side, by the way?
Look at the summoners from red side. We have the Smite in the jungle, so that's not too bad.
Look at the mid lane. Like, take a young letter.
Kaze with the teleport?
Yeah. Where's the teleport?
Use it.
Level 1 teleport. Welcome to the LTA South 1-0. We have another banger match in front of us. Kaze has no option but to trade well and lane even better, because if he does blunder, he has no quick way back into the lane. He's going to be bleeding out resources.
So why did that happen again? I want to see the replay on that. I don't know if Roamer has that information, but that is valuable information. You bully out Kaze early game.
I mean, even okay. Let's see. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get to lane very fast. Look at this.
He teleported to tier 2.
Oh my god, not even tier 3.
Teleported to tier 2.
The teleport is so slow as well. On the other side, Frosty losing one of the pots. Somehow he got out traded, and he goes back in Curry.
Okay, red cannons are absolutely putting pressure in the spot lane, as you should. I mean, it is a Senna. Needs to scale. Early game, she don't do much. Curry has played Nautilus, so that's still something that you need to be aware of. You still need to respect the fact that the man with the anchor do a lot of bad things to you if you get out of position. Frosty is getting himself into a position where he wants to get dragged in. Drag him on top of Titan. That's not good.
Yeah, let's see. The wave priority belongs to red right now. Oh,
big
my god, Corey.
What is that? Threaded the needle with the anchor shot on Rebello. And that is a lineup shot for Titan as well. That is massive for Pain.
Yeah, the barrier is gone already. Kaze looking for the angle, but Roamer somehow level 3 first.
All right, so the thing is, the fact that Kaze teleported to tier 2 means that Roamer might not have the full information on the whereabouts of the teleport. Now, this is the problem with playing Lucian into the Talia.
Let's see if he finds the angle, because I'm pretty sure he slightly outranges, at least with the spells early on. Talia has a little bit of trouble, but Kaze has to be threading those Qs. The piercing lights must connect even through the minions, because you don't have anyone else to buff you. You're not playing with the Braum. You're not playing with the Nami. It's only you and yourself, so the build path must be different as well. There's no lethality, there's no electrocute. You're just going for the old Urf Lucian. So Essence River into the...
Give me Trinity Force solution, that's all I'm saying. Early release Lucian on the Trinity Force, give me some of that. I want to see that. Kaze really, really low. Roamer can't afford to go back because he does have teleport advantage. Kaze dashes in, knows that Roamer doesn't have enough mana on the table. Hurry, heal goes down. A root on top of Frosty. Frosty going straight for the dive here as the Ignite is ticking on Curry, but Titan is going to keep him safe for the time being.
Doom wants to find Karaoke, I'm not sure. Oh, he gets hit with a briefcase. Just
Mundo
Exits
files.
the lane. What does he
And
file?
from a nice little deduction moment there where he looks through every bush, knows that the wards over the wall as well, sees that the cams aren't there, means that he's probably trying to recall in a tri-bush if he's nowhere else in the map.
I really like the fact that he just hits him with the briefcase, and then he's like, okay, I'm out of here, nothing else to do, I don't really care. Somehow, the mid laners have traded so far, and now is where Kaze actually has the advantage. His C is so low.
His teleport is almost back, so this tells me that Roamer didn't have the information of that early teleport from Kaze. Or else
Maybe
Roamer
that's
would
why
have gone
Core is
back and
here.
teleported in already.
Maybe they don't really care that it's gonna. You also need to teleport when you actually have a spike, right? If you teleport back to 300 gold, it doesn't really matter if you have the teleport advantage just for a Sapphire Crystal. So there's always those mental games. You don't always can get any advantage from those. But now he teleports
Boots
back.
here,
This,
Boots here, and the Dark Seal.
Dark Seal.
Interesting
I mean,
purchase from Roamer. And Kaz is already back with the TP. He doesn't have to use it, but he should be having it in the upcoming seconds.
I mean, playing
Will
with
preserve
the
his TP for the time being.
home guards as well, so he's fine. He's not too late. Going to be losing a couple of CS. Roamer, very very slow on the push. Just try to deny every single drop of XP.
Of course, and for that level 6 is going to be coming in a little bit later for Kaze, which isn't the most ideal scenario to be, and you already want to be ahead as far as you can with the Lucian playing early game. Staying behind in levels is not where you want to be. Titan just misses the Zenith Blade. That's a big double up from Rebello on Titan here, even though he does heal up.
Yeah, he will heal up slowly yet surely. Let's not forget that Q heal doesn't scale with lethality or anything like that anymore. It only scales with AP. Wiser.
World Ender.
Hello.
From Wiser. In goes the from the other world. FNB gets dragged back by the chains, but Wiser decides against going for the frag there. FNB taking the short end of the stick on that trade with the Aatrox.
I mean, that looked weird. Pretty sure he was out of there, but that's why you get Lucian into the Leia. That dash was excellent. Until the Unraveled Earth does expand, you do have enough time to just dash sideways and start dishing out double bullets. Now, the flash for flash would, I think, be better for FNB, because then he could have played the range matchup without the melee having flash. It's always weird. Now Doom level 6 wants to play for the Scuttle has the smite, but has no priority from his top laner, so decides against it.
Yeah, Carioca does reach level, or does not reach level 6, so Doom is ahead by quite a bit here against Carioca. We're still waiting, or still looking for a cease and desist. His ultimate, his team fight difference making ultimate. See if he can get something out of that. As you see shaky ground coming through, Frosty clearing out the way, or clearing out vision here, making sure that Pain play blind in the spot lane. Still waiting for Titan to come online, as you would expect, but the pickaxe is already in Titan's favor. Gives him a nice little power boost here in terms of damage output.
Yeah, 22 souls as well. Very, very nice to have early on the first extra range, the first extra crate. Feels very, very nicely. I've seen a lot of AD Senas struggle to collect all those souls.
This feels good for Wiser, though. If Doom decides to walk in through lane to try to go for a gank, Wiser is really, really close to the World Ender. But Doom decides against the gank and just goes straight back. FNB keeping his distance. Aatrox will be punishing any misstep from FNB.
Yeah, I think he was there mostly for security for FNB, trying to make sure that he's not getting ganked by Karaoke. Somewhere around there is the timer where he could use his ultimate. Karaoke just power farming so far, wants to complete the first item. I expect it to be the Sundered Sky from the Tunneler.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, Doom also wants to keep power farming. The fact that they're donating him all those neutrals feels almost illegal.
Talk is talked. If Pain wins, my boyfriend will sleep on the couch tonight, said the tweet. Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, I get you an extra pillow. You know, the knees have to be bent so that your back is straight.
Listen, buddy. If Pain win, at least not everything is, you know. You'll still get that big dub. You sleep on the couch, but you get the dub. You can't win them all, you know.
Yeah, what do you want? You want to slip on the bet, or you want Chitan to get a pentakill? Like, you have to...
And to get a pentakill. It's for the
Yeah,
showmanship.
pick your fights. You can win them all.
Frosty
Ryuka's going top lane.
on the red side. Ryuka's looking for the top lane. I don't think it's a good gank here on FNB on the Aurora. Though FNB is using a lot of mana to stay at bay from Wiser. So timing could be good. Just waiting for the Scuttle Crab. Re-engaging in the top lane.
Yeah, however, I think that timing might be slowly coming to an end, at least in the jungle department, as Mundo is creeping towards that Heartsteel. And that's when he starts spiking, right? And Vi shouldn't have enough damage, especially so early on, to deal with him. And who deals with him?
Between worlds now, World Ender as well has been activated. Wiser is not looking for a fight as Frosty's walking up to the top lane. Solar Flare getting flashed out, and Wiser's going to walk away from that one.
Yep, he waited for the flash to see where the Solar Flare was. Make sure that he can dodge it, spends the flash. A very, very wise choice from Wiser. So, you know, the name is kind of accurate over there. Now, Chitan might be in trouble. Just wave clears as much as he can from as far away as he can. Will go back. Tries to complete that static shift to start becoming online, start dealing with those pesky waves as soon as possible, and be as interactive as uninteractive, as possible with Rabello early in the game.
I mean, you're as interactive as you can get. This is the first game in this series where we're 10 minutes in and not a single drop of blood has been shed yet on the Summoner's Drift. Dragons have been slain, grubs have been collected, red cannons are ramping up into a nice, healthy mid-game, but so far Pain are still to be seen on the Rift yet. Oh, Kaze. Yeah, we're getting to the point where Kaze can't play League of Legends anymore. Not against Romer.
Yeah. I mean, I told you, it's the level 7 and level 9 spike, right? From Romer, when you get level 4, level 5 on your Q, suddenly the cooldown is so much lower. You can deal with the waves. Lucian, you know, he has a lot of things. Wave Clear is not one of them. And so you know that you can keep pressing on, deal with the wave, then you start hitting the Lucian. It's like you're playing Caitlyn with a range support into an ADC with less. You just deal with the wave, and the moment they start hitting the wave, trying to clear under the turret, you make sure you dish out some spells, some auto attack on top of them.
In the meantime, the second dragon of the Rift has spawned in. Let's see if Red Cannons can collect their first feat of strength here, or if they're going to allow Pain to do something about this. Effective Cleavers do a lot of damage as they do percent max health here. So Doom is keeping Kuri at bay, and FNB seems to have been caught off. Big, massive Darkened Blade. 3 are on FNB, means that he's low and is going to have to go back to base as the mana is also taking blank.
I mean, he was still calm as a clam. The flash was still available, the ultimate pretty soon online as well, so he knew that there was no way that Wiser could have killed him, at least not on his own. He expected Kariak to be on the other side of the map, who was there, just spotted by that wave, trying to make a play around the Drake so that they can have the first move over there. However, Wiser wins, I think, a couple of plays over here, and that's huge because the moment you complete the Sunder Sky, suddenly you get so much more healing, you get that extra crit together with your passive, you can stay alive for so much longer and execute people who do not expect that kind of damage coming from you.
But the dragon falls in favor of Pain here. Is this a sign that Red Cannons are starting to lose steam on this game?
Not sure. I'm not even sure if they want to be making plays. They had some early plays, right? They got the crabs. They got the first Drake, which they shouldn't have.
A dive on Wiser, hold up. World Ender is available. He's waiting for the timing. World Ender has been activated. FNB is the first one in line to dive this one out. Frosty is the one taking the tower, and it's a reset for Wiser, but he can't get any more on that one as the Ignite forces him back. But the dive is massively overstated here. Bullet time on Curry. FNB takes the kill. It turns into a 1-for-2. And Red Cannons, they're not too disappointed on that one until Romer walks up. And it seems trouble for Doom. He tries to heal up, but he's at 200 HP. One more stone to the face should count you out for the time. Kaze gets the kill, walks up on Romer, and walks out with 300 gold.
Oh my goodness, Kaze finds the angle as well. The damage just enough for him to flash out and gets an extra kill. The dive looked awful until they turned it around, kill after kill after kill, and Red secure the Fit of Warfare for themselves. Let's look at the replay because Wiser plays it patiently, pops the World Ender, tries to clear the wave, but Frosty also sacrifices himself, make sure that the ult is wide, but only in case that he could dash away. And I thought it's over. I thought it's over.
Never landed. The hook. I mean, listen, the depth charge knocking everyone up under the tower, that was massive. The hook never landed, man. That was a lie.
I mean, Nautilus is a lie himself. Now, I thought that it's still over. You could get a second kill here, but Kaze, he knows his limits. That kill was absolute perfection.
It was. Essence Reaver already in pocket means that Lucian has his first big power spike and probably... I don't want to jinx it, but I risk saying one of the few power spikes we're actually going to see from Lucian, because from here on out, I mean, he's on a timer. As a champion, he is on a timer, and he's only got 10 more minutes left to play the game.
Let's see if he can make the most of those minutes, or if he can do just enough for the Moon to take over, for the Aurora to take over, because she is also a powerhouse right now. Playing with the mask, however, that means that she has a little bit less damage that I've been used to lately. I've been seeing, that Luden's companion just press QE and nuke somebody damage.
When you're against an Aatrox, I feel like you need all the shred that you can get. Weiser is keeping FNB in check super, super hard with a champion. You're not supposed to be able to keep an Aurora in check. Just get poked out. Or Aatrox has no way to get near the enemy objectives, right? Allegedly.
Shouldn't. Ooh. Ryoki tries to find the angle. Frosty. Not loose. Yes, way home.
In Reveled Earth, they do have the control of the vision. So right now, Red Cannons, they do try to go for the feat strength here that will allow them to have the upgraded boots. Pain, they want to contest this. Weiser's right around the corner as well, trying to pincer them in. Doom might be in trouble, losing a lot of HP as Titan tries to keep the rest of the squad nice and secluded here along the river. Karyoka starts the Herald once again.
It's a game of patience. It's a game of chicken right now. It's who makes the first move and who gets pincered. Rebello tries to find the angle, tries to keep Weiser in check, or at least his position, and try and find the angle for the ultimate build.
And here goes Curry. Big depth charge on FNB, but in the meantime, Karyoka does get taken out inside between worlds. Weiser's going wild here. He's waiting for the cooldowns. He flashes in, gets a kill, gets a reset on the World Ender, and the Darkened Blade gets more resets for the side of Pain as everybody scatters. Weiser splits the fight in half and allows Pain for a moment to breathe here. Do they want towers? Do they want the objective?
And Rabello misstepped once, and Weiser was already there to punish. I'm waiting for the replay because he wanted to get the kill. He wanted to end the fight as soon as it started, but the damage was just lacking. Look, they're looking for the engage. They know where Weiser is, and they're deciding, guys, we're gonna go all in. Just press all your ultimates, and that's gonna be it. Curry survives, and Rabello walks into the Darking Blade over there, pops the barrier. You can see the panic in his eyes. But he knows that he cannot survive any longer. FNB has to flash away, but Chitan getting the double kill with the Senna, you know that she's gonna start hurting people very, very hard.
Yeah, and it's going to be in a very, very short time frame. I think it's the same time frame that it takes Lucian to start falling off, but Weiser keeping the early game in check here for Pain means that he's going to be massive later on. Right now, no Grievous Wounds apart from Frosty's Ignite, and right now Rebello's Execution is calling. That's going to shift away from his build completely.
Yep. And not sure we really want to be doing that. I'm not sure if Weiser is starting to trade for you, but he knows something
get Grievous Wounds.
Lucian? I know. Mundo?
Yeah, FNB's in trouble though. In between worlds, does get across the wall, but Karyoka's already waiting for him. Roamer's the one that collects the kill, and tier 2 is under threat here by Pain.
And they're going for more. Does he want to? Oh, maybe Roamer's in trouble.
That's not great. Yep, he's left in no man's land. Roamer now getting slapped around by the infected cleaver. It's Rebello that collects the kill. Everybody from Red Cannons stack on top side. Pain do get punished for it, and they get nothing out of that.
Yeah, you can't get that over eager, honestly. You will get slapped. Red is no team to scoff at. But now Kazan, oh, that's a nice pocket of vision over there. Nautilus has a death chart. Good nights with Prince.
Yeah, just, man, he flashed into the depth charge, causing not a lot of places to go for. He doesn't even deal damage at this point in time. It's just a matter of knocking him around until he's dead, and that's exactly what Pain did. In the meantime, Wiser takes a tower by himself, solo gold, for an already massive Aatrox.
Yeah, we know how terrifying an Aatrox can be if he gets ahead, if he gets to that 2-3 item spike early on, he gets unkillable. So let's see the play that started all. Curry getting the Herald Taxi, trying to fight FNB, that flash. Who flashed over there? I think I thought I saw.
No, he used the
it was
Between
Vi.
Worlds.
It was Vi.
Yeah.
It was Vi flashing.
You know
Then
the
Roamer.
nastiest thing about that was
Yeah.
Vi's Q on FNB on top of the Unraveled Earth absolutely stunned him and dealt extra damage from the Unraveled Earth.
Yeah.
Not from his own dash, but because he was forced to move by Karyoka.
We might have another fight. Chitan is there. They're trying to corral them.
Oh, this is perfect for Wiser. Everything is aligning. World Ender is available, and there he goes. Will he be able to fight that one out? He's trying to channel the Vault Breaker.
Look at the sustain.
Wiser is healing. Wiser is healing. He does have the Sundered Sky, but he's a little bit too shy to go all in on red cannons.
Look at Roamer. He's trying to close them in. He has the ultimate.
In goes the Weaver's Wall. Doom and Frosty are left on the wrong side of the table. They flash both of them over the Weaver's Wall to safety.
Oh my god, he got 2 extra flashes over there. That was one of the weirdest fight I've seen today.
Oh, was that
That's the only one that's moving. It was a skirmish. Well, there were some slaps. There were some water balloons being thrown. Now, I see pings on the Rift Herald. Red are pinging the Rift Herald. I'm not sure they have the damage right now.
Otacon is the one being pinged. Otacon is live. We're 20 minutes in, but the Herald could definitely be could be an option here to set up for Baron next up around. Korea's trying to keep the wards on top side, but they have a lot of work to go through because Red Cannons have rooted themselves in on that top half of the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, but now the top half is what's most important. Drake still not up for the next 2 minutes. It is a Cloud Drake. Very, very nice to have for, I want to say everyone on the map. I'm looking at Aurora, I'm looking at Lucian, I'm looking Mundo and Vi and Aatrox.
No, you definitely
managed
want
to secure that soul. Yeah, it's going to be game ending for your team. So much strength over there. But now they're playing for the Atacama. They know it's a very, very dangerous objective. They know, especially
look at Pain's flowers. They have 17 of them. If they get it, you double the flower count, which will put them at 34. That's the hardest math I've done this week.
Your week sounds easy.
Not good.
Anyways, thing is, it's still a very hard objective, especially for the side of Pain, because Red has two marksmen. They have an Aurora. They have enough damage, right? They can kind of go in, sneak it, get out. The marksman that Pain has is Senna. She wants her time. She wants to sit there, auto Q. It's not that much damage. You just play slowly. You just heal your teammates. You just play with your range. And you see that Chetan can do damage, but he still needs that time. Neutral objective is not Senna's strongest point. I must know it. She carried me to master.
Oh my! I didn't know I was playing with this kind of. I was casting with this kind of. My bad. Apologies, but still, absolutely sent a super online. 3 item spike here on the Black Cleaver as well means that Doom needs to be very careful on the front line. He is the front line that Red Cannons need, but then again, so is Frosty. But very, very vulnerable with the Black Cleaver being fielded here. Roamer as well trying to defend the perimeter of their side of the map right now as the dragon is spawning in. Both teams want to contest it, but Red are fine just baiting so they can switch and go for Otacon.
Yeah, I don't think that Pain needs to go through all the little sneaky angles. They just need to go through mid lane, right? Just control that big area where you can't really get corralled into a very, very narrow zone. You can get bullet timed in your face. Just play for that. Thing is, Red look way too happy to go onto the other side and double their 1 flower.
Oh man, this is a bait. This is very, very bait. I guess it's not about them getting the 1 extra flower. I would say it's more about them denying the extra flowers for Pain, which is a good run. Karaoke, though, they have a lot of time to go in on that Otacon. Curry is trying to clear out waves, clear out vision. They go in. Curry has a depth charge available. Where is he going to use it? The Otacon is in kill range, and it's going to be Red Cannons to secure it. Wiser is got the World Ender nice and live. Frosty might be in trouble. That's the first reset on the World Ender. And oh boy, we have a field for Wiser to play in. The Weaver's Wall locks everyone on the other side. Wiser runs out of wings, but Pain still come out on top. That's a 2-kill for Nauticon.
2 kills might not be enough to cover it. The flash from Kaza was good to stay alive. And I expected a bit more from Pain, who only get those 2, maintain a 1k gold advantage. But now, those summoners are missing, and Red doesn't have enough time to reposition themselves for Baron. If Pain want to, they can kind of force Red to face check them into the Baron, and that's when the winning fight may occur.
Okay, so that was a bit of misstep there from us. They didn't double their flower count. They got 10 times their flower count.
Yeah, they're getting every petal
every flower in the
right
map,
now on the map. Yeah, so they're getting those. Nice might for them from Doom. I thought that with Wiser actually flanking, they could get so much more. Frosty took so much time to die because of that pesky Leona W. And then you're focusing on the Doom, and Doom is not really the target you want to be dealing with. FNB has just enough time to teleport from the other side.
Wiser missed the Q2. That's
Kaiser flashing.
Same, buddy, same. No, so I felt like, Wiser was feeling a little bit shaky on the Aatrox, and he is looking a little bit scared when navigating these team fights. That Q was meant to go, or ideally it would have gone on Doom to get the extra balance, get the extra damage, but he tried to get a little bit greedy on Kaza. Find it. Now, Pain, they want to fight for this Baron Nashor, and they're going straight to it. Carioca forced to flash away. Doom in the front line, healing nice and fine because there's no grievous wounds yet on Pain's side. So they're going to walk away from Red's jungle right now.
Yeah, but it's going to be very hard. Carioca knows that he can really reset. If he resets, the Baron as good as gone, especially if Red does realize it. He gets a cam, gets a little bit of healing up, can't really smite. Teleport comes in, and that's Leona.
Oh, that's a flash out from Doom as well. FNB turns on between worlds as Curry walks away from the field. Red cannons keep on spending cooldowns, keep on spending summoners. Try to get these fights off, and Pain barely touched on terms of cooldowns. They have all the ultimates up still.
Yeah, no flash from Doom. That's a very important cooldown as well. Chitan knows that he can actually walk up a little bit. He only has to worry about the Leona. The rest of them kind of whatever. He can out heal. He can out damage. He has a lot of health from the Black Liver as well. He's just waiting for the IE so that his crates hurt more than any other crates. He should be on 100% very, very shortly. But Wiser,
why are they
in trouble?
Oh, that's a greedy back, but it could work. As he walks in, Rebello is also in sight. Wiser goes into World Ender. He finds Rebello, doesn't try to go for the fight, amazingly enough. He's going into the bush, trying to get some distance, getting division advantage. He's healing. He's got the Sundered Sky, but Wiser avoiding fights like the plague right now.
Yeah, the gets kill. He gives his team tier 1 in the mid lane, and that's a very, very important turret. Now the map can be opened up. We've been 27 minutes without a tier 1 being opened up. Now look, Chitan with all that range, he can push the vision line forward. If he can push the vision line forward, they can look for the pick. They don't really want to go for the extended fights. As you see, they want to get picks, they want to get flanks.
Yep.
Wiser is dead for 20 more seconds, so there's no flanks, and the Baron has been started up.
Baron has been started by the Red Cannons, but ultimately the stalling of the game actually benefits Pain. Let's see if they can do anything about the Baron. They're being debuffed. Red Cannons, they're losing a lot of resistances the longer they stay inside the pit. In comes the depth charge. Knock up on Frosty. They're getting tossed around. Frosty really, really low. They're losing their front line. Doom pops up his ultimate, trying to get himself safe. Flash over the wall from Titan. Gets a kill. That's 2 down. FNB and Kazi are sleeping in the bushes. Romer comes in from behind. Incredible flank to take down Frosty. And Pain wiped the floor with the bodies of Red Cannons.
On both sides of the court, Pain dunked on Red. Both Romo and Karaoke getting FNB out, or Rabello, whoever that was. But oh my goodness, Curry and Chitan fought the fight of their lives. So much patience, so much decisiveness. They get the kill, they get the time, they get the Baron Nashor.
Yep, and it all makes sense. All of this time, them avoiding fights, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the moment to pull the trigger. They find it exactly when they need to.
Look, Curry gets down over here. Now, the topside FNB gets smacked, but now it's a 2v4 here. Instantly flashed in, Kaze eradicated, and they're playing slowly. They know that they can't get out scot-free, but they know that if they play slowly, the rest of the team comes in, they get one more kill. And Chetan, he told it in the previous game. He is here. He has arrived.
He has. And let's see if they will be, or if they'll be able to continue this tempo, because Red Cannons, they're looking grim right now. Not a lot of options moving into the later stages of the game. Kaze is going to be, he's got the Black Cleaver. What is he going to be doing?
I mean, his best. I guess he's going to be doing his best. He's trying to go through Wiser. He's trying to go through Kure, go through Karaoke. All those champions have so much in base armor from all those levels. Also, the extra Mountain Drake helps them a lot. But I understand your point. It feels so awkward. It feels so bad for him. Yeah. No Infinity Edge. Nope. No Last Whisper, trying
Black
to survive on the front
means that
line.
he has to be in the front line, and if he's in the front line, he's either going to get knocked up by Wise or punched in the face by Carioca, and neither of those seem like good prospects for Lucian.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be in either position. Now, Pain pressing on the bot lane. They see Doom, they see FNB, they see Frost. What's going to be the course of action? That is a very long range for Titan at this point. He's on 95.
Yeah, and a lot of damage as well. Honestly, that's the front lane. Look, 3 auto attack, 1/3 of his HP, or at least 1/4 of his HP done.
And Black Cleaver stacking as well.
It's also double stacking, by the way.
It is?
You know, it's Senna double stacks a Cleaver because her auto attack.
That's the Black Cleaver getting stacked, tossed around with the Unraveled Earth and Shaky Grounds here as well. Pain Gaming completely controlling the bottom half of the Summoner's Rift, and it feels desperate by Red Cannons. It doesn't feel like they have a lot of places to go. Carioca goes over the wall, and everybody gets cut off by the Weaver's Wall. Kaze, Doom, Rebello, and FNB trying their best to defend the inhibitors, but the Baron enhanced minions are just pushing through, and Red Cannons don't have enough wave clear to deal with this right now.
Okay, he's on the vision. They trying to get away Mundo's passive, and if they do, they just turn on him immediately. They can deal with him. There's the Grievous Wounds, and Oblivion Orb sits tightly in Roamer's inventory, and every time that anyone hits a crowd control, they all follow up.
Yep, Wiser in the front line now. World Ender is available, but they're looking for the fight. Doom in the front line looking to push in on Wiser. World Ender is activated. Look at him healing. He's 1v3ing right now in that backline. He's maining alive. One down means a reset on the World Ender comes through. Frosty might be in trouble. No flash available on the Leona. Killing spree for Roamer, and Wiser keeps on spreading his wings onto the backline. Red Cannons in trouble. Wiser still alive. The ace comes through. It's clean, and that should be game for Pain.
Oh, Chetan already stood up. Curry as well. Look, his champion doesn't move. He's more Brazilian than Korean anymore. And Pain are not the easy victim you thought them to be. They are your parents today.
And it is so poetic. Red Cannons choosing this matchup because it felt easy on the best of 3. This just means that Pain got a 3-1 and qualified for the American phases? Las Americas? What does that mean, Rev?
I mean, they qualified to fly to Texas. Ooh. And they will be playing with the LTA North as well, it seems so. One of them two, they will play VKS, if I'm not mistaken, next week. Either them or Vivor K-Stars will go to the finals. It doesn't matter. If I'm not mistaken, top 3 teams will go to the finals phase, and they are at least top 3 for LTA South Split 3.
And what a poetic run here for Pain. They looked grim on the regular stage. They got beat up, tossed around. All of their series felt off. It felt like they had something missing from them. And whatever that was, they just found it against Red Cannons. They thrived on the BM. They loved feeding off the energy from the crowd as well. And it is such good to see Pain looking this great back on the Summoner's Rift.
It's so electric, man. I wish I was there in the crowd. It must feel amazing every time you make a play. Everyone stands up, starts screaming. You do get a little bit more BM. It does remind us it's more than a video game. It's a sport. It has all of the mental aspects of a sport, all of the BMing, all of the fun interaction. It's what drives us.
It is. It is what drives us, and what a series this was to wrap up the next qualified team. Now, this also means we have determined who is going to face off on the lower brackets as well, I believe. No, we still have Loud versus Fluxo, Leviathan versus Zurus, and from there, we see who's going to face off against Pain, or not Pain, but Red Cannons and Furia. Because they're not done yet. Not yet.
Yeah, we still have quite a ways to go, honestly. And then even when the LTA South is kind of over, we do get the LTA as a whole, so it's going to be banger as well. I do know that all of the LTA North fans are sitting very, very proudly with the swag on in their comfy chairs. But I have to remind that in a best of one at least, there has been instances of an LTA South team winning a very strong contender of the LTA North. So, you know.
The cast is dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go again. They don't know ball.
But in the heat of the moment, these high pressure situations, what do you rely on to like make decisions? Is it just instinct? Is it muscle memory? Is it listening to the team? Like everyone come
muscle
together?
memory. No, I don't. It's probably just instinct. In the game, it was like, yeah, okay, they don't have sums. I'm gonna be 6. My wave's gonna be in a good spot, even if I leave it for a while. It's like those conditions. If they're met, then yeah, you can do something. Yeah.
Cool. And I gotta say then, also just winning the championship, you mentioned that the end of the season you started on an upswing. When did it feel like you knew, okay, we can win?
In the regular season, I think. I think that split, I think we were really starting to become a good team. I don't know, like week 6, week 5, I don't really remember, right? But it was like sometime during the regular season where I felt, okay, like we're actually playing as a team, we're actually playing well as a team, and because we're playing well as a team, individuals naturally just look better. And yeah, I mean, I think, obviously you can't know that you're gonna win, but I think, somewhere in the regular season, I was feeling like we had a really good chance of winning it.
Once you got it all off your chest for Valpy.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that happened, but yeah.
Getting that answer a lot from you today. Valpy, when did it click for you that you were like, yeah, no, we're gonna win this thing. We can do this.
I don't know. Yeah, like Vic said, I don't know if it was like we're gonna win for sure, but the feeling I had that we could win was already like. I mean, I know you were feeling differently on the TSM day, but like, I came out of that day really positive because I was like, I know it's like so
As he
different.
always does if he has a good KDA. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
He
saying.
just played around me.
We lost and he's feeling good here. He was like, okay. Let's go into it. There was one situation.
It was
if I recall
around
correctly.
Dragon.
Do you remember that?
knows.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Go ahead, take it away.
No. Realistically, so what happened is, it's like I was like, Vic, I think we need to fight this, right? And then Vic full sent, and then I was like,
He was running for the hills.
no, I like,
It was long gone.
I started fighting, and then I was like, oh, this shit's lost, right? But I was like, okay, I'll just leave because this shit looks lost. But Vic was like, no, we can win, and I didn't see the angle, and I was like.
Yeah, he called for the angle. And then, I looked around. I'm like, yeah, you got me right. He was in the fountain.
So bad in the stats.
My thought was like, there was something else that happened that game. I think it was
1 with 0-10.
Dude, they need to show this play on like the screen in between the podcast.
It's great on an audio medium for a podcast.
To show what's going on, find that game.
Yeah, so pretty much like
go back and watch that game.
I called for the angle. I didn't see the angle, so I was like, I didn't see us winning it, so I was like, oh fuck this, I'm gonna peace out, right?
Yeah.
But like realistically, if I just committed, we would have won, I think.
Do you remember this moment in game, Dokla?
No, I don't have such a
Guys,
vivid
there's only
emotional
between you.
attachment.
Guys, only between
We were
you.
like the last 2 alive, I think.
I think I was watching from the fountain, so I didn't have the same
So-
emotional attachment.
I don't know. It's just like the feelings I got in that game was like, not even after that game, but it was like, I was like, okay, we're an okay team. But after the talk that me and Vic had, like, I just felt like pretty confident going forward, you know?
Well, there was one line, I don't remember how much the two of you remember this, but I remember this greatly from this time. Because I was a CLG fan, I was watching all of your guys' games when you moved on to Energy as well. You missed the CLG days, sorry.
I did.
But I know Contracts, there's a content piece where it's the two of you with Contracts reviewing a play that happened that didn't go well.
Yeah.
And there were some plays that went well, and we were just getting your reactions to like your own plays. And one of them, I specifically remember Contracts just giving this line of, like, the best teams in the world will play this line. Like, they'll play the line.
I was there.
That was on Energy. I thought it was the two of you. Maybe that was with you
our
then.
Golden
It
Guardian
was when we were on that like couch, right? Like,
Yep, you're on the couch,
yeah,
and I just remember that line from Contract, like, the best teams in the world will play this line. If we want to be the best, we need to be willing to play that line. How much of that mentality do you think started being applied? Because when I hear you say, like, oh, you saw the angle we called for, but then in the moment you realize, like, you didn't think that it was going to work out. But that's the line, right? Like, you got to be able to play that line. So how much of that mentality do you think attributed to, you know, the championship run?
I mean, I think a lot of it really, like, I think if we don't have that mentality of like, it's almost like if you fail, just don't be scared to try again almost, is like kind of the way I see it. Sure. And a lot of the times, like, I don't know, you can kind of see like people playing more scared after something goes wrong or like just completely change the way they play in game. And I felt like that's why we were such a scary team on Energy, is like, even if something went wrong, we're like fucking maniacs, you know? Like, we're ready to fight. We'll do it again.
Ready to move. Ready to move. All right. Well, Doug, I feel like I didn't get your thoughts on that specific instance, like the playing the line. Were you? Do you remember that conversation? I thought it was you, but maybe it was FBI that was in there. But
We're
like, again,
we were all in there.
Oh, that was the whole team.
It was the whole team.
Ignore might have just been sitting there.
Ignore sleeping. Ignore sleeping.
Ignore, I think for one content, he literally didn't say a word. He just sat there the whole time.
Legendary player in the scene. But that line, do you like think about that as a player and from your perspective?
I don't really think about like that specific line. I mean, it's just like, yeah, you always want to do the best you can in game. And currently, I think the coaches are like, where's your line? Because I think they go for some crazy shit. But
try something.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's just a good mindset to have with just like how you coach. Just like you need to learn where, up to what point you can just keep pushing.
I think that's good advice for all pro players. So thanks so much for coming on, guys. This
Thank
is
you.
awesome.
Yeah.
Getting to reminisce about Energy, hear about your thoughts of the past, air some grievances. I feel like, can we get like a hug from the two of you? Maybe a handshake. Let's get a handshake.
We're not, me and Vic aren't mad at each other.
Okay. I just want to make
He's
sure.
mad at you. You might be. You might be.
We're going out after this again. That was confirmed already. But thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. That's another episode of Pros. Make sure to tune in next week for the upper bracket of the Elimination Phase. We'll see you there.
Never let go, for your
Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9 starts right now.
No W.
I
no
can
W,
go right
no
now,
W.
guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
W,
Yeah,
yes,
guys.
yes.
Victor angle is good.
Yeah.
I got
Victor
Victor flash.
Going on Victor.
Just plays low. He has Chanaman go flash. Chanaman go flash.
Victor dead.
Yeah.
Corky one.
Corky dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Good,
Oh, I'm
guys.
dying to tower. What
A
the
little bit of a rough again, but.
Oh.
C9 Crumble, Shopify Rebellion strike back in game number 2.
Yep. Walking
We
in.
still don't see
Look at Maokai, guys. I would look Maokai.
Yeah.
No, too far. Just play position, guys. Keep your position.
Yeah.
In position. Play with Siva. Play with
Pop
Siva.
ultimate, plays low.
Guys, no flash.
Plays low. I can go.
I'm on
Yon.
Yon.
Yeah.
I'll be on
He's dead.
Okay, I can go here.
Just hit front. Just hit front. I won't die.
Yeah. We will win. If nothing happens on the other side, we win.
We're fine. Just win.
Come here. I can heal you, bro.
TP on Ziggs.
Jake's low flash. GG bot, I think. Jake's low flash. I know mid. We can get Jake's. Go Jake's. Yeah. Give me.
They're gonna do it! Shopify will take another game in this series. They will push Cloud9 to series point.
Okay, they're on it. I'm gonna go for lane.
Play fight, okay?
I'm just teaming.
Yeah.
I will herald and we just play fight.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, they're gonna look at me.
Look, Nico here.
Let's go.
Yeah, looks good.
Fight.
Kill the right side. I can
Play with Jinx.
Yeah,
Jinx will carry.
Yeah. Going.
This guy.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's good. Keep going. You're good. Keep going. You're good.
I'm taking
No,
the arrows.
nice. We can do this.
They will take down Cloud9 in this series no one thought they could. 3-2, Shopify Rebellion.
Welcome back to the LTA North. Big upset yesterday. I'm not going to press this yet.
Not yet.
I'm not going to press this.
But it was
I feel like
covering
you
my
should. This is a horde of upsets. We
Unless
pressed
if
it a
you want
lot.
to press it.
No.
Should he press it?
He's going to wait. He's going to wait.
Okay, understand.
Congratulations on the upset yesterday. How do you feel today?
Thank you. I'm feeling great. I feel like it was a hard series, but I'm glad we won. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a moment of the victory comms from last series, and then we'll continue talking about it.
Just hit towers, okay, Bieber?
Okay.
Ready, res?
Yeah.
Yep. Kaisa no flash. Kaisa no flash. Yeah, Kaisa dead. Kaisa will die if you guys
Kill Rise.
Kaisa will die.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Kill him.
Kill him.
Ah, shit,
I played so bad today, boys. Thanks for the carry.
Woohoo! Shopify's back!
Your feelings coming out of it, because I'm sure your expectation wasn't like out of that series. What was your feeling coming out of that series?
Like, I knew it would be hard, especially like every time we screen against C9, it's really hard. And if you see the last split games, we just got destroyed. So I feel like it would be hard, but I was confident in myself and my team. And I feel like after, especially I think game 3, I was so confident. So yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask about that game 3 draft because that also seemed to be the turning point in the series. You guys won game 2 kind of unexpectedly off of some C9 fumbles. Talk to me about like going through that draft and like when did you start believing you'd be able to take the series?
So I feel like on game 3, the most important pick was Yone. So I feel like we just need to make sure Palafox was comfortable and he say, if I pick Cassiopeia, I'm fine, I will win 1v1. So I feel like after that, we are really comfortable. And when BVI pick Sivir and they pick Ziggs, I feel like the game was really hard for them because Sivir is just free scaling,
Yeah.
Ziggs, yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of the commentary has been about kind of the draft and how good your guys' drafting was. What were you most proud of yourself, but also for the team as well, just coming out of that series?
For myself, I feel like when I came here, I feel like I was behind of like the top supports, especially because I feel supports here are really smart on mid game, especially. They see a lot of creative angles.
Yeah.
And on Brazil, I didn't really have this, So when I came here, I feel like I was behind. But right now, I feel like I'm on the same level of everyone. And especially, I feel like Vulcan is a great support. So being able to play against him and compete against him and beat him, I think I feel great about it.
Oh, yeah.
And you were telling us that that you qualified for LTA playoffs, which
Yep.
does not mean Texas.
Yeah, it's two
even though the
different
rest of
things.
your team thought that it meant Texas.
Yeah, like I don't know. I try to explain like 5 times probably to everyone, but they still think we are on Texas. So I don't know what we can do. I will let them go to Texas.
Hey, maybe we're just taking a vacation in Texas.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Texas will be the LTA playoff finals weekend. So that'll be for only the top teams, the top 3 teams of the LTA North and South combined. What you did do yesterday, which Seos knows, but I'll just explain to everybody else, is you qualified for the LTA playoffs.
Yes.
So you're guaranteed top 3 in the North, which will qualify for the LTA playoffs against the top 3 teams in the South. So really awesome series. Congratulations once again. Braz?
Yes, and just to cap her on that series, do you know who won Player of the Series for?
B-Boy, right?
B-Boy, yes.
Yeah.
Do you think he deserved it? Who else would have gotten it?
No, I feel like he deserved it. I think he played really well. The Lucian game, even though the early game, like we are ahead, but we kind of threw the game, but he played really well. And like the Sivir game, he's like played perfect, and the Jinx game too, he was really strong, so he deserved it.
Who would you want another shout out to for yesterday's performance?
I feel like Fudge. Fudge played really well. Like, I think besides maybe the 4th game, I think the Jax game, I think the other games he just outperformed Thanatos in my opinion, and like I feel like Thanatos is a really big name on C9. I feel like he's a great top laner, especially on lane phase, and I feel like Fudge deal with him really well.
Sure. Yeah, we were mentioning how it wasn't expected for Fudge to be able to outperform Thanatos, but just because of his history, not necessarily surprising that he was able to do it, but I like that you called that out as well. We have a game.
Yes, we do.
We have a game. It's going to be up on the screen here. We're all coming up.
We're all moving. Let's go get them, because yesterday we did this too.
We're changing this game. There's big Jungle Bonanza changes. There's a bonanza of champions that were changed. Rather than saying good or bad, we need to move these champions to will be played. I'm going to say today.
Can I just start?
Versus will not be
doing
played.
here?
Yeah, that's not going to get played. Also, Gnar still, he might be played, but he's not a jungler.
Okay, sure.
That works.
I mean, Rumble will be played. I don't care where.
Morgana's probably not going to be.
Whoa! Taking my Rumble.
Yeah,
one at a time.
Yeah, there we go.
One at a time. Okay, Seos, you move a couple. Pick something you think we played.
There's some easy ones like Trundle, for example. Trundle we play, he's just a OP jungler.
Okay.
I think Rek'Sai.
Even with it, so I was thinking Trundle Nurse might have taken him out, but yesterday proved otherwise.
No,
Rek'Sai.
No, Rek'Sai
You didn't
yesterday.
like the Rek'Sai performance?
I like it, to be honest. I was there on the enemy team.
I also think Nautilus, Jungle Nautilus, we talked about.
But he will be
issues
played
with
as a
him.
champion.
He'll be played as a champion,
move
just
over
not
here.
as a jungler.
I think there's a chance he can be played as a jungler.
Also, Sion.
Maybe game 4 or game 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Sion not as a jungler, but he's also probably going to get. I mean, he's really strong top.
Zyra is a big question for me.
I think she.
I'm going to move her here. I'm thinking of the junglers today. Inspired could maybe pull her out.
But
yeah.
I will say she's already being played globally.
Yeah.
So
she is.
So I'm just going to move her. I disagree.
Oh,
Today?
Raj disagrees.
Okay, fine.
Ooh.
So
You know,
I
I'll
feel
do
like-
it.
Make
I'll
up your
do
mind.
it.
Make up your mind.
I feel like of the junglers, Inspired and Contracts are my 2 that I would be like, okay, they're going to a Zyra or a Brand to kind of take over.
I'm saying Sal's getting played.
Yep.
But
Look,
more
But
likely
not
in
as
mid-
a jungler.
More likely in mid-
yeah.
Warwick is not getting played, sorry.
Kiana, great champion.
She got big buffs.
Yeah.
Kiana has a
She's doing
no
well in
chance,
solo
but-
queue.
Kiana got banned yesterday.
Okay.
Contracts
What
might have
have
played
you
her.
seen in scrims?
Yeah.
And all these are, I think this is
We
pretty
have
obvious.
way too many on will be played, by the way.
But
Okay,
not
that's-
We
all
have
of them are
6 to 10 junglers
Can
today.
we separate? Like, this is not a jungler. This isn't going to get played as a
Okay,
jungler.
fine.
This isn't going to get played as a jungler.
Fine.
This isn't going to get played as a jungler.
I guess. And these are the junglers.
Those are the potential junglers.
Okay,
I think
understandable.
Zinjao
Zinza will be played.
Oh, I need to hear your opinion on Brand, because he got changed. There has been some Brand gameplay I've seen in competitive.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure because there is not a lot of AD mids strong right now. I feel like it's only Yone. Like, besides Yone, what else you can play? You can try Corki, you can try Jace or Tristana, but it's not like last year, when AD's mids are really strong. So I feel like maybe on a specific draft, but not really likely.
I know Red
We
Cannons
did just
today.
see the. Yeah, I was going to say we did just see the Lucian mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did not win.
Make the call in the last 3 for Aseos.
Okay, you got this.
I mean, Jarvan is
great.
He's
champion.
a strong
Jarvan's
jungler.
Yeah.
I feel Nocturne is a solid jungler on game like 3. Maybe if the series is fast, like a 3-0, maybe we don't see, but I think it's likely. And I think Brand will not be played.
All right,
Not
there it
today.
is.
Jungle Bonanza.
That's the official decision.
Nars getting played.
Well done.
Yeah, oh yeah, Nara's getting
Throwing
played.
him
Just
over
not
there.
jungler.
True.
All right, that was fun. We're going to see how wrong that is by the end of the day. Depends if it's a 3-0. I think
Yeah.
we're setting ourselves-
They should, production
Setting
should
ourselves
keep
up for
it,
failure.
and then,
If you're out there,
troll it
screenshot
if
that,
we get it
call us
wrong.
idiots afterwards. You might have to do that regardless.
Here's the bracket. Shopify waiting in the upper bracket. You guys won't actually be playing until week 6, so you're going to have 2 weeks to scrim and get new strategies. The reason Cloud9 doesn't appear in the lower bracket yet is they're still going to do another pick and play phase based on the game
C9
record.
will choose?
Yeah,
like the winners?
it'll likely be C9 that chooses. I feel like there's a way that FlyQuest could somehow choose, but it's weird tiebreaker scenarios. C9 will likely choose because they won 2 games and they're already the #1 seed. Yeah. Okay. So they'll be picking their opponent of the 2 winners of the matchups that happen next week. But on to the games today, Raz.
Yes, so for me, this is an interesting one because for FlyQuest and Team Liquid, it almost feels like they as an organization have changed places. Because last year, Team Liquid was the team that was dominating. Team Liquid was the team at internationals we had a lot of faith in just because of how they really define the meta and how they can play through like lane swaps, but play through sides, especially if you gave like APA Corki and how you use TP. Like they were the incredibly intelligent team. But of course, then we got the finals at Summer between Team Liquid and Fly, and you had basically an extravaganza that may involve a rogue minion going crazy. But they swapped places. FlyQuest this year has been the organization that has been really good at internationals, pushing the table, and has been a really incredible, I would say, intelligent team. So they've changed trajectories, and Team Liquid is the team that have been petering off over time. Obviously, they have some changes in the jungle, and that has kind of impacted it. But also, I've already said impacted, that was not intentional, but solo laners have also not playing well. I want to know your opinion on Team Liquid as an organization, because even currently this split, they placed 4th.
Yeah, so before I came here, when I was in Brazil, I always thought they are a really good team, you know. I feel like they are really smart about the game. They team fight so well, especially last year when I was watching them. Mm-hmm. But I feel like right now they are just not on a great place, to be honest. I feel like their team play is just worse than the top teams, you know. I still think individually they have great players. I feel like their bot lane is great. I think APA too has his moments, and everyone is great individually. But when it comes to team play, to even swaps, I feel like they are not great right now. We see on the C9 series, I feel like Impact just couldn't farm, you know, because of their swap. Sure. So I just feel like overall their team play is just worse than the top teams. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that was the huge difference maker in their series against C9, right? Because there were several points in time where TL did look improved in those moments. They looked like they had better team play, right? They looked like they had better coordination. They were in winning positions at various times in both of those games. And then it ended up being a C9 2-0. And I think a lot of that was due to, I mean, that swap, but then also just the minor differences in objective setups and just being able to be on the same page.
Just look at this. In both games, it's like an emotional roller coaster of they're gonna win this one. They have their picks. The Ziggs is there. They're doing really well. Jan is ahead, and then somewhere around their team fighting peters off.
That's one of the weird things to me about Team Liquid is because I would say last year if they were up 2,000 or 3,000 gold, you may as well just go next because they were so clean at finding ways to continue to generate gold. Usually on APA, he was the one that was always somehow taking a tier 2. They'd be so good at contesting objectives 4v5 while they're getting gold on the other side. But I was watching that series last week against C9 and they were just soft contesting objectives as 5 people and just wasting a bunch of time. Mm-hmm. So it's been really unfortunate to me to watch this Team Liquid team struggle as a team when they seem to have had it so figured out a year ago, but they've definitely regressed. Part of it is definitely the lane swapping, but Seos's point, their mid-game lane swapping got worse. Even if they can't get as big of an advantage because early game lane swaps got changed, they were always swapping throughout the entire game at a super high level last year, and they haven't been able to carry that over into this year. So I think it's a combination of other teams just learning what Team Liquid was doing and copying them, and then Team Liquid is also not innovating at the same rate. But they're just a little bit weaker in so many different positions, and that's leading them to be 4th.
Yeah, I mean, I think another thing is the jungle swap, right? But I have a little bit of hope.
For sure.
Because I did like something I saw from UG and Core last week that I'm going to bring up.
Where are you going?
On this telestrator over here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So the big thing in this is that you want to get the Yunara ahead, right? That's the main goal here. UG going into this has essentially done a full clear, including Scuttle. He's going to be coming down to this bot wave, which has already been pushed in. So This lane is already pushing in. Yuji recognizes the play here. They end up pulling off this dive. It is going to go 1-for-1, right? But the important thing coming out of this is not only the kill going over to Jan, but the fact that Jan doesn't die. He's going to be able to still push this wave in. And now Yuji's going to back, right? And I think the most important thing here is him syncing up with Core. They're going to travel down. The other important thing is that they are not spotted. They take very good care to not go past this ward, right? So they're going lane, and then they're going to loop around. By the time this ward spots them, Thanatos is already going to be too far shoved up. So they're going to loop around, and now meanwhile, yes, they get the kill there. But then Jan is headed back, right? And this wave is actually going to end up in an absolutely terrible state for Sven as he's headed up, because Core is going to hold these minions here for the Yunara. This was a key thing in getting the Yunara ahead. And I really liked seeing this because I felt like not since Yuji's debut did I see him be a part of TL's early game plan as well as this game.
Yeah, I feel like it was a great swap and a great plan. I feel like they play a lot through their bot lane, you know, because I think normally their bot lane is winning lane because they play really well the lane phase. And even this game, for example, I feel like Yuji, he just give up 2 camps for Wukong, right, to kill Quark on top side.
Yep.
And like, they just really want to put Yong ahead, you know? And it's just their play style. I'm not sure if this will work against Fly, because I feel like if you give too much on jungle against Inspired, he can snowball the game a lot, right? But for sure, they put a lot of resources on Yong and Core.
I do want to expand on that, get to it, but we do have Azael standing by with Yuji on stage for an interview.
Thanks, everyone. I'm here with Yuji ahead of your matchup against FlyQuest. The analyst desk was just talking, and Sales was just talking about how, you know, if Inspired gets ahead, that it's really hard to actually, you know, deal with him in the game. Do you guys think much about, you know, your specific opponent in Inspired here today for this series, or are you kind of just approaching it as any other match?
I think it's mostly just how we focus on ourselves and how we follow our game plan. I think that's most important.
How have you felt now that you've had some more time with TL? Obviously, you came in last split, but towards the end of the split, do you feel that you're incorporating well into the team and you're feeling very comfortable with the squad now, or is it still kind of a bit of an adjustment?
I would say it's still in the process, but I'm feeling more confident and feeling more close to my teammates for sure.
So there's a lot of talk about Spawn and how the team does when he's in person versus remote. Spawn obviously back here on stage today. Does it feel any different having him coaching in person versus when he's in Australia?
I would say, you know, there's like more aura, you know, when he's in the office. But when he's online, it's like, you know, he's on the camera, but it's different, yeah.
So more aura. Is he a bit of an intimidating coach at times?
Sometimes.
Does he have to crack the whip from time to time?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
So going into this series, what do you think you have to do as an individual to be successful?
I think just, I guess, play my champ best and do my job. I think that's what I should do.
Cool. Well, keep it simple, and we'll see if you can take down FlyQuest. Good luck, Yuji. Back to the lounge.
Spawn just listening to the takeoff, and he's like...
Just making sure. He was like, he has more aura. You see the crack and smile? I was like, yeah, that brother is listening. He's not listening to the team. He's listening to the interview. That was great.
Oh, man. Let's talk about the top lane matchup as well here, because Impact, I would say, was the MVP when Team Liquid was at their peak in 24 summer, but he's definitely slipped a decent amount. And going up against Whippo is definitely a player who can take over a game if you're not playing well. So what do you feel like has been going on with Impact?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing has been, and I like the fact in his last interview he was taking ownership and talking about how he has slipped in lane. I think a lot of it has been, first of all, yes, Fearless has been one aspect of it, and the meta changing has been another. And a lot of the times, especially if you're a pro that's been around for a very long time, you have to remind yourself, like, the meta's changed constantly. You have to be on top of it. The same matchups you've been playing changes based on patch. Like, so he has just flatly not been playing as well. But I think most recently, it's gotten better. And as long as he is scaling up for the playoffs, right now he's in the elimination phase, very important. But as long as he's scaling up, that's all that matters. But it is very jarring to see him at this stage versus where he was in his MVP level last year.
Yeah, and for me, the strangest thing to me was to see him essentially not making good space on Sion last week, because the biggest strength that he's always had is his ability to team fight and just have the right positioning and threat level so that his carries can always hit if he's ever in position to take damage. It's like this art form for him, but he just was off last week, which is really strange to me. But with that being said, he has had a lot of slumps throughout his career that I think we end up not remembering because he's always been able to get back to a strong point and do well in the playoffs. So I think he should be able to, especially when he self-identifies the issue rather than thinking it's just fine, playoffs will happen. Now that they have gotten punched in the mouth a little bit, especially in the pick and play phase, losing to Lyon and C9 back-to-back, I do feel like he will be able to bounce back, maybe not to his peak, but to a higher level than he's been the last few weeks.
Another thing too, and so I want to get your thoughts on this, has been, at least when I looked at the stats to see jungle proximity, like a lot of the times, Umti was playing topside.
Yeah,
he was like the highest jungle proximity of all junglers towards the top lane. And it felt like the team, especially in split one, anytime there was a play happening bot lane, they always looped top lane into the play. Like if it was a swap, Impact understood that completely. And then when we go into split two and the jungle questions come into place, you have a new jungler entirely, and it seems like a lot of their resources are going bot lane. That is a massive change. And not to make that as an excuse, but that definitely adds on to it. So I thought that was like a major issue as well. I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure, to be honest, how they play with Funti, because I didn't watch, especially last year.
Fair.
Yeah. But I feel like when this kind of dynamic inside the team changes, it's hard, especially if you are so used to play away, especially like Impact. He played for a long time, right? So he has his ideas on what is right and what is wrong, right? So when you change, especially jungler, that is like jungle is involved with everyone, right?
Yeah.
Then you need to like change your perspective a bit, and change the way you see some things. So for sure, it's hard to adapt, especially when you play for a long time. But yeah, I feel like right now Impact is improving. I feel like their lane phase was kind of weak last split.
Yeah.
But I feel like right now he's coming back to his prime,
I feel especially when you're adding a jungler who's playing his first game.
Wait, come back! Where's he going?
Yuji's a jungler who has basically only played tier 2 and collegiate, so I would even say like he's not going to have super convicted opinions on how to play the game, which one, that can be difficult if his instinct is not the same as what you're expecting. But then there's also that like secondary job in the back of your head where you're thinking, oh, I need to tell this guy what to do, but then you're not focused on your own matchup as much, which, not to make excuses, can also be a thing that happens. And we don't know exactly what's happening within the team, but I can see that as one of the reasons.
Yeah, and then by contrast, we have Bwipo, right? Who we know is going to be really innovative.
And strong opinions on how to play.
Very strong opinions on how to play the game. Someone else who might have some strong opinions is Busio. Having a really great split, and Azael is standing by on stage with him right now.
I am here with the man, the myth, the legend. You have been having a pretty incredible split, I think, so far. Do you feel the split over split, year-over-year improvement?
Yeah, I feel it definitely, but it's definitely also up and down. Like, I feel like I'm improving, but some weeks I play worse, some weeks I play better, and I think that's just natural.
How do you track that then? How do you actually, kind of be honest about, where you are? Because obviously anyone could have a horrible game and then a good game. It doesn't necessarily mean you've gotten better or worse. How do you look at it and say, yeah, I truly am improving on this week over week? Do you track that in any way?
I don't really track it because it's honestly not important. Like, you don't have to know how much you're improving. Just every day you have to just improve as much as you can. And even if you're not, you just have to keep doing your best, because the result doesn't really matter. It just matters what you're doing every single day.
Fair. Okay, so today, obviously, you guys are coming into this as heavy favorites, but yesterday, Cloud9 also were coming into it as pretty heavy favorites. Everyone was talking about it's the big two, it's C9 and Fly. We already know who's going to Worlds. They got upset yesterday. Did that change your kind of like confidence level at all? You're like, whoa, it could happen to them, it could happen to us?
No, because I always believe we can get upset. Like, we can have bad days, I can have a bad day, so we just need to stay focused and play like normal.
That didn't make me nervous because I'm always nervous. So a lot of people talk about TL, and pretty much everyone is saying, well, the team's not really playing their best, but Yon and Core, they're the best part of the team. They're the team that could carry. What do you see, your job and Masu's job as the people who are going up against what is perceived to be the strongest part of TL?
Yeah, I mean, as normal, we shouldn't do anything differently, I would say. But I agree they're the strongest part of their team. Like, me and Masu 2v2 them a lot because they're just very focused on their lane, and they play the matchups generally properly and actually aggressive when they should. So they're definitely a strong opponent.
Cool. Well, best of luck today. Hope you do well.
Thank you.
Back to y'all at the lounge.
Thanks, Dale and Busio. These two bot lanes are very, very good.
Yes.
We know Jan, Core JJ, Masu, Busio are good. But who's the best?
Ooh.
I think it's time to shower them with compliments.
We have
so you can
to.
join
We
with
have
us.
to. You're coming
we need
with
to
us.
explain how this works.
is like, what is going on?
You're coming with us on this one.
We're going to
grabbing
gas
Jan.
up these bot lanes. So as you can see, these balloons with their faces on them are connected to gas canisters. So like Masu, for instance,
You want Core or
has been
Busio?
an exceptionally good player. I'd say mainly because he's such a good team fighter. Who would you like to give a compliment to and say why they're good? Why you
I'll
gassed
go
up?
with Core JJ.
Start gassing them up then.
Yeah, say some positive things.
Yeah, you got to press this to the side
And
pretty firmly, and it's going to add air. It's
okay.
actually kind of hard to do.
Oh my God!
There we
There
go.
it is.
Just like
Okay.
that, up there.
Okay, let me try.
It should
You got this.
This is hard.
You
I
got
know, I
power.
thought it would be easier.
You got power in
Get
there.
a little higher.
Like here?
Yeah, and just bend it.
Yeah, just like press
I
it
don't
forward.
think I can.
Okay, you just give him a compliment out of the gas.
Okay, I just feel like Core is really smart support, you know? I think he played for a long time, and
What else?
I think his lane phase is great.
Anything else?
I think his map movement is really smart too. So
Yeah! There we go. Look, I'm just gonna start immediately. I think this one's easy. He gives great interviews. He made Azel look amazing in that interview. On top of that, the Bard, spectacular.
Raz!
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
I just want to see
okay.
the full face. I wanted to see the
Mine started
beauty.
like pre-gas. Does this mean we've been already been gassing Jan
Yeah, Jan's
too
been getting
much?
a lot of gas.
All right, I still think Jan is fantastic, okay? This guy has been playing out of his mind. It makes sense that the team wants to give him so many resources.
stop!
It's not gonna pop. It's good. You guys are good. It's good.
That's a lot of gas. Okay,
He's amazing.
Masu definitely requires more gas. So I'd say specifically his ability to always play safe and be very strong in team fights. I'd say he came in as a rookie, received a lot of feedback from Busio and Whippo, but didn't let it affect his confidence. He's continued to be able to play a wide variety of champions and is internationally a very safe AD carry if he ends up making it that far.
Well, you said Busio's name, so you know I got it. I got
Yeah.
it.
Okay, Core JJ is a little low on gas right now.
Yeah. So
I
you gotta
feel
take
like
it
deserve a
positive.
bit more.
Yeah, he's a two-time world champion. I'd say his lane swaps have been down.
Yeah.
But I think his laning's still really strong. He's getting huge advantages, and he's also working with the new jungler, so it's even harder.
Yeah.
His gas is not working that well.
Look,
It's the old age. What's happening?
It's you not having enough power. Look, I got you on this one. I got you on
You're
this
gonna
one.
you're gonna pop Core
And
Jason.
he is a great husband. I have to say right now. So I'll just have
You
to add
know,
that one.
Okay,
know
we
for a
got
fact.
50 seconds left to do predictions here.
Okay.
One little note that we have to mention to you, Seos. We had this yesterday with you guys. We have the horn of upsets. Even if we all predict FlyQuest, which it looks like we are 3-0 and 3-1, when you feel like post-draft it's the game that TL is going to win, you can press the horn of upsets
Okay.
and explain why. But why do you feel like FlyQuest is going to win 3-1? More specifically, why do you think TL is going to be able to pick up a game?
Yeah, I feel like, of course, FlyQuest is just the favorite, right? From what they show on pick and play, and we see TL struggling against Lyon and against C9. And I feel TL can take a game because sometimes they are kind of unpredictable, you know? I feel like they can find really weird angles with Core, like on weird team fights, and I feel that like they can take FlyQuest at least one game, yeah.
All right, Raz?
And I would ask you guys what you would think. But personally, I do not care.
Yeah.
You
Let's
never
start the
care.
damn show. I don't care. Go!
Get into the games!
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. Yesterday, C9 and Shopify Rebellion went the distance in our first upper bracket matchup. And today we've got 2 more teams looking to lock in and stay out of the lower bracket. First up, a multi-title holding Titan fallen on tough times. Team Liquid has had a shaky year so far, but Coach Spawn is back in the building, and this organization always has their eyes on winning a trophy. Trophies, though, are a tall task to tackle when your first opponent is the team that's been running the league lately. FlyQuest have been the boogeyman lurking in everyone's nightmares as they continue to crush every opponent thrown at them. Can TL return to their winning ways, or will FlyQuest continue their dominance? The LTA starts right now. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael for this next best of 5 here in the upper bracket. Will we see another upset, or will FlyQuest be able to squash those notions?
That's the real question, I think, on everyone's mind. You know, coming into this weekend, everyone's, well, it's Cloud9, it's FlyQuest, they're just going to stomp their opponents. Yesterday, not only was it close in a series that C9 lost. So, yeah, FlyQuest here today. Busio said he's not extra nervous because he's always nervous about an upset.
That's one way to make it work.
Exactly. So he doesn't have to, put any extra preparation in because he's always worried about that potential. We'll see if Spawn being here in person, if TL has put in a good week of practice, and if they can be locked in to really challenge FlyQuest. I do like the bans here early on from FlyQuest. A lot of targeting APA. Talia, to me, has been his best champion. Ziggs is the one obviously most associated with him. And so they're saying, you know what, we are actually going to target you in pick ban. We're not going to allow APA to have comfort here to try to grab an edge for quad in this matchup.
Yep, it's those 2 mid laners alongside the Vi banned out for FlyQuest. Over on the other side, the guaranteed Varus and Pantheon bans alongside an Azir ban from TL. Yunara, first pick of the entire draft here for FlyQuest, putting priority on that new 80 carry from Asu.
Yeah, very high priority on this, and I do think it is a bit of a takeaway there from Jan, because Jan is one of the people who has actually really liked to play it, right? He has been one of the early adopters of this pick, so they are trying to deny it from him. But some big power picks immediately grabbed up on the other side. Yuji had a really strong Trundle game last week. He's going to be able to bring that out alongside Impact on his Rumble, which I think is his most comfortable carry right now for sure. So you are getting comfort for both of these guys. You're getting 2 really strong meta champs. And it's going to be interesting to see where they go. Whippo has always liked this Galio counter pick into the Rumble, so we are going to have that Galio answer up in the top lane. And then for FlyQuest, you're looking for ways in alongside that Galio. So you're looking for some sort of hard engage, the person that you're going to be ulting in on when you're diving in.
Exactly. Galio's a great second punch, but you need the first fist to lead the way, and that will be the Wukong here. Also means both teams are starting off with a good combination of a strong AP solo laner with a strong AD jungler. The thing that FlyQuest also has to keep in mind is that anybody they draft that's going to be like building tanky stats, anybody that's going to be a true frontline, is in a much more compromised position than they would otherwise be. I think that's one thing that we got to see yesterday. The classic Trundle versus Sejuani hard counter that just makes Sejuani feel completely pointless. Ooh. So over on the other side, it looks like we'll get Cassiopeia for APA. So both solo laners here on the side of Team Liquid, tons of AP DPS.
But this is really interesting because, is this a read that they're saying, oh, Galio is going mid, or are they actually just that comfortable to pick it blind? And I think the answer is they're feeling that comfortable to pick it blind. They're going to have to be throwing down some of these protection bans, though. Obviously, Azir is already gone. They're taking Orianna off the table. Generally, Cassio really struggles into some of these long-range matchups where you're just getting constantly poked away at, right? Because you are much more medium range. You kind of have to get relatively close. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Victor or something along those lines also banned away. But obviously, you are playing against Galio. You are playing against Wukong. The Cassio can be quite effective against those types of champions. It's just very atypical to see Cassio when it is not picked as a counter either to a composition or to a specific lane matchup, kind of like we saw it yesterday from Shopify, which I thought was super effective when they left open Yone on red side, picked the Cassio as a counter, and it wasn't just Yone, it was versus a 4 melee comp where Cassio has such easy access to those targets.
Exactly. Cassiopeia is like a slithering turret. She's really good when something comes towards her, but anything with that long range.
Like it's going to be a good stretch for NA. Let's go!
Yeah, this is pretty powerful here. That's, what is it, 6 in a row? That's a lot. That's we're getting on the Korea level, bro. We're leveling up, apparently. Okay. Well, we've got the Orianna and Bard banned out here by Team Liquid. Lucian and Xayah banned out from the FlyQuest side. I always like to see a ban towards Xayah if you're going to be playing something like Wukong and Galio combined, because it's so easy for her to escape that initial big engage. But now we'll see. What is Yon going to play after that Yunara was taken away?
I mean, Ezreal, Xayah are the two that I always think of, and then there's things, like Tristana, which is more atypical, or things that can kind of stay safe. I don't think we would get the Draven. That would just be way too risky. So instead, they're going for a lot of counter engage here. I think Nico is very powerful. Also pairs well with the Ezreal if that is the option that they want to go towards that I was talking about, because then you have a ton of poke in lane. And now you're looking at, all right, you're playing a dive comp because you have Galio Wukong. You can't really just pull out of that and say, just kidding, we're going to poke.
Yeah.
So now you're trying to dive through, Rumble, into the Cassio ult, into Miasma, into the Pop Blossom, all of these tools that are going to make things very, very difficult. Masu and Busio are going to be playing the Yunara with the Karma. Yunara pretty popular alongside Enchanters. Does function well with things like Braum and Taric and solo queue as well, but Enchanter's quite popular for it. Okay. And I think when you're seeing the Nico come out, if you go for just a weak laning support, like a melee support, you're probably going to get smacked, right? Because you're probably going to be laning against Nico plus something like the Ezreal. The Victor wouldn't surprise me at all. That was the ban that I was kind of calling for when I saw this Cassio come through alongside that Orianna. But because they didn't decide to actually ban it, they instead wanted to take away Busio's Bard. That does mean that frees up Quad to get this really good matchup. And now it is just finding out, is it going to be something like Jhin, Ezreal? These are both picks that can stay safe. We can see some of the kind of less common options as well, but generally in pro play, you see Jhin, Ezreal, Xayah as the three, I must be safe marksman.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it's kind of up to those. Instead, he's going to go towards Corki. So he's playing more lane dominant here. It is less safe, but of course you still do have some safety from the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
But the amount of poke that you can actually put in, if you're landing, a Tangle Barbs into a Foss Bomb, that can be just lights out for a laning phase pretty much immediately. The amount of upfront damage that they do have is pretty powerful. So Yon and Core going for a lot of power here. They don't really have any traditional forms of engage. Their only real engage is pillar someone in and then get a Core JJ ult or something like that.
And it's a sneaky Nico from a flank, right? That's kind of it. Over on the other side, you do have that big wombo combo of the Wukong and the Galio. But again, it does need to be well coordinated, because if you miss with that, there's no engage left at all, right? Victor can't engage. Karma can, I guess, run at you kind of fast, but that's not a
Karma tether.
Yeah, that's not really going to... I'm not really sold on that one. So both sides, I need to see big moves coming out from the engage that they do have.
To me, I honestly think that Teal will succeed more so if they're not the ones engaging, if they're instead absorbing the engage. Yeah. That requires you to be first to the objective. That requires you to have advantageous positioning. Because if they can actually do well in the early lanes, if they're the ones first to a dragon, and FlyQuest is trying to engage into that composition, it becomes very, very difficult. Like I said, you're going through Pillar, going through Miasma, you're going through a Rumble Equalizer, you're going through a Pop Blossom, all of these tools to try to dive in onto the back line where then Cassio can still hit you with an ult. Corki can be poking away on you. So I think that is really how TL wants to play. They want to absorb the initial engage, kite it out, get away from that Cyclone, from the Galio's ultimate, and then win the fight from there by focusing down the front line. I think that's really where they will have their success, where FlyQuest does really want to find that first effective punch like you're talking about, be able to get that catch with the Wukong, with the Galio, and try to delete someone just like that. And we do have a quick pause here, but hopefully it's not going to be much of an issue.
Yeah, hopefully no full computer replacement like we had yesterday. We'll see. We'll bring Raz out to the stage and have him do some push-ups or something if it is. But right now, I am excited to see if Team Liquid can have that coordination like you're talking about. I really like the call to go for the, hey, we have to be coordinated on a team level, on a macro level to make this comp work in draft number 1. Because if you come out here and end up not being first to those objectives, if everybody's not on the same page and you're not syncing up correctly to absorb those engages and play those fights out in an advantageous way like you're talking about, that just tells me, okay, scrap these strategies. We got to play for more simple head-on type of stuff for the rest of the series.
Yep. If this doesn't work, you're going or Nautilus.
Yep. It's like everybody gets a go button and we all go together.
Exactly. But I think that they could pull it off. I do feel like it's a pretty strong draft. It does give them a very clear way to play the fight. It's not necessarily about finding that big engage, like you said, but they do have still very clear win conditions. We are just getting some audio checks here from Lyon. As he got in game, I guess wasn't happy with how the audio was sounding. So we have people helping him with that right now, and hopefully that will be able to get sorted out. Of course, they do all their audio checks and tech checks prior to the game starting, but sometimes things don't end up perfect for the players, and they want to get everything just right before the series does kick off. It's going to be interesting, though. I mean, if TL can actually really compete here, whether they win or lose, if they can have a close competitive series against FlyQuest, that does really change the expectations going forward in the elimination phase, as well as going into the LTA playoffs, where we are going to have our top teams battling out against the LTA South teams. Because everyone really had been feeling this split that it's like, yeah, okay, it's C9 and it's Fly, and that's that, right? Those are our top 2 teams. Those are the top 2 teams that are going to be going to Worlds. That's what everyone has been feeling. I think last split and most of this split. But if TL and Shopify yesterday can kind of rise and start to challenge these top 2 teams, then it becomes so much more of a question and much, much harder to actually predict what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, having C9 already in that lower bracket also makes going down to the lower bracket a lot scarier of a prospect, because it means you're going to have seemingly a much more challenging opponent at the very beginning, right? Sometimes teams will play more fast and loose in the upper bracket because they want to experiment, because they have that second life. In the lower bracket, though, everybody's, you've got to be locked in. You can't just be letting strategies stay in your back pocket for next season or something. You've got to be ready to go. And I think for any team that ends up in that lower bracket now, the competition is just that much more intense. But of course, like I said at the top of the day, starting off your upper bracket run against the team that everybody has been afraid of facing the entire year long is a tall task for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and it is really, really difficult to also just try to forget all of the previous matchups that you've had, right? Yeah. FlyQuest basically does not lose against teams that are not named C9, over the last couple splits. They have been so incredibly dominant. Everyone that I talk to, tells me about how incredible FlyQuest is in scrims. We saw it after the end of Split 2. They posted their scrim win rate. It was something like 80%, which is pretty stellar. So it's hard to just kind of try to forget about all of that, right? If you're losing 4 out of every 5 games against a team that you play all the time, it's hard to then go into a best of 5 and say, yep, we're going to win 3 out of 5 against this team that
easy money
almost always beats us. So we'll see, if TL can lock in. Of course, they are also known as a really good scrim team. Busio was just talking on stage as well when I was interviewing him about how Yon and Core are 2 of the laners that they really like to practice against most, because they play the matchups really well. They're really aggressive when they should be, and they have had that reputation for quite a long time as being, such aggressive laners who really can push the edge in these games. And finally, we are onto the rift here. Game 1, FlyQuest versus TL. They are kicking off their elimination phase here in the upper bracket.
I am ready for this, man. Remember, the winner of this one will get to continue here in the upper bracket, play against Shopify Rebellion next time. We get to see that upper bracket competition, as we do have nothing super crazy here at level 1 in this one. And early on, I think you were talking about it a little bit during the pause. I do believe we have a graphic showcasing what you were talking about with FlyQuest versus C9, and then FlyQuest versus literally everybody else. The difference in those records, the difference in those performances, as FlyQuest have been so dominant so far this year with their performance in the LTA. Split 2, you can see, versus Cloud9, they were 8-5, still a winning record, a good record. But Split 2 and 3 combined, 21-1 versus literally everyone else. They lost a single game to Shopify Rebellion, and that's it. Everybody else got completely wiped out.
And unfortunately for TL, they are part of the everybody else.
Yes, they are part of the 21 losses.
1-21 against them. So that is really intimidating, but that is also the reality. And I just find it so interesting because FlyQuest is kind of what TL was last year, right? TL was the team we were really talking about as that team that was carrying our international hopes, right? That they were the team that was pushing us forward. And FlyQuest has kind of taken the mantle away from TL, and TL is trying to get back towards that. And you can see how aggressively they want to trade here even early on. Both teams trading out those summoners, heal and barrier use on both sides early just for these aggressive trades.
And you're talking about last year's performance and how it kind of swapped away from Team Liquid being the hope over to FlyQuest doing it. And it really was such a stark contrast between the first half of last year and the second half. Remember, the first half of last year, FlyQuest did go to MSI in 2024, and it was the most abysmal performance North America has ever had at MSI. It's the first time North America had ever been eliminated in international play-ins, right? Like, Like, it was a truly poor performance, but they came back, they bounced back, they used it to motivate themselves, then went to Worlds, got the toughest possible opponent in quarterfinals in Gen G, and took them to 5 games. I remember seeing you jumping up and down at the caster desk when we got to Game 5 from the sheer excitement of this team.
Of course.
And ever since then, FlyQuest has just been building on that excitement, building on that hype, and building on that hope that, hey, these guys are the real deal.
They absolutely are, and they proved it again, going 5 against AL. This year at MSI, obviously, pushing them to the absolute limit. They have been a really fun team to watch, and also shows the value of when you get a strong, cohesive unit of keeping them together for a while, so they can actually improve, right? Teams change players out so incredibly fast these days. As Bwipo just CCing Impact through that overheat. I don't think he has his phase rush up yet. Oh, it just came back off, but he's going to have to walk off. I mean, he's out of mana, is pretty comfortable with this matchup where basically all you are doing is constantly looking for the poke, and then, when you have phase rush up, you can go for an aggressive trade.
Okay, APA getting, a fast few Twin Fangs there into quad, recognizing he had the opportunity while the cooldowns were off.
And you can see, if you don't get those kind of trades, you are just going to get slowly whittled down. APA before that trade was like 20% HP to 60 or 70, right? You have to be able to find those opportunities to trade back. Otherwise, all that happens in this kind of matchup is you just occasionally get hit by a laser, hit by a laser, hit by a laser. Like, he doesn't even have to auto-attack you or use his Q. He's literally just E-poking you through the wave over and over and over until you have to go back to base. And that's kind of how the matchup ends up feeling a lot of the time against some of these long-range champions. So as the Casio, you have to be confident in sidestepping the abilities, sidestepping the laser, and stepping forward to try to actually hit your Q and get some Twin Fangs in, get some damage back.
I mean, it's what you were talking about in draft, right? It was very surprising to see this locked-in blind for APA because of the fact that Cassiopeia's good matchups and bad matchups feel so very different because it's all just locked around, does someone have to trade with her within her range? If not, Cassiopeia's got the pressure on her.
Exactly, and I mean, sometimes, these matchups can be really hard, but you can just kind of get good and dodge everything, right? If you're not getting hit by the lasers,
level up.
All of a sudden it's not a bad matchup anymore. And then, compositionally, I can definitely see how it can look good. Both teams, of course, have lane swap. We saw that Bwipo and Impact both used their TP to get down towards bot side, and the dual lanes have matched up towards that top side. And so far, pretty darn close game. We're dead even just about, less than 100 gold separating these two teams. Is just kind of as they're picking up the minions. It is going back and forth.
Okay, let's see if Yuji can find anything here. Maybe just a flash away from Quad. Takes a bite out of him there, but Quad stays calm, loses about half the health bar, but no summoner spent.
Yeah, Quad may be like overbaiting a little bit. He's not playing phase rush. You do have to be somewhat respectful of that Trundle Pillar. He is playing Airy for the poke because he is just trying to kind of slowly whittle APA down. Obviously, he wanted to waste Yuji's time, so keep him interested. But he did allow him to get in and get a good chunk down, which helps APA quite a bit because both these guys have used their TPs. Bwipo in a tough spot, so Inspired is just here, not so much for a gank, but more just to reset the wave, because Bwipo needs to actually base, and that's why Impact's going to try to hold this. But it does get a little bit weird to hold this many minions when you're that low, so I think he realizes, you know what, I can't actually just freeze this, I just need to clear out the wave, and either use the equalizer on the next one and just hard push it, or just try to slowly push it out yourself. And I think this is actually the better choice because, you know, Bwipo has no TP. So by using the equalizer here, he's going to deny probably at least the 3 melees, I would expect. Well, excuse me, no, because it'll go to the cannon. So he's actually, we'll see if he actually does lose the cannon or not. He loses the first melee, and I think he'll lose that cannon. Should be able to get XP for it, but that still kind of sucks.
Yep.
So that's kind of what you're trading the ulti for, is just a little bit of denial of experience, some gold, and being able to get that good base off with tempo.
Yep, and I mean the timing was perfect too, because he hits level 6 right as he cleared that previous wave, so immediately just having the equalizer on the timer that he needs. Also that little bit of extra tempo that he gets through using it means that he's able to go up there, help Yuji out, starting up that tankier than usual Earth Drake, excuse me. That means they can collect that one. Easy peasy, no contest from FlyQuest. And honestly, Team Liquid's been having a solid first 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely no issues as far as the laning phase goes. It is quite even across the board. You know, a couple CS here or there separating the teams. You know, Lyon is up a couple CS. APA actually up a couple CS now, you know, with the help of that gank. And with honestly just some good laning from himself, he has been able to get himself in a comfortable spot. And when you get to Catalyst without any issues, Catalyst really does make you a lot harder to actually poke down. You have a lot of sustain in with that. So APA feeling pretty comfortable, going to take another base. Likely, I thought he was going to grab a tier here, but he's just going to be sitting on that Dark Seal, as well as the refill. So Be interesting to see if he gets a late tier or if he's actually just going to try to skip tier in this build.
We'll keep an eye on that as we continue moving forward. Looks like our bottom lane is about halfway to level 6 for most of them, except for Yon, who there is a bigger EXP difference between the two players for the side of Team Liquid. Since Yon was left to his own devices while CoreJJ roamed, it meant that Yon does get to accelerate a little bit. And of course, having level 6 in the Corki does mean more aggressive, consistent trading patterns up there in that top side, which could be very useful considering our grubs are about to spawn. Inspired is immediately at the objective and ready to start this up, but Yuji is going to make his way up into the top side instead. Busio could be caught in a bad spot, drops the tether, flashes away as it procs, and Masu fires back towards Yuji. Team Liquid tries to get their gank. They're going to get both summoner spells out of the FlyQuest support, but that's all they're going to acquire from it. Meanwhile, Inspired still putting in the work down here on the grubs, about to collect the second one of those, and it looks like FlyQuest should be able to acquire all 3.
Yeah, I think the hope from TL was, okay, we're pushed in, so we can't just go straight to the grubs. We won't be able to actually answer in that way. But if you go for a gank and you get a kill, then maybe you can actually rotate over and get some of the grubs off the back of that. Busio played it well, though, throws down the tether early onto Yuji, and then when the root is coming out from core, he just flashes that, knowing if that hard CC does not land, he will not be dying. And in a comfortable spot as APA making his way down here. Bwipo has not spotted him. And Bwipo has no phase rush available, so we'll see if he gets caught.
Oh, Bwipo very low on mana, but it wouldn't even matter anyway. A nice petrifying gaze from APA, immediately followed up with a miasma. No way for Bwipo to get out of that one. First blood TL.
That was actually super clean from APA as well. You know, not the most obvious angle. You know, he's coming from the side there, but just barely had the angle to actually get the stun onto Bwipo. He R flashes from out of vision, so Bwipo doesn't even know it's coming. It's not like he can backstep that or turn around or face down towards the bottom of the lane to avoid it. He gets the kill, he gets the plate, pushes it in. They will be giving up plates in mid lane though, so Quad also getting paid. Despite the fact that he got a kill as well as a plate, he's only up 170 gold, right? So there is a cost to that, absolutely.
And for APA especially, being one of the players that a lot of Team Liquid fans, did I cast a curse it already? He might be in a little bit of danger now as Inspired has made his way down here to work together with Bwipo. Second cast of the Cyclone sets it up for Bwipo to knock it down. FlyQuest tie up the game 1-1.
Yeah, nice gank there. They immediately go in for him. Inspired just passed down. They know, okay, Cassio in his side lane without flash, that is easy pickings. Whether you have the phase rush or not doesn't really matter. So they're able to punish that, you know, get it right back. And it's kind of funny, like, even though that went so well for APA, he's actually kind of getting behind off of it a little bit, right? You know, it didn't really work out for them because at the end of the day, it is that 1-for-1 trade, but more plates, more farm went the way of Quad. So yes, you know, you did get a kill, you got a little bit of gold, but Quad is basically dead even without having moved or done anything. And that kill went over to Bwipo, which now puts him a little bit ahead of Impact.
Well, the nice part for APA, even though he is down about half a level of EXP because of the amount of minions and whatnot that he lost from roaming away from mid lane, he was able to complete his Rod of Ages purchase around 10 minutes. Obviously, this item has more benefits than most for acquiring it early, so around that 20-minute mark means he's going to come into the full power of that purchase. So we'll see how much of a difference that can make for the side of Team Liquid. Quad really wants to get this third plate from the mid lane turret, just fires off another laser. Won't quite be able to knock that down, but of course, we've still got 3 minutes left with plates on the map, and considering FlyQuest have all 3 of the Void Grubs from Inspired's early play up there, if they can get control over these lanes, get push in these lanes, there's a lot of gold to be mined.
Yeah, it is really interesting, and I'm just so curious, you know, is APA really going to grab this late of a tier, or is he just full skipping it? Because it's 92% of pro games that, you know, you do actually get that tier and go Seraphs. Like, just the actual...
I feel like it's all the time.
The completed Seraphs is 92% of the time. So even more than that, they just have a tier and sit on it, right? Like, it's almost 100% of the time. So I would be pretty surprised, because Cassio is so mana hungry. But I have sometimes seen builds where people will do things like, they go super fast Roa, and then they just go into, like, Blackfire Torch and things like that to kind of help with some mana as well. But... you know, you do kind of need the tankiness sometimes from that Seraph shield because you are so short range.
Well, CoreJJ walking into the brush here, finds Inspired waiting on him, takes a little damage, no real threat. But yeah, we talk about Cassiopeia as this anti-engage champ. She needs to absorb engage, she needs to fire back because she is this very medium range character. I feel like part of that role is knowing you're going to take a couple of hits. You're not a Xerath or a Vel'Koz or something that sits a mile away and just can totally avoid all damage. Seraph just feels so synergistic with the way the character wants to play. So I would be surprised to see it left out as Yuji makes his way down into the bottom lane here. Bwipo, however, did get that phase rush proc, very important for making a little bit of extra distance between himself, Impact, and Yuji. And now FlyQuest do not want to allow Team Liquid to secure the second Drake for free as Impact gets jumped on here by Bwipo. Quick snappy trade coming out of the Galio. Busio and Inspired also both hanging around nearby.
Yeah, I mean, I think TL have a decent setup. They are kind of getting chunked out, but they have TP on top side, and it's actually Masu answering. So, you know, if APA, maybe you can just get a kill.
Oh, nicely done from APA there with a petrifying gaze. Masu steps back, goes for the Arc of Ruin for a little bit more damage, but Masu is down to 150 HP. Gets tagged by another Noxious Blast, but he does have enough health to not worry about the damage over time, whittling him down. So APA goes for the play. He gets Masu low, but he doesn't even force either one of the summoners. Masu knowing his limits on the Yunara, while the rest of his team knows they can take that second Drake.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to try to, you know, put APA up there, and then when they saw Masu respond, I thought they were going to look for a TP down and try to get a 5v4 around that dragon, but instead they decide, you know what, the setup isn't there, let's not actually go for it. And instead APA does look for a kill in that 1v1. Can't quite find it. But it is still only 800 gold separating the two teams. Both of them have a dragon. The Grubs in the advantage there for FlyQuest. They are scaling well, and they do have the added benefit of being the ones who can actually pick the fights, right? And I do think that's pretty dangerous against FlyQuest. I do like the comp from TL, but FlyQuest is really good generally about picking their fights and when and where they're going to go in. So it is always scary to give a team this strong the opportunity to choose when to fight.
And we're seeing that earlier advantage that we were talking about after APA roamed and Quid just forced waves into the mid lane turret, farmed a bunch of plates. Level 11 here on the Victor. He's more than half of a level ahead of his opponent there in APA, and we know how scary Victor can get once he's scaled, once he has all the levels, once he has all of his evolutions. He's looking like this is going to be a problem. He's almost got his Seraphs fully evolved.
Sidestep.
A little bit of scrapping back here in mid lane, but it's not going to lead to a whole lot of anything.
Yeah, that was really calm play there from Busio. Just uses the heal for move speed and sidesteps the Tangle Barbs coming in from core, and as soon as that doesn't hit, again, he is not worried whatsoever, so TL have to back off. The tier is stacking as well for Quad. You know, he is almost fully stacked on that, and you can see the Cull just cashed out for Masu, so they did go for some of these scaling items, and you can see that now showing itself in the gold lead. It was 700 a second ago, and now it's 1.5k. Haven't really been able to slow down Masu at all. Yana, of course, you know, is still going to be scaling reasonably well, but I do feel like this Yunara is really powerful later on in the game.
And the problem that I'm looking at, Isaac, if you're playing this from Team Liquid's side, there's no individual gold lead for any one man on TL. It's not like there's a point of power that you're trying to play around. So considering what we've already been talking about with Team Liquid wanting to absorb engages, we really need to see this team be at these objectives first, and we need to see them outplay when FlyQuest goes for the move.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you're just trying to walk in and just, like, throw down Equalizer, throw down all your AoE damage, and they do have a ton of AoE damage, but there's so many answers on the FlyQuest side. You're going to have the Mantra shields coming through from Busio. He already has a Redemption coming through. He has Summoner Heal. There's shield from the Q on Victor. There's the passive shield on the Galio. There's the ulti shield that has given magic shield to your entire team when you ult. So there's so many ways to actually absorb the AoE that's going to come through from Pop Blossom and Equalizer and Cassio that you have got to be pretty perfect from TL if you were not the ones that are being walked into. If you're the ones trying to walk in and find a fight, it's just there's so many answers that FlyQuest have to be able to shut down any sort of attempt at an engage.
And what you said earlier about the scaling items from FlyQuest, the thing about being the team that gets to decide, okay, we're going to fight now, is you can also decide, okay, no fight. There's no reason to fight. We've got a 1-to-1 game with a over 2,000 gold lead for one side. FlyQuest is just quietly building items that are best in peace times and completely refusing to go into war times. They are just scaling forward, and eventually it's going to get to a problem. We saw it in Game 1 yesterday of C9 versus Shopify. Shopify was just not doing anything for a very long time. They finally decide to try to fight at Otacon. C9's 3,500 gold ahead. They just lose. That's the problem here for Team Liquid because they can't keep allowing FlyQuest to just walk away with a game like this. Busio might be in a little danger here. Yuji dropping down the pillar, gets a decent bit of damage, but there it is with a redemption. Busio still continuing to walk away. He's very low, but he's not dead, and that's all that matters. Bwipo with a Justice Punch to make a little bit of extra distance. Clear that space between himself and Team Liquid as they cannot get anything else off of their play. It's 50 seconds until the Drake spawns. Impact just used his ultimate, so that cooldown will be closed, but I don't think it'll be ready as soon as the objective spawns.
No, it shouldn't be back up. And I mean, Busio did use his redemption there, but it was a really smart early redemption, realizing, okay, I'm caught out in a bit of an awkward spot, drop the redemption, live, you know, even with that landing and everything, with about 100, 150 health, something like that.
Yeah.
Bubo did a good job covering for him. And when you commit the equalizer for support, you're definitely going to be disappointed when it does not get a kill. But, you know, when we're talking about TL, I talked about it in the interviews, we have to talk about their bot lane.
Yeah.
Yon specifically has been a massive story for this team. You know, even last split, when they have been struggling, people are kind of saying it's Yon versus the world at times, right? And you have to give credit to Core. He's down there too, holding up that rock. But the top side of the map has been struggling, and let's see if we can get the big performance.
Immediately, though, Inspired tries to go in for the engage on Team Liquid. They wanted to bring in that Wombo combo with a Wukong and the Galio, but they don't quite find their mark. Herald is going to be summoned, though, and they'll just use that to try to torpedo towards mid lane. Nice pillar from Yuji. Blocks the Herald from being able to complete the charge, so that does not mean they get any value out of it. The Herald instead just going to crash into that terrain as Busio wants to flash forward for the tether proc into Core JJ, but Core's able to flash away. Now FlyQuest going back towards the Drake. It's down to 4,000 HP, but a TP's coming
Victor.
in. FlyQuest ready to try to fight. Quad immediately having to flash as he arrives with his TP. APA chasing after the Victor. Multiple Twin Fangs hitting the target, but a terrible petrifying gaze. APA spins a big cooldown for a whole lot of nothing, and now FlyQuest has to be careful with their AD carry. Masu backing away a little bit further as Impact and Quad keeping each other busy on the left side of the fight. The Wukong clone absorbs any follow-up there from Team Liquid, and it looks like FlyQuest is going to get the objective and get back out.
Yeah, no problem at all. And I mean, this is kind of one of the problems when you don't have any real hard engage there. You know, TLC Quad TPing in his side brush by himself, and that seems so illegal. But they didn't have anyone in position to actually really lock him down and stop him there. And I think that led to APA feeling a little bit desperate. He had flashed out after him, and then once he committed the flash to chase him, I think he's like, oh, I gotta get this kill, right?
Yeah.
But then uses the Petrifying Gaze as well. Can't get anything with that. Now Masu is just gonna walk forward and finish off this tower. So now they get feats. That's upgraded boots for the whole squad because they already had the objective one secured. Whippo was pushing down bot lane during all that, so he denied at least a couple minions. And FlyQuest just getting further and further ahead. We have had no real fights, and it is a 3K lead now from FlyQuest. They're just separating themselves through pure map movements and setups.
And I've commented on this before, but I always believe that the value of the extra move speed from the feats of strength from the empowered boots is much better when one of the teams doesn't have dashes, when one of the teams is just walking at you or away from you, and that's what Trundle, what Cassiopeia, what Rumble all have to do. So another big bonus there in FlyQuest pocket. They are 3,500 gold ahead as the Otacon is spawned.
And this was something subtle, you know, early on in that Dragon setup, but Busio trading his flash with Core JJ, even though you're not going to get killed there, I think the flash is so much less valuable for the Karma than it is for the Nico, and it's not even close, right? So if you can actually trade your flash with the Nico as a Karma, that means there's no flash pop blossom, there's no explosive engage whatsoever, and now Bwipo spotting them going in here. They're on the Otacon. FlyQuest has got to get down here. Quad was fully on the top side. Inspired was back in base, so TL are just trying to rush.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they are taking B first to the objective very seriously, immediately bringing this thing down to about 4,000 HP. The Otacon's below 3K now. FlyQuest seeing if maybe there's anything they can do, but the Otacon is already secured by Team Liquid. Beautifully done there, rushing the objective, recognizing they had the time, and stealing it away right in front of FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was really well done. You track the teleport, you see Quad on top side, you realize, okay, we can actually go for this. And I'm curious to see if they had eyes on Inspired when he was basing. You know, did they actually spot him basing to know that he was also not going to be there? But they just find an opportunity there to rush that down, get themselves some experience, some adaptive force. It's not going to show in the goal, but of course it is going to close the actual advantage the power that FlyQuest has a little bit here. Quad right back out towards that top side, though, being covered by Inspired. And if he's not going to get the tower, he is going to get incredibly low. And I think he should be able to finish it. The question is, does he die for this? Inspired's coming, though.
Tower's still alive. UG and APA going in as Quad tries to turn it around with the Arcane Storm, and Inspired immediately follows it up with a Cyclone. APA is out of there, and Team Liquid thought they might have had a chance, but FlyQuest stops that. Impact with a solo kill on Bwipo down on the other side of the map. Gets something back for TL.
Yeah, that's really important there for TL. When you're losing on the top side, when you're falling behind, you need some sort of avenue back into this game, and maybe Impact can be that. There's been a ton of talk about how Impact has not been playing up to his standards, but doing well in this matchup. Bwipo had the counter pick. This is a matchup he's super comfortable on, and Impact gets that solo kill. Trying to go for the execute here, and he does get it with that TP coming in. That is really well done. Gets a solo kill, dies to the tower without giving any kill gold over there to Quad, who committed his teleport for it. So that's a really good death from Impact, and he's now on 2 items. So giving them some sort of a way back in potentially, but when you're looking at the leads everywhere else, yeah, it's only 28 gold on the top side, but everywhere else it is getting tough as Inspired is getting further and further ahead. So this is, we're going to see, do they actually spot him basing? That was my question. I think that's what the observers are going to show us here. So they did not have vision on the base. I think they just must have intuited that he probably would be going back to base on this timing, or that they were just fully down to say, you know what, we know Quad's not here, that's enough. And this is just a great counter engage here from Inspired. Well, not even really a counter engage. And TL, we're trying to back it off, but really well done. Flashes in, gets in on him. Bwipo interrupts the TP there on Impact, and then that allows Impact to chase him down. Bwipo was in a rough spot, so Impact does get stopped. My guess is that Bwipo had no phase rush, so after he actually interrupts the teleport, he's kind of exposing himself in a pretty rough spot. And you can see a bit of frustration on the face there of Spawn with how things are going.
I mean, it's a noble sacrifice from Bwipo, right? You don't want Impact to go up there and potentially turn that 2v2 into 2 kills for the enemy team, but you almost know that you're going to die as soon as you do it. So making the noble play for the team as Team Liquid trying to see if they can find something here on a Quad. A big pop blossom for the engage, but where's the rest of the follow-up? Core JJ is already down, and FlyQuest counterpunch just hits harder. Quad is still alive. Yon's trying to fire back into the lines of FlyQuest, but he ain't finding a whole lot. Impact's going to be killed off next. Bwipo takes him down with the winds of war as APA needs a couple more Twin Fangs. Quad flashes away, and Masu's going in for the auto attacks on the Snake as Bwipo's in a 1v2, and he wins those! Triple kill for Wide Bwipo. Ace for FlyQuest.
And it's a clean ace. They lost no one at all. We can watch this one more time. This is what I was talking about. If TL does go for an engage, it must be perfect. Look at this. Mantra shield comes through. Galio ultimate passive comes through. The Q shield from Victor comes through. There's so many forms of shielding. They set everything at Quad, and he still just kind of walks it off. He didn't even have to flash. It's crazy. And then on the other side, Bwipo was getting so much work done. And I really like how they play around APA. As soon as the Q hits onto Quad, they know, all right, well, Masu, now it's your time to step forward. A Q gets thrown down on the Busio. Masu just gets shielded up, runs straight in. Bwipo on the other side is winning out on that fight, barely surviving as well. And FlyQuest just making it look easy, 5-0.
And the way Bwipo moved specifically in that last engagement with Yuji and Yon to make sure that they were both standing on top of each other as his taunt proc so that he could get the passive slam with the Winds of War on both was absolutely perfect. He understood the assignment and he aced it. Damage in the last team fight. The 80 carries were topping the charts. Honestly, everybody was just pouring damage everywhere. But like you said, FlyQuest absorbed most of this through shields and healing.
Yep, and that is the power of their composition. Tons of AoE magic damage. Inspired, looking for this engage, and Impact, he is out and alone.
Yeah, Impact could be in some danger here. Nearly gets one back onto Inspired, but again, man, Busio with these redemptions is just calling in the artillery strike of healing every single time, and it's doing wonders.
Sending the care package from long range.
Exactly.
Dropping it down, healing him up. Bwipo, check in. Is there anything suspicious going on around that Baron? Because they know it's desperation hours for TL, right? The only way TL comes back is through something crazy, and UG has no flash, and here comes Inara. You are in trouble, my friend.
Yeah, this could be a bit of an issue here. Should still be fine, just walks away from it. Doesn't have to spend the ultimate defensively or anything like that. But FlyQuest, 8,500 gold lead. They're on Soul Point. Like, there are very few options left in this game for Team Liquid.
I mean, you talked about the value of move speed against a team that walks at you. How about the value of Hex Soul against a team that has to walk at you and is getting non-stop, like zapped and slowed by that Soul? that is horrible.
That's even better than shoes.
Exactly. And I mean, you already have the move speed as well from Karma, like AoE shielding of the team. We've talked a lot about all of the shielding, all of the power that FlyQuest has, and now with this monster gold lead, feels like they're probably one good fight away from closing it out.
Okay, Team Liquid continuing to yield ground to FlyQuest as they push forward and look to take over the TL jungle. Bwipo going in there after APA, the Justice Punch, and everything just knocks him down. Redemption to guarantee a little bit extra as Masu and Inspired show up. APA is gone, man. The Cassiopeia 1-4-0. The blind pick Cassio has not paid the dividends Team Liquid was hoping for.
No, it hasn't at all. And I mean, who says Karma's not a roaming champ? Look at him affecting those side lanes. Redemption.
He's everywhere, brother, and so are those redemption cats. The objective bounty claim to the bottom lane of the Tier 1 tournament, at least by Impact, as now Team Liquid scrambling to try to do something about this Baron. Impact TP's up, but it's going to be a little bit too little, a little bit too late. A little bit of a Baron for FlyQuest, 9,500 gold lead now.
Yeah, Jan does throw over the Frost Bomb Rocket, gets the Baron down about 570, I think is what I saw. So did get kind of close on the steal attempt, but of course, that is always going to be an absolute Hail Mary. And TL, only 2 kills to their name. Very controlled stuff here from Fly. They get the Baron, they're 10k ahead, and they can push and take down these Tier 2s. There's still a lot of gold to collect on the map here. And so I think we're going to see them get out, push these lanes up, try to get all that Tier 2 gold, and then either, if there's an opportunity to actually just end the game, they'll go for that. But otherwise, you just retreat back to this Hex Soul here in a minute 20, and you look to claim that as well. So TL is going to have to find some sort of an opportunity. But games like this are a perfect example of why people are often nervous to draft comps that have little to no engage. Because, you know, obviously at this point, any comp would be in trouble. But if you start to get behind even a little bit as a no engage comp, it's very hard, right? Because usually when you're losing, what do you say to come back? Let's get a pick, right? You know, that's generally kind of the thought process, but TL just don't really have the tools to do that.
Okay, Bwipo now getting jumped on. Team Liquid seeing if maybe they can try to pick the Galio, but it just doesn't work. Bwipo makes some distance and then immediately re-engages. Now the rest of FlyQuest coming up right behind him. The Tier 2 turret is already down and Inspired's coming in looking for the damage. Yawn is gone. APA on the run. Core JJ about to fall next as Impact can't even survive in his own base. Quad and Bwipo chasing away the remaining players on Team Liquid. There's only 2 of them, and they're not about to do a whole lot. No ultimate for either the Trundle or the Cassiopeia, and they're staring down the barrel of a 5-man FlyQuest push. Bottom lane inhibitor is already gone. Mid lane inhibitor is about to follow, as are the Nexus turrets. APA and UG, they'll scramble. They'll try to buy a couple of extra seconds, but that's about all they'll be able to get as APA takes a lot of damage, flashing back into the safety of the fountain steps, but it still might not be enough. Masu continues firing. FlyQuest made game 1 look easy.
15,500 gold lead here before 30 minutes for FlyQuest. Super controlled early game here. And then when the fights broke out, they just dominated that clean 5-for-0 ace, making it look easy by the Dragon.
FlyQuest, they were buying the early items again for the slow-paced game. Team Liquid with no way to engage, and you don't even have a tier on Cassiopeia, so you don't have the same level of scaling that your opponents are investing into. It just felt like Team Liquid never had an option to do what they wanted to do on Summoner's Rift, and they're just sitting there waiting for the clock to strike midnight.
They absolutely were, but at the very least, it is fearless. They took Cassio not only away from themselves, but Quad can't play it either. Lounge, what do you think? Is it going to pay off?
I don't know about that one. The game 1 win is not worth the Cassio sacrifice. I'd say FlyQuest is just so controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like when you play against Fly and you don't have like a clear advantage, you know, you're just like slowly losing, you know, even when you try to do something, you lose more on the other side. So like it's just really hard game to play.
Don't press it, Raz.
Even through, I was holding it up just to make it clear.
There's no upsets.
There was no upset.
We were pushing Seos if he wanted to use it for the draft. He's like, no.
I'm good.
So it made sense. Yeah, that one was a tough one. It felt like even early game when it was looking good for Team Liquid, like the gank that happened bot side from APA, being able to take over the bot lane. But then I guess he was greeting for Rod, gets ganked. I was like, dang. Well, let's listen in.
Okay, I have shield for you if she flashes on you, Quad. You can ego.
No flash.
Cassie just flashed out. I have shield if she wants KDA. I'm not giving it to him. GG.
This game did have one big moment though, Seos. You're going to break it down for us. Go to the inside PC.
This one?
Yeah, to break it down.
Yeah, I just want to show the third Drake fight. I feel like, of course, the game is not so easy for TL, right? But even for Team Liquid, sorry. But even before the Drake, we can see Bwipo pushing top. I think this is really smart because you make like the Team Liquid decision so hard, you know? When you show like this, when you are Team Liquid, you kind of like in a rush, you know? You need to do something. You need to find something, some picks, or you need to start the Drake because you are losing a lot of top waves. So this was really good by Bwipo. And then like they just kind of forced too much, I feel like, because when you engage like this, against especially Karma and Galio, is when they shine, you know? Karma shield is really high on this time, and Galio ulti is just like, you can't follow up. So I feel like Fly just play perfect before, like pushing the side lane and make like TL on a rush, you know? And when you play Cassio, you don't really want to go forward like that. So I feel like Fly just played the whole sequence really well.
And I remember during the draft, like, of course, when you were talking to us, you were talking about how Karma, as a pick, you love that into Rumble.
Yeah.
And so just thinking about it, like, just looking at Team Liquid's draft, even setting up around the Nico ulti, you can't really do much to follow up against it. Like, sure, the Rumble ulti is going to help out with Nico ulti, but who's chasing with you? It's going to be the Corki and the Cassiopeia. So it felt really forced. It was generally pretty difficult. So it's good they got that game out of the way, because Fearless, you can't draft that thing again. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the other big thing for me was this Victor damage. We talked about APA's roam and how it looked kind of good, but a lot of plates actually ended up getting given over to the Victor, and then there was a specific run of play around, whoa.
You tried, you made your attempt.
I know, my knuckle accidentally touched it. All right,
You're now
I'm gonna
punching
clear it.
you're punching the machinery?
Anyway, it was right in here, basically. You had all, after I believe it was third Drake, they essentially just mow down a series of turrets in a row. And it felt like from that point on, even if TL were able to get an objective set up, then Seos went through that fight. If they're the team engaging, it ends up not going so well. They essentially want to wait for FlyQuest to lose patience and then start a fight. But FlyQuest never lost patience.
Yeah, I feel like Inspired's heart rate didn't get above like 65 that game. I think he's just so calm.
That's a good point. Wait, Sam,
he doesn't seem stressed at all.
You were in CBLOL when they did the heart rate monitors, right? Were you ever strapped
not
up
really.
to the?
I think
no?
was that
like, before your time?
Yeah, it was
We
before
should bring
my
that
time.
back. See,
yeah,
like
I think
how...
that's pretty cool. Interesting to watch, yeah.
Is there a point from Team Liquid that you liked in the game that we'd watch?
I feel like they just need to approach the draft differently.
Yeah.
I feel like this draft is so hard, and especially Team Liquid FlyQuest side laners are really smart, you know. So even when like APA go skill bot and like kind of lose TP because of that, because he died after, I feel like Quad just like was chilling and scaling that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely was. FlyQuest dominant in Game 1. We'll see if they can take them down in Games 2 and 3 as well. And as we had to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Careful, Cassio.
I'm looking on him, maybe.
They're looking on Quad. They flashed
I'm ulting it. Go first target, guys. Play it slow.
Yeah,
play slow,
big
play
shield
slow.
on
Wait,
three.
kite.
I have big shield monster.
Can I big shield?
Yeah,
Big shield.
I'm helping you, okay? He flashed. Rumble no flash right here.
Rumble no flash. Rumble no flash.
Kite out. Kite out.
No shield, I have no shield.
Kite
We're
out.
fine, we're
3
fine.
seconds.
Shield
Yeah, we win.
Play with shields, play with shields.
I have big shield, I have big
taunt
shield.
here.
Don't worry.
Big taunt on 2. Kill 2.
Nice.
Nice.
Well
We
played to
get
me.
Drake and can we get Nash? No, I think not. Just push left.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it.
But why? Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
They're looking up. They flashed
I'm holding it. Go first target, guys. Play it slow. Play it slow. Wait, kite.
I have big shield monster.
I'm helping you, okay? He flashed. Rumble no flash right here.
Rumble no flash.
Take it slow, kite out. Kite out.
No shield, I have no
kite
shield.
Out, kite
We're
out.
fine, we're
3
fine.
seconds.
Shield
We win.
Play with shields, play with shields.
I have big shield, I have
Big
big
taunt
shield.
here.
Don't worry.
Big taunt on 2. Kill 2.
Nice.
FlyQuest made game 1 look easy.
We're back for game 2 of FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. From the lounge with Seos, we're going to be covering the draft for this game 2. Very dominant game 1 from FlyQuest.
Yeah, it was insane. I hope we have some fight back. I do not, after yesterday's performance that you guys had, if we just have a 3-0 stomp, I'll have a very sad day.
And welcome back to the LTA. Also, every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. And despite what some of you have heard, no one has qualified for this yet. This is the finals of the LTA playoffs, which will be happening at this event.
No one is qualified for Texas.
As of yet.
Unless if you were taking a vacation to Texas. Unless you got
Fancy qualify for Checklist by buying a ticket.
Yeah.
True.
You're the only ones that are there.
Everybody that's bought tickets, you guys have all qualified for Texas.
Okay, what needs to happen in this game, Emily?
Well, I was going to ask Seos, because you guys were in this position yesterday, right? Like, you had faced C9. They kind of crushed you in game 1.
Yeah.
So what was your mentality going into the game 2 draft?
I think we just think like the draft was kind of hard, you know. I feel like we messed up a bit, and we just say, okay, let's just reset and do a better draft, you know. That's I think the approach we had, and I feel like TL can kind of do the same, you know. I feel like they just need to put APA on a good matchup. I think especially on side lane.
Sure.
I feel like on side lane is when APA is really smart about the game, you know, and can push his advantage.
If you have a bad draft, who are we blaming, Seos? Mostly on your team. Who are we blaming?
Normally, when we are like in the series, you just blame the coach, and you keep moving. But most of the times, it's the players' fault, to be honest. But I don't want to say that in the middle of the series.
Exactly. You want to cope just a little bit. Afterwards, we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Spawn taking that one on the chin.
Yeah. You see the mandatory red side bans of Varus and Pantheon coming through.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Team Liquid, what direction they're going to take with this first pick. With Talia being available and with APA wanting to play on side lanes, I think that would be a pretty high priority for them to take early in this draft.
Yeah.
Maybe even just a Talia Azir trade, as boring as that sounds, could be what they end up going for.
Yeah, but when you see these both these picks up, Vi usually comes up because you're fine taking like either.
Yeah.
Probably looking for Gwen first pick here, banning sets. I think it's a matchup that people really likes to play, and he played really well. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. Team Liquid has first pick Gwen already this split. Hoping to bait the ban here. So now it's a pinch. So either
so it's like, are you going
Gwen
Talia or
Talia?
Gwen? Yeah.
Yeah, they're making TL choose.
They go Vi.
They just go for the Vi.
But it's APA's like best pick. I really love APA's Talia. So it's just a sacrifice that they have to make.
And I don't think Whippo's super threatening on Gwen. It could be famous last words, but we'll see. It's a Vi hover for now. I'd like the Talia personally.
Same.
Yeah.
I mean,
he can try to play like Annie against Talia, that is good with Vi, and you have good skirmish early game. Maybe they go for this way, to have a better early game.
Vi Ziggs is also a good combo.
True, they can play Vi
Ziggs later.
And it's good against Talia too.
Yeah, we've been seeing a few picks actually pop up in priority recently. Like Vi, of course, has always been a priority, but like Ryze has been something we've been seeing a lot more as an early pick, regardless of the matchups. People are willing to play. Okay, we'll just really smash the Talia lane. That's why I'm interested in what APA is going to go here, because technically, once again, Ryze is really good for setting up for a gank. So that could be the option they go for.
Yeah, I think they'll just go for Ziggs actually, because he's APA, right? And to be honest, it's a fine matchup against Talia too. And you have the combo with Vi, so you can kill Talia really easy on side lanes.
There's the Gwen.
And I feel like inspired on Xin Zhao, he is. I mean, we can talk about how great of a jungler he is regularly. And then we got the APA Ziggs pick. We got the APA Ziggs pick. So I want to see how much pressure is going to come through mid lane, because Talia Xin Zhao is just so much 2v2 skirmishing. So APA recognizes he's going to be the target, should play rather safe on the pick, especially if he's on side. So interested to see how that game plays out.
Also remember, if anyone wants to press the horn of upsets, they can.
They want to go APA Ziggs.
If you feel like Gwen Ziggs Vi is strong enough, you could buzz in now.
I need one more pick. What about you, Seos?
He's
no
eyeing
pressure or
it.
anything?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this 1-2-3 looks fine for TL for sure.
Yeah.
They are really good with the picks. I'm not sure about impact on Gwen only. I never see too much about his Gwen. But Vi and Ziggs, they just love it, But I'm not pressed too much yet.
We also got Busio Bard. The last time we played Bard,
that's sad. I was literally hovering the horn right next to you, and then I see Busio Bard. I think we're putting the
Put
horn
it
down.
right back down.
I think we're putting it down.
Yeah, he's pretty good Bard, and he's really good against Vi, right? Vi just go in, you just ulti whenever Vi ulti.
Yeah.
And you can engage after, so he's a pretty good pick for sure.
And he's you already said it, but Busio's Bard has been insane. I think he does a great job of playing alongside Inspired and making like a play happen on sides. So it's pretty dangerous for Team Liquid on sides. Sometimes throughout this split, I feel like Impact does get caught out on like FlyQuest plays. I mean, not FlyQuest plays specifically, but just plays on sides. And this game is pretty much dedicated to it with FlyQuest.
Yeah, the Bard is the best champion to do that. Right?
Yeah.
He's just so fast. He can go to one side and recall, and like in 10 seconds, he's already on the other side. So it's really hard to not get a play from Bard on the mid game. So.
And I do think that's the thing that Busio has said he's improved on the most in terms of a support as he's grown throughout like the past year and a half. Kai'Sa and Lucian bans.
What are you looking at from the bot lane here for Team Liquid, Seos? Because they're the ones that need to basically pick their entire bot lane.
Yeah. So you can go for example, Rakan. That is not like the best in lane against Bard, but Rakan and Vi together are so strong, And with Rakan, you can match the side play, because Rakan and Vi too can kill like almost any champion on the game. So you can do like a Rakan Jhin, for example, because Jhin can play really, he can play alone on mid waves and let Rakan go to whenever side he wants. So yeah, they can go for this passing.
Interesting. And now FlyQuest, they can pick their top laner if they want to wait for a bit of an AD carry counterpick, since they know they're going up against Gwen Vi already. Bans were targeted directly at Bwipo with the Olaf and the Ambesso. What does he have cooking?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Oh! He locked it in! Oh my god!
I never would have guessed that.
Literally not in my wildest dreams do I expect a Singed even from Bwipo.
So technically, the rumble bug that was red side, blue side skewed was also true with Singed Poison Trail. Yeah, so red side Singed was also quite weak until this patch where it's been fixed.
Wow.
So technically, this is a stronger red side Singed than we've almost ever seen.
We need a Singed camp. Because this guy is going to be dirty farming. I can't wait.
I don't even know if it's a good matchup. maybe yes, right? Gwen can't really catch Singed probably. I don't know.
I don't even know if he's going to interact with the matchup. This guy is going to be finding his way behind the turrets.
He's just going to be proxying the entire game. But the one thing it does do is kind of affect the way TL have to play side lanes, right? Because they do have to watch out for this power pushing Singed. And Bwipo has been really strong on these picks before, which is just like almost side lane or nothing.
Yeah.
And I have to warn Team Liquid, because you're not only gonna get gooed, but you're gonna get Bard ultied. It's like you can't move if you're or you're gonna get Bard ultied and then he's gonna put the goo on top of you. But no matter what, you're getting stuck.
Is Singed Talia Zin enough topside damage? That seems really low against a Gwen. I can't wait to see this.
Do you want to blow the horn of upsets? Do you think the Singed has given...
They locked in Jhin! Okay, the damage I feel like we'll see.
You can W off the poison trail and root them for no reason.
Someone's having a tough time this game. I still have faith in the draft from Fly.
So the three of you still think Team Liquid will win this, despite the Singed Bard?
I think Fly will still win. I'm not sure about the Singed, to be completely honest. I don't know how is the matchup. I feel like if the matchup is not good, then maybe TL can win, you know, but...
Wow. Okay, well, I'm glad we got to see the Singed get locked in. Casters, what do y'all think?
Added perspective, guys.
I actually think it's supposed to be a really good Singed matchup.
Okay.
I remember I was reading about this matchup from a Singed OTP, and he was saying it was like really, really easy. It's super comfortable. That basically there's a lot of good interactions with buffering your flip. So like when Gwen is looking for EQs, you can actually buffer, and sometimes the timing can work out that the snip then goes behind you.
So she's chopping nothing.
Exactly. So she's just hitting air basically. So there's some cool interactions that you can do there. I know that it is considered, you know, one of these matches where you want to go Flash Ignite. I don't think we're going to see that in pro play. I think we are just going to see TP. That's kind of the more standard, of course. But it is supposed to be quite good, and it is supposed to be relatively easy to disengage when the Gwen is looking for all-ins, because when she throws down that R1, you know, post 6, you can kind of just fling her away and throw the goop down and just walk out and kind of make her waste that ultimate.
Yeah.
So even in the actual 1v1, not just proxy farming, it is supposed to be pretty Singed favored according to the Singed 1 tricks and stuff that I've seen and watched. So I do think it's going to be pretty cool to see Bwipo bringing this out. But as much as Singed is incredibly easy mechanically, I do think this is one of the champions that requires the most kind of like niche knowledge, right? Like about when to proxy, how to play out in fights.
He plays so different.
He plays so differently. You know, even a lot of people think about, oh, well, you're playing Singed, you should flank. Something that was really interesting that when I was watching the Singed 1 trick was talking about, in a lot of team comps, it's actually better to basically use your passive and run by all your teammates as like almost like a launching pad to get move speed, and you just straight up run straight at them and start a fight like that.
Well, a little bit of scrapping here at level 1, but a reminder, I honestly believe there's probably a lot of people watching that don't even know what Singed passive is because you pretty much never see him. He does get a quick boost of movement speed when he runs by another champion.
Yep.
This can stack up to 25 times, but he can't proc it off of the same champion in multiple times in quick succession, excuse me. So yeah, for 2 seconds, 8-second cooldown per champion. So if you can run past all your allies, then run through all the enemies, you're zooming.
Exactly. Like, it sounds super troll, but like I said, you know, at times it can actually be better to just run straight at them because you can get such a boost of move speed that you can just run through them and start a fight off that way. So it's going to be really interesting to see Bwipo's level of comfort. Also, there were some changes a while ago where if poison is applied to a minion, it automatically gives you the last hit, even if your minions would get that last hit. So that has made Singed more popular. People are trying it out, I think, a lot more since then. It does not give you a guaranteed last hit if your tower kills it, but it basically makes it impossible to miss CS. As long as you have poisons on the minion, you are always going to get perfect CS all of the time. So it's really a breeze to farm on this champion, and you can get like 11 CS per minute or more at times if you are focusing on farm.
Plus, the fact that as long as his ultimate is active, the poison also by default applies grievous wounds.
Very nice, too.
Gwen is tanky because of her W and because of Vamp, because of being a drain tank. So Singed just being able to deny that, I think could be very powerful once we get to these later fights. And Bwipo's just being annoying, tossing impact around, spreading the poison throughout the minion wave, stepping away from that Q, just being as obnoxious as possible, as inspired. Let's see if he can do anything about this big wolf that Yuji's farming up here. Jumps in, nicely done from Inspired, man.
Oh, I guess actually one of the little wolves maybe went to Yuji there. I think he was spotted on this invade, but Yuji, I guess, didn't have his smite, or maybe just didn't want to use it. I didn't actually catch if the cooldown was up right as he came in. He does have the smite now. Of course, Inspired does not, but he can still push Yuji off of this, and he's trying to be so annoying. Clearly wants to play around that Singed lane, knowing that the Singed can come over and assist. And is going to be starting this up. Of course, I don't know if Inspired wants to fully commit to it because Yuji didn't use his smite, so he should know that he'll have a smite charge here. And Inspired is basically just trying to be as annoying as possible. I think he's saying, you know what? If we're both not farming, it's good for me.
Right, because Vi really likes to be level 6 to make her plays. And Inspired's just like, you know what? I'm Xin Zhao. I still have most of my kit pre-6. I'm fine with this if we're both slowed down. Bwipo's still just keeping things shoved up. Yeah, he doesn't care, dude. The Scuttle Crab is not even enough to draw him away. He is committed to this harass as Masu has to flash away to make sure that he stays safe there from Core JJ. Deadly Flourish hits. A little bit more damage coming out from the FlyQuest in bottom lane here in the 2v2. Meanwhile, yeah, we got Inspired trying to continue to harass Yuji. This is ridiculous, man. Inspired now has the Summoner spell. Bwipo has made his way into the mix. They're going to commit quad to it as well. Impact's now going to be in some danger as the Unraveled Earth is already thrown down. Inspired flashing away, but it's first blood over to APA. FlyQuest wanted to commit so hard for this, but it's not going their way. Yuji's about to get another kill. It's another 1-for-1. Never mind.
Or is it?
Tosses APA right back into the stink, and it's Feet of Warfare for FlyQuest in a 3-for-2.
And that is blue buff as well onto Bwipo there. And Yuji has not gotten his 4th camp yet at 4:35. He didn't even finish his full 3rd camp.
What the hell is going on?
He's on 2 full camps at almost 5 minutes. Inspired just said, you know what, buddy? You're not playing League of Legends today.
That was so goofy. I thought for sure FlyQuest might have overextended a little bit. Yeah, they were trading even, but they were dying first, but they had secret weapon Bwipo ready to go.
I mean, and Bwipo got all 3 kills. How mad are you if you're Impact? You got counterpicked. There's the most random fight in the jungle. Your lane opponent gets all 3 kills and the blue buff. Good luck laning now in a matchup that you got counterpicked. It's crazy. As they are able to get the blue buff. He messed around with him for so long. Smite came back in. They go in. They try to finish off Impact here. The Shroud got a lot done, but then Bwipo was able to just flash over the wall, finish him off. And even though Quad is going down early, they both had to commit their flash to kill him. And the poison is ticking and ticking. APA is he has no flash. There's no way out. The Screaming Galio phase, triple kill, Feet of Warfare, all goes to Bwipo. He hit him with the gameplay, baby.
He's loving this. There's no way you couldn't be. That is the dream start for a top laner, getting to scrap like that.
Yeah, that is so fun, right? Like when you get to have a game like this, when you get that far ahead, even if you weren't ultra comfortable on the champ, now it doesn't even matter. In APA, they're looking for the roam here.
Okay, Mega Adhesive not going to be able to stop the Ziggs from getting away far enough. And especially being hyper-accelerated on a champion like Singed that just turns into a mega ball of stats. Masu takes a lot of damage there, down to 150 HP. Does stun Core JJ up on the trap to get a little bit of firepower back, but Yon and Core in control on this one. Mega Inferno Bomb means Boostio is down and Masu's at 50 HP. Sidesteps another Mystic shot. Masu popping the barrier, trying to stay alive, but Yuji knocks him down to size. Team Liquid now going to take the kill lead 4-3. Nice plays there with both Yuji and APA, setting it up so that Yon and Core JJ can complete what they started.
Yeah, that is some really good play from the TL bot lane. Finding a point of power here. Yuji gets in there. Quad looking for Yon, but not going to be able to find the angle, unfortunately. And Masu realizing, you know what, someone's behind me. I can't just run, so I'm going to try to fight my way out. He tried to barrier bait, see if he could find something there. But now, despite that big lead for Bwipo individually, it is TL with a slight gold lead here.
Very good stuff for Team Liquid, being able to find those kills. Again, we talk about the importance of Yon being ahead, of Team Liquid being able to play around this star 80 carry, who can really be the guy that steps up in the clutch moments and carries them to wins that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get. A 1-0-1 Ezreal, he's already got his Sheen, he's already stacking his tier. This is the beginning they need.
Absolutely is. And though Busio is behind, this guy, we haven't talked about his Bard yet because Singe has been in the game and has 3 kills.
Right.
But Busio Bard has been going crazy. And Busio in general, man, this guy has just been on a tear. He's been styling on everyone on this Bard. I think he's the best Bard in the West easily. You know, we saw him dunking on G2 with it. We have seen him going crazy. So even though he is behind now, he can still get out on the map and really affect things. Like, he's always looking for these aggressive plays, always trying to find angles, and he's just been leveling up.
Man, you are really a big fan of Busio. You are like the president of the Busio fan club over here. What's
I am.
Oh, apparently you are.
I have some reasons. He's the Bard GOAT.
Okay.
He 3-0'd G2. It was easy. He does great interviews. He's been streaming. He's got the content.
You've got an entire presentation prepared just to praise this man. Okay, Azael, #1 Busio fan in A.
Anyone who smacks EU makes a fan out of me. That's all it takes. You go to Worlds, smack EU, guess what? You'll get a presentation.
All right, well, FlyQuest just G2'd the Grubs, 3-0, taking those away from Team Liquid.
It was about as competitive as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're having fun with this game, too, here. It's a good time out here for the Busio fan club, as FlyQuest will go ahead and secure that first neutral objective for themselves. Worth pointing out, that is the first neutral objective, period. The first Drake has not been taken yet, as Bwipo is going to make his way back down here into the bottom lane to interrupt the recall of Impact. Yep, just hit him with the goop. As he sees him again. He's gonna hit him with he doesn't even auto attack him. He just walks up, turns the poison on for 1 second, and walks away. This champion is built to just piss people off. He just walks up specifically. Raz has done that to me before. It's an unpleasant experience.
Yeah, this one does some damage, though. He's got the Leandries. I mean, look at the item buy. He wants to keep Impact around because Impact has nothing. He's got no items.
He's got a book and a rock.
Yeah,
this is a fully completed item.
He's up 1K, but actually, as far as current combat power, he's up way more than that because Bwipo has bought and Impact has not.
Ooh, Quad flashing away here with the Mega Inferno Bomb combined with the ulti from the Vi. Busio tried to save it, but the Tempered Fate couldn't arrive in time, and that means Team Liquid got their man. But now Yuji's in some serious danger. Only 100 HP left as Busio's looking to chase him down. Korin APA want to try to protect. Busio goes through the wall on a magical journey. A little bit more damage is required, and wind becomes lightning, and it strikes Yuji down.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get one back there. Good aggressive play, though, from TL. Continuing to put on that pressure here. APA is up 1K now. He was up heavily last time he played the Ziggs against Cloud9 as well, but they couldn't actually close that one out. So we'll see if they can get the win in this one. And the fact that Bwipo had to actually roam up to help with that play meant that Impact got to fully push in the wave and buy. So finally now he's kind of out of that disaster position here as Yuji playing around vision well here, goes in, flashing forward, gets that ulti down, and now it's an all-in.
Oh, Bwipo trying to get away with a flash follow from Impact, ready to snip him down. Nicely done from the Gwen.
I mean, getting a solo kill on the guy who counterpicked you and started with 3 kills, and you're down items?
That's big stuff.
That is huge, and that is back-to-back games that he has now gotten that solo kill onto Bwipo. Yes, the first game was off of that TP interrupt that Bwipo probably wouldn't have put himself in that position had it not been to help out the team, but still, a solo kill is a solo kill.
Kill's a kill.
And Impact getting back-to-back ones in Game 1 and Game 2. I don't want to see a replay and see what went wrong there.
Yeah.
You know, perhaps Bwipo just getting a little bit too aggressive. Whether you're ahead or not, if you disrespect Gwen, she can absolutely punish you. And during the ulti, you have to disengage. You know, you're not really looking to kind of fight that out and 100-0 that. I'm guessing that Bwipo probably still didn't have his ult from that roam towards mid, and then maybe just got a bit over-aggressive and was able to be punished there by Impact.
Yeah, Bwipo's ulti being active right now tells me I'm probably of that same
He
belief.
face check, that's probably what happened.
Oh, he was sitting on top of Vision, and so Impact just drops the ulti, hits him with the first 2 needle. He hit him with all 3 needleworks and a full snip, and Bwipo didn't have an ult.
Yeah, and Bwipo there, I think what he wanted to do was probably just drop the Mega Adhesive and just walk straight away. Instead, what he was trying to do is he tried to put that behind him and then fling him, but because he was in the Shroud, he couldn't actually interact with him there, so he couldn't get that. So meanwhile, he's taking so much damage from Impact, and by the time he finally gets in that Shroud and flings him away, it's a Q flash to follow. He finishes him off there, so just a little bit too aggressive from Bwipo, given that he was already low health and had no ulti, and Impact is able to find the angle to punish here. And now Quad, no flash.
Yeah, Quad could be in some trouble as UG has to commit the ulti to take him down here, but with Impact right beside, it should be an easy kill. They want to give it to Impact if they can, and there it is. That last hit will seal the deal. Meanwhile, up there on the top side, Bwipo is in some serious danger yet again. Going to need to take another recall.
Yep, going to be sent back to base. I'm assuming Ziggs kind of slowly poking him down there. And where will Bwipo go from here? You know, was obviously so far ahead of the pace of the game, is not any longer. Only 100 gold now, actually ahead of his lane opponent. So Bwipo has been stifled pretty damn well by TL. You would think after a start like that, and after watching game 1, that this would have been an absolute stomp for FlyQuest. You know, you get a triple kill on the top side, all of those invades, you know, really working well, keeping UG down. But UG has actually been involved in a lot more. Inspired really hasn't been involved in much since that first kind of scrap in that invade. And UG has found a couple repeat plays here towards Quad. Bwipo has not been able to really get any sort of an advantage. You know, he's not proxying, he's not threatening kills, and now Core's looking for him again.
Okay, Bwipo once again the target here on the Singed. Can they take him down? Exhaust used, trying to slow that Singe down. Bwipo trying to run the other direction, but it ain't gonna matter. UG being there as well. He ends up taking the kill, perhaps with a red buff tick, I think, because he was walking away by the time it was done. But FlyQuest are not looking nearly as strong here in the second game. Team Liquid having a great first 14 minutes. Quad is going to grab one last plate there right before they fall. But this is a much better look from Team Liquid.
It really is, right? They have the tools to actually find these engages here. And UG is playing a great game. You know, we were kind of debating when we were watching the draft about, you know, the merits of, like, is the Vi first pick, you know, worth it when you have a player like APA who's so good on Talia, and Talia can be really powerful. Well, UG is showing the value, right? He is finding these fights, he is finding these engages constantly, picking on the solo laners here from FlyQuest, you know, punishing Quad multiple times, now punishing Bwipo here. You can see Bwipo was trying to, you know, stop Core from headbutting him backwards with that Mega Adhesive, but then Core just walks out of it and then does it. So, you know, not really an easy way out there for Bwipo, and is struggling to create an advantage, you know, after getting those 3 early kills. Hasn't really been able to get much done with it. Double TP on Quad.
Yeah, double TP coming down here from Team Liquid. They want to make a play on the Quad right now because we've got some important timers coming up. That was perfect from APA. Beautifully done there on the Ziggs. Knocks Talia off the wall. Guess what, Isaac? Infernal Drake just spawned. Guess what? We've also got the Rift Herald spawning right now. That's the exact timer that Team Liquid wanted to accomplish that goal. APA also just hitting level 11 here very recently, means he's got his level 2 ulti. Team Liquid's in a great spot for these neutrals.
They absolutely are, and I mean, Busio is going to throw down his ult to try to deny the satchel, but all it does is delay it a couple seconds, and then they're going to be able to knock down that tower. Fly do get first tower on the top side, so they get feats. So that is something, maybe that made the difference. I'm not actually sure if the Bard ult was the difference on that play, but that's clearly what he's going for.
That's probably what it was for, yeah.
Exactly, that's what he was going for there, is just trying to stop the satchel so that Bwipo could get first tower. They do at the end of the day. So clever play, especially if it was the difference maker in those couple seconds to get Fly that slight advantage. But it is TL in control here. It is TL up over 1,000 gold. Looking really strong.
Yeah, Busio could be in some serious danger here. Wants to go on a magical journey to get back over the wall, but he's about to die to the Mega Inferno Bomb. APA blows him away as Inspired tries to defend himself here with the ulti, but that Xinjiao is not very strong. Team Liquid slamming FlyQuest around.
Yeah, this is great. Back-to-back plays here again from TL, putting on pressure. Feels like APA is everywhere this game. This is APA Ziggs at his best. He's down towards bot side, knocking Quad off his ulti, getting a kill there, throwing the ult from long range. And Yon and APA are a pretty deadly duo with the long range ultis here. When UG goes in and you're throwing the Mega Inferno Bomb plus the Ezreal ulti over the top, that is hard to get away from.
Team Liquid's prodigal mid laner returns here in game number 2. The Cassiopeia performance did not impress, but he's back on his Ziggs, he's back on his comfort, and he's back to making big plays for Team Liquid here in the following game. 3-1-4 on that Ziggs has had massive impact so far in the early game, and Team Liquid, Isaac, has an incredibly commanding lead of 2,500 just 17 minutes into the game.
They absolutely do. Whippo here flings him in instead of trying to disengage during the ult, but is having the advantage.
Okay, trying to sidestep a little bit more of that Q damage there. Tosses him again, right back into the poison. Mega adhesive locks him up. That redemption's not even needed. Whippo with the solo kill on the Singe.
Yep, and that is Impact without having spent a lot of his gold here. We're sitting on a couple thousand gold. Bwipo had 2 completed items, and maybe Impact there getting a little bit too confident. Bwipo didn't even have to run from the ulti. I was expecting him more to just try to disengage the Gwen ult, then
Just
go back
face
in
tanked
after.
it.
He just straight up face tanked it and killed him.
And that's one of the things that I was talking about with the Singed. As long as your ulti is active, your poison automatically applies grievous wounds. So there's not all the healing that you would normally expect from Gwen's Q, from her needlework, from everything that she normally gets to hit you with if you're just standing still and tanking it. So Bwipo's just fine saying, all right, we're just going to stand here and fight. If nothing else, it baits him into overstaying. And then Impact, by the time he realizes it's too late, well, it's too late.
Yep, and when they are playing Spellbook, you know, there are some pretty nasty summoners that you can bring to these all-ins. You know, things like the Ghost to be able to have that additional move speed. Exhaust can be pretty powerful. You know, there are some nice ones to be able to swap over to look for those all-ins. TL trying to continue pushing here and trying to keep putting pressure on these towers. And as APA, they're just moving around the map as TL likes to do to just make the most out of the Ziggs. Try to knock down constantly these towers. And he's gotten about 300 gold, a little bit less than that from First Strike, so about a kill's worth of gold from this as well, which is helping to build that lead even further.
Okay, Busio just 100-0, nearly, but not quite close enough. He gets away through the magical journey. A Caretaker's Shrine to make sure that the last little bit of damage doesn't take him out, as now we could have a bit of a 2v2 down here on the bottom side, making a 3v2. Team Liquid sending in the reinforcements, immediately just deciding to focus on Inspire to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but Impact cuts him off. Now Bwipo's about to be the next to fall. Team Liquid sends more men, and they win the fight because of it. Masu is their way too late, and now he's in danger as well. A TP coming in to reinforce him as Yon and APA are on the hunt. You are going to see the recall there from Impact. As Quad nearly dies immediately. That was beautiful from TL. Now the reinforcements are almost dead. Yon's about to take Quad out. Impact arrives back in the fight. Masu's running straight to the enemy base. This was a comedy of errors for FlyQuest and a triumph for TL.
I mean, we talk about misplay versus outplay. That was all outplay. TL, I think, really playing that well, coordinating perfectly. And it's got to be a frustrating fight for FlyQuest because they got multiple members of TL so incredibly low, but they couldn't finish off anyone. And we can watch this back one more time. Bwipo, good placement there, flashes in, gets the root, as if you fling them into the goop, it does root them. But the TP, again, TL has been making so much use out of these TPs. Look at Impact's health, incredibly low. Yuji, incredibly low, but Bwipo gets satcheled to the side, can't get in to finish them off. That's 3 members of TL. Then if Monster gets 1 or 2 autos, he can finish them off, but he can't actually get access to anyone. And then when Quad TP's on the counterplay, the timing on the ult was perfect, and now it's TL. They're taking Otacon as well.
And I don't think FlyQuest can probably do a whole lot about it, but they are going to move in and try. Quad going after APA as the Tempered Fate locks up the Otacon, but Quad is about to die here at the very start. APA goes on a rampage. Otacon contested, stolen away by Inspired as Masu is firing with a curtain call, and FlyQuest are fighting back. Core JJ here on the front line, soaking the damage for now, tries to re-engage. Inspired dies to another massive ulti-wombo combo. Yon and APA are artillery cannons, and FlyQuest is looking like a crater.
Yeah, that is looking like 2 players playing with one mind. Yon and APA, so well coordinated on that. Even with Core swapped over to the Smite, though, they couldn't actually secure the Otacon, so they get this deal, they get some kills, and FlyQuest keeping it interesting.
And that's actually huge. The Otacon steal there. Yes, Team Liquid's damage is still crazy from these carries. This is one of the most massive flower petal differences we have seen. 40 versus 12. That is a plus 28 flower petal advantage for FlyQuest. Considering it's a 2,600 gold lead for TL, that's going to make up a huge part of that actual real power that you have in terms of your economy. Let's take another look at the fight.
I really like how Quad plays this out. He draws so much pressure because he's putting all of this damage in onto APA. It means that Core actually can't stay over by the Otacon, so Core is not even there to use their double smite, which I think is why they were so confident to actually go for this. So it becomes a straight up flip, with actually the edge being on the side of Inspire, but now Bwipo caught.
Yep, Jan could be in some danger, but he hops in the Herald to try to get away. They want to try to snipe this down and take him out, but immediately Jan disengages. FlyQuest still chasing after, trying to find anybody on Team Liquid to kill. Core JJ is going to be their first target, but Bwipo's trying to run, and he may have ran in a little bit too far. He stays alive for now. Yuji wants to go in, but Bucio's not going to tolerate it. He finally falls too. Double kill back over to Bwipo. As Team Liquid continues running, Jan, Impact, and APA all still alive. Masu firing there with a curtain call. The last shot does not hit Impact. APA still trying to interfere here with the Drake. FlyQuest, they take out the jungler, they take out the support, they lose their own top laner and support for it. Isaac, we've got 29 kills in 22 minutes. This game, too, is a bloody one.
It is so much fun watching the second game here. TL really pushing FlyQuest in this one. And that was a crazy fight right from the get-go. As, you know, Bwipo is getting in on Jan. Jan is able to jump in the Herald and create so much space. Bwipo did eventually get taken down as he's chasing in, but he got so much damage done with the poison before falling. And Master's just raining hell down onto TL. At the end of the day, they do walk away with the dragon. So 2 dragons to 1 there for FlyQuest. I feel like we're pretty much dead even when you're accounting for all the adaptive force and experience that they did get. It is a really close game. So it's going to be up to the members on TL with the advantage. And namely, you're looking at APA and Jan. But honestly, even on the top side, Impact's closing in on 3 items. So all their carries are super strong. And it's kind of just coming down to, like, can they execute?
And I think that right there is the question of kind of the entire split right now for Team Liquid, because when we saw them play against Cloud9 last week, it's not like they can't get advantages. It's not like they've forgotten how to play League of Legends. We saw massive advantages for Jan in that first game, for APA in that second game, but they could not convert that to wins. They could not finish and close out the game, and that's the challenge they're tasked with here with this 3,000 gold lead they have over Fly.
And we have to look at this death cap for APA. I mean, this guy is nearly 3,000 gold ahead, and yes, there is all this adaptive force going to the other side. So like, as far as like actual gold value, I'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll check that out here in a second as APA and Yuji are looking to take out Bwipo, but it's so very hard to do. The Singed is still on the run. Impact's coming up to help him with the last bouncing bomb. Not quite going to find the target. Needlework, though, slowing Bwipo down as he tries to find a different angle, but he might have stuck around a little bit too long. Impact goes on a killing spree, and finally, they will bring down the Singed. However, at the same time, FlyQuest recognized the opportunity to use Quad and Inspired to take the Tier 2 in the bottom lane. Now, Quad going to teleport up to the Tier 3 there in top side. Be ready to defend that. The Tier 2 is not going to be targeted by Team Liquid. They do not want to overstay and make themselves vulnerable to a FlyQuest counterattack.
Yeah, so Bwipo does go down, but that was a lot committed to actually taking him out. That was the TP from Impact, the flash from Yuji, ults from all 3, and they got the Tier 2 as a trade down on that bot side. But what I wanted to quickly touch on is, yes, there is so much adaptive force, the stats coming through from these petals, but just that's like getting a bunch of just long swords or amp tomes, right? It is not as efficient as completed items, so there is still that edge for TL because they are completing these third items here, and particularly APA is so strong right now. If he can land his combo on any of these squishy members, he is going to be ridiculously powerful.
Isaac, I know you have your client on the side computer. Could you tell me what the combined total of APA, Bomb, and... Oh, hold on, never mind. We might have a fight here first. Immediately, though, Impact's taking a ton of damage against Inspired. He's got to try to get away. Inspired chases after him as the Tempered Fate barely clips him. Bucio, the Bard God, Church is in session. It ends up being a 1-for-1 as Team Liquid can punish Inspired, but the Bard ulti was just perfect there.
Beautifully placed there to be able to chase down and get that kill. But now you have the jungle advantage, so we'll see what TL can do with it. Bwipo getting knocked in.
Yeah, Bwipo's on the front line, but that's exactly where Singed likes to be. Core JJ staying alive there with the unbreakable will as Jan and APA fire back into those front lines. Core about to drop and they take him down, but he is traded there for Bwipo. Quad wanted to go forward for Jan, but he can't find him. He missed. FlyQuest, they try to go for it, and Team Liquid were ready.
Yeah, Jan again getting away with almost no HP. It feels like TL are getting away time and time again with just slivers of health, and APA is not letting anyone away. And I think you were about to ask, how much does the Q plus ult do? Well, before his buy, 1,800 damage if you actually hit the middle of that bomb before magic resist, of course. But we can watch this one more time. Bwipo gets satcheled in, but he just throws down the goop onto UG to deny an additional engage, tosses in core, and Fly are kind of slowly focusing down that front line. But this engage from core, Masu wasn't quite in the ult, but still he gets chunked down incredibly low, and then one bomb finishes him off for about 40%. But we gotta go back to live because they're on the Baron.
Yup. Let's see if FlyQuest can do anything about it. Inspired stole away the Otacon the last time they were doing a major objective, but now Team Liquid just jumping over the wall. Inspired is already in some danger, but Busio's keeping him alive a little bit longer. Flash back over into the red pit from Inspired. Team Liquid still looking to take the Baron. It's down to 5,000. Busio alive at 200 HP, but the Baron has already been secured by UG. Team Liquid now has to exfiltrate. Core JJ tanking up the damage, but a nice satchel from APA to interrupt the rest of Masu's ulti. FlyQuest still trying to fight, but Team Liquid's ready to strike back. Masu approaches on the flank, but the health bars on Fly are so low. Mega Inferno Bomb, no target to be found. Team Liquid fully on the run now. As FlyQuest want to chase him down, Mega Adhesive finds core. Wind becomes lightning, tags UG. Deadly Flourish sidestep. FlyQuest want more. UG and Impact still trying to get away. Gwen is immune, and Team Liquid will happily trade Core JJ for a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, again, TL is getting out with no health. It just keeps happening. It's got to be so frustrating for FlyQuest. That was a great satchel from APA. Otherwise, I think a lot more TL members do die, and then it would be a guaranteed dragon for FlyQuest. And now the question is, can FlyQuest even get over to contest this dragon? They do have that one kill, but they are slower to reset, and Core's going to be up here in under 10 seconds, and TL will have that Baron buff. So you can see Bwipo is kind of debating, does he want to head out towards that top side? Is he going to be moving in towards mid? It looks like Bwipo was going to try to get an angle here on Yon, and I think they might go for the TL AD carry.
Okay, Yon is perfectly safe right now, though. Bwipo does not have... There's nobody near Bwipo to try to get some of that passive speed like we were talking about earlier.
Need somebody to drift off of.
Exactly. And also, there's a massive stat bonus on all of the big ball of stats that Bwipo gets with his ultimate when it ranks up from 2 to 3. So Bwipo being able to hit level 16 versus fighting at 15 is a huge difference. When you're looking at the bonus stats, Singed ulti gives ability power, armor, magic resist, move speed, health regen, and mana regen. And those values jump up from 60 to 95. That is 95 extra move speed when that's active, if he's level 16 when he casts it. So Bwipo hitting that point could be huge for FlyQuest to try to hold on here in the next fight, because Team Liquid, Isaac, are merciless. They take down the tier 2 in the bottom lane. They're up to a 6,000 gold lead.
And I mean, it's so concentrated on APA that if this guy hits skill shots, you just die. Like, that is where we are at this point in the game. He's on 4 fully completed items, you know, with scaling runes here in the first strike. At this point, he's gotten 600 gold from his first strike, and he is sitting on so much power, over 700 AP on the Ziggs. One combo and can just be lights out. His ulti, the center of the ulti, does 1,400 damage right now.
He just tossed it out, found no target with it. So FlyQuest know that that's at least down for the next minute or so as they continue to try to protect against this Baron push.
That's okay, because one Ziggs Q does almost 900 damage before item procs. So
okay.
Hit one of those and it basically is an ulti.
APA is the lead in this game. This guy is so far ahead. He has every tool he could possibly need to carry this one. And again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Just show us you can do it. Get the Nexus, get the win, show us that this massive lead means Team Liquid is coming for the dub.
Yeah, that's what they need to be able to prove, that they can actually get it done against these top teams, because the Lounge was talking about it in the pre-show. If you didn't watch that, and if you didn't watch them play against C9 last week, these games, it wasn't like C9 was just stomping them or anything. Like, we saw significantly leads from TL, especially when Yon was playing Yunara. He was individually up nearly 3,000 gold, and still they lost that game. Still they weren't able to actually close the door on their opponent. You can see APA and Yon, dynamic duo there, way up at the top of the table. Either one of them has done more than Quad and Masu combined as far as the damage is concerned.
Ooh.
That's the power of those poke champs when played well and when played from ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Ranged characters are normally always going to have higher damage on the charts, accelerated characters are going to have higher damage on the charts. You put those two together, you're having a great time, but who's not having a great time is Quad. This has been a really unimpressive Talia game from him at 1-7, just really not finding any of those big moments. As Inspired gets jumped on, immediately burst down to near death, but now a massive shutdown on APA! Team Liquid's carry has been killed! FlyQuest, this could be an absolutely game-breaking moment, as now Lyon is in a little bit of danger trying to fight inside the red buff pit. Their second carry is already down. Team Liquid has fumbled the ball, and FlyQuest are ready to go running with it.
And how much can they get with this? Because those are some long death timers, and they ran straight towards mid, so they want to try to at least get a bunch of towers off this. But this is 40 seconds on impact. Can they just end the game right off of that play?
There's no neutral objectives for them to take. This is the only place to go, and the only defenders are an Alistar with no ultimate and a Vi. FlyQuest marching down the mid lane. Team Liquid, they still have a 2,000 gold lead, but they're still all dead. It's 10 seconds on APA. Once the Ziggs respawns, they're going to have a lot of wave clear and a lot of burst.
5 seconds.
And FlyQuest are still going forward. Nexus turret number 1 is already going to be taken down. Team Liquid, they've got APA back in the mix. He tries to use the Mega Inferno Bomb, but he does not find what he needs. Bwippo's about to die. FlyQuest still putting damage into the Nexus, but Lyon is alive. Nexus barely hanging on. FlyQuest need another auto attack. Team Liquid, hold the line.
No way they hold that. That is crazy. Oh my God, when it comes that close, you have to wonder, how many auto attacks went on champions that should have gone on the Nexus. But Bwippo out of nowhere turned this game around. He was waiting over the wall on those Krugs. He gets a flash in on APA, flings him in, gets the kill, and then he was sitting on the other side of the wall, so Lyon couldn't go back and couldn't get anything done either. I don't think TL can end this. We'll see if they're going to even try. Yuji's going back to base, so I don't think they're actually looking for it. Busio going to delay with the ulti here, trying to buy some more time. Baron is up, and it looks like that is going to be the call. They'll just take this one inhibitor tower, but I want to go all the way back to the initial catch because Bwippo, it felt like he pulled this game back from the jaws of defeat, played that so incredibly well. But man, you really have to wonder about a couple of the decisions there because Bwippo, when they were focusing down the towers, he ran past the towers instead of hitting the towers to throw his Mega Adhesive in. Oh, they're TPing. They're actually going to try to just end it.
Yeah, FlyQuest is going for the send. Team Liquid trying to teleport on their own to go and defend it. Masu wants to interrupt the recalls. Bwippo and Quad will not make their way into the base in time.
Now they're going for Yuji.
Okay, but yes, exactly. They want to go after the jungler now, seeing if there's a catch to be found. Okay, Yuji gets away. Everybody on Team Liquid gets away. All the teleports get cast. No Nexus explodes. We're still playing.
This is crazy, man. This is giving me a throwback to some of the finals we have had with FlyQuest, with Winions, and with crazy endings that have involved them. And TL has been on the bad end of some of those plays at times. So we'll see. Is it going to be one of those crazy endings here? Bwippo, again, in a good position to try to look for something. He is incredibly strong, now has that Seekers. Has been a lot of action, but if we have the time, if it slows down, I do want to see that earlier replay. But the Dragon is up, and both teams could look for it. The question is, does TL feel safe until they get some of these Nexus towers respawning, right? That is probably what they're waiting for.
Yeah.
And if you're a TL fan, you are thanking your lucky stars for that game change from quite a while ago, because that is going to mean when those Nexus towers respawn, you can't just go for a backdoor straight.
Right. There's no more teleports. There's no more potential catch you unawares, but the Dragon is up. It is still the 35 Flower Petal lead for FlyQuest, which is going to make up for some of that 5,500 gold lead. We are also at the point now where, APA can't really use money anymore, so anything else that he earns is just going to be a moot point.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing would be if he wants to trade out his boots, and we never touched on it earlier because obviously, hadn't been dying at all. But he has no Zonias. He has no defensive itemization, right? This is all offense. Like, there is nothing defensive whatsoever about his build. In fact, not a single one of his items gives him a point of health, right? So this is full glass cannon on the Ziggs, and that's why when Bwippo was able to find that angle, flash in, flip him in, he just insta-died. So, that is a possibility, but it does require a really good angle. It requires a surprising flank or something to catch APA. Because if you can't get to APA, you cannot win the fight. He just does too much damage at this point. And this guy is sitting on over 900 AP. The ulti at its center is dealing over 1,600 damage. 1 Q is over 1,000 damage. That is before Luden's proc, before Shadow Flame crits, and everything like that.
All right, Team Liquid looking to put the pressure on this bottom lane tier 3 turret. Quad hanging out over in mid to be able to clear out that side push coming in from Impact, because then he can also join the fight with a Weaver's Wall if need be. Deadly Flourish to try to stop the cannon minions there. FlyQuest holding on for now. We've still got about 25 seconds left on this Red Bull Baron power play as Quad fires off the Weaver's Wall. Not going to get a ton of value out of that one, aside from just slowing down Team Liquid's push, trying to hold this turret for one more wave, perhaps. A little bit more damage will take it out. APA just needs to satchel it, and there it is. There it goes. FlyQuest now in some danger as Impact and Core JJ want to make the engage. Whippo here on the front line about to die at the very start of the fight. Team Liquid take out the enemy frontliner. Everybody's still in pretty good shape, and they're gonna keep pushing. Bottom lane inhib will be the first target. Mid lane inhib's about to fall to Impact at the same time. FlyQuest base is in shambles, and TL still has a 5v4. APA, his recall gets interrupted. Nice shot there from Masu as Quad and Inspired still stepping forward. Curtain call opens. APA trying to satchel out. Masu barely misses on the third shot as APA made enough distance. But now, Busio into the back line, takes out the Ziggs. Inspired finding a resurrection there as well as the Vibe still needs to come back to life. Core and everybody else on TL scrambling to try to protect Yon. Inspired getting himself back away. Busio and Quad against Yuji down here on the bottom side. They'll finish him off too. Now Masu needs a little bit more damage. Yon is still alive. Core JJ re-engages on the Jhin. Masu's about to fall. Beautiful play from Core JJ. FlyQuest though, still on the hunt. A TP coming back in.
Whipple's
Inspired
back.
Quad, and Whippo is ready to join the fight here too. Quad gets a nice seismic shove, and Busio gets away yet again. Impact burns down to the poison, and Yon's the last man standing. Bound to the wall immediately. You gotta be kidding me!
Absolutely insane! FlyQuest hold the line there. Who else but Busio Bard is getting it done like that? Taking out the Ziggs, gets the 1K shutdown, is able to survive through it all, and Masu, the rest of the team, holding the line without Whippo. That was crazy from FlyQuest. This team is something else, man.
Give me a t-shirt, give me a foam finger. I'm joining the club, man. Busio is the truth on Bard. Let's watch this again.
I mean, APA barely gets out of range. That wasn't even off target, it was just out of range. But then Busio says, nope, you are not getting away, my friend. Q flash, auto, flashes in, keeps himself aligned with that Caretaker's Shrine. And then Masu on the side here, look at that flash, reacting to Core's combo instantly. But Busio, even with low health, he stays around the whole time because he knows he can still help out Quad. Over the wall, no health, binding lands, seismic shove there, they get the kill. Then this re-engage here from Core, he knows we have got to turn, we have got to fight. So he flashes in, finds the combo on Masu, who had already blown his flash earlier, because he knows if you don't go for that, they're going to wrap around behind us, they're going to take us out. But Whippo respawns, he teleports in. There's just nowhere for TL to go. Yon tries to get the kill onto Busio. The ulti lands, his own ulti is sidestepped, and then perfectly timed binding as well. I mean, what more could you ask for from a Bard? Like, that is a crazy sequence.
That is literally a perfect team fight from Busio.
Insane.
That is, you could put that in a highlight reel and people would think that it was a pre-scripted fight to advertise the champion and what it can do when it's played at its peak.
Yeah, it's like one of the Chinese TikToks that, you know, you're just like, well, that would never happen.
Yeah, it's like, this is clearly staged, but no, this is not. That is the real deal on Bard.
Not staged,
and
it's just Busio.
I love the fact that he played the entire fight at 10% HP after killing the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Like, that's just absolutely insane to me. FlyQuest now, they're feeling confident, they're feeling aggressive, they're gonna go in. Core JJ is the initial target. Whipple's in the back line. Yon's in a little bit of danger, but he gets away for now. Tossed back in, and Masu hits the alley-oop. Team Liquid, they've been ahead the whole damn game, and they're about to lose. FlyQuest just creamed them.
Okay, but look at their pace. Their pace is being attacked, and APA's TPing down mid lane instead of TPing on the wave. Why did he TP to the wave of the base?
APA is trying to go in and maybe find an opportunity here, but he's only gone to the wrong spot. Now he's going for the recall. What? APA might get back.
I think maybe he was thinking he could try to cut the wave or be sneaky and he would get spotted if he TP'd to the other spot. He is back to the base, but I mean, he's the only one alive. There's just no shot.
All right, the Nexus turrets are the target and nobody else on Team Liquid is alive for about 15 seconds. Busio goes in, but he will probably die here to APA. The Zig still trying to defend. The Nexus exposed yet again. Masu and Quad need a little bit more damage. APA tries to hold the line, but he's executed. FlyQuest get the win in game 2.
There's just no way, man. 13-4-13 on the APA Zigs in a loss. That is crazy. No other team in the West is coming back in that game. I don't care what anyone else says. FlyQuest making magic happen in that one. Absolutely crazy performance to be able to turn it around in that fight. Loungers, is that the best BART game you've ever seen?
I can't believe it.
Yes, it is.
One of the better games that I've
insane.
seen in terms of entertainment value. Busio Bard, we were gassing him up before the game. I think it's time to give him a little bit more gas.
Oh, yeah, you better believe it. Come on.
We got it.
He has to have the biggest ego of all time after that one.
Yeah.
He has to have the biggest ego.
Too good. It's not lined up with his neck currently.
Yeah,
Okay, then this side.
Yeah.
This man has the biggest head after
His
this
Bard
game.
playing that fight at absolutely no health was unbelievable. You're gonna pop his head, Raz. Oh my God. Raz is dead.
All right, let's get into
Let's
the
watch
highlights.
this show.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the moment. So TL ended up coming back from this, but Inspired's invade to just continuously harass Yuji. We can roll through all of these
just roll
clips.
all these highlights.
But
This
yeah,
game was insane.
Whippo coming out with a triple kill here was insane.
I'd forgotten that this happened, actually, because we thought he was just going to hard carry the game on Singe. That wasn't the case at all, Sayers.
Yeah, I think I didn't know too much about Singe, but I thought after that he would just just swing going every time, but it wasn't like that. But I feel like Singe did scale well in this game. He find good angles on team fights, so even though he kind of lose the lane, right? After 2 kills, he still was.
Because he got solo killed bot, and then topside he got pushed out. But then he had a solo kill on impact after he was able to get his items.
Yeah.
This was funny as hell. In fact, rewind that, please. Just a little bit.
Go back.
I want to see that one more time, because the TP comes through, and instantly Quad feels the pain. Boom! Booyah! Okay, I just wanted to see that. I'm sorry.
I mean, this is not even halfway through the game when it's getting this crazy. I thought TL did a really good job of chain killing Whipple and Quad on bot lane, but Inspired being able to sneak in here to really give them a ton of flowers also kept them in the game. They were over 40 pretty much the entire time. Oh my God, APA was so strong this game.
Yeah. That's the craziest thing about this game, because both APA Ziggs games have resulted in pretty insane throws and losses.
I just love this core re-engage here, right there. Oh, that was so good.
Delivered the Singe
Bot
right
flashing
towards Jan.
forward. He was having such a bad game. 1-7 after this fight on Talia.
I think this fight, Whippo just smurf, yeah.
So I forgot what happened here. How did they catch APA? Was it Whippo flashing over?
Yeah, he just flashing.
Yeah,
Wow.
Whippo flashes onto him.
That is insane.
And then they almost end the game off of this.
That was the thing. It was like the LPL ending, where you're like, okay, maybe we can end. In the back, we were like, I don't think they can end. The casters thought they could end, and it was very, very close.
Sounds good.
Okay, no
Ult on.
Yeah. I'm 10 seconds.
I think they can end easily. They have 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Champions, guys. Champions.
Champion focus. Yeah.
We're
We're gonna fight them. We're gonna fight them.
Change the first.
Yeah. They try to fight.
Champion. 진짜. 달려.
We can end to mid.
Yeah, put to mid. Think about Bart. Our base is 1 HP. One person defend.
I think that's I lift. Oh, he doesn't flash. I'm gonna solo kill him.
Yo, this
look
was
at it.
crazy.
Look fight. 6 dead.
Play slow, guys. Play slow.
I have GA still.
Alistar flash. Alistar no combo.
Alistar no ulti. Alistar no ulti.
My ult's in 6.
I have combo.
Gwen went in. Gwen ulted.
We killed Vi.
Okay. Play slow, guys. I'm almost up. I'll have TP.
I will bait TP.
Ezreal no flash.
Yeah, I can bait. I will bait TP here.
It's okay, I have TP in 2. Give me a ward.
I don't have anything.
I'm TPing here. I'm coming.
I'll start flash then as well.
Ezreal no flash. Alistar no flash. Gwen has
The Gwen is
flash.
on me.
She has no ult.
I'm killing her.
Coming through. You killed. Wall. Yeah.
She's dead.
You killed the Gwen, right?
Yeah, she's dead.
Okay, can
Coming
we
to
end
Ezreal.
somehow? She's
No,
dead.
you can't.
Focus up.
You need to defend.
It's fine, we don't need to defend. It's fine, we don't have waves though, but it's fine, we aced them.
Yeah, but the tower is...
That was so crazy.
That was insane.
Oh my God, I love their comms too, consistently reminding everyone who had flash mid-fight. And then this fight is actually the game ender. Whippo played this super well with the stopwatch after he gets in the back line to cut off APA. Oh my God.
kind of interested here. Let's go.
He has flash, I think, okay?
Just
One cannon, one cannon.
Hit the towers, hit the towers.
Yeah. Our wave is gone, our wave is gone.
Hit the towers, we can tank it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has no ult,
Hit.
Dodge the
I'm
bot.
coming.
Just hit quad.
No ult. Alistar on 3. No ult. Hit.
You can kill him.
Latte.
Well played.
The evil laugh.
Yeah, wow.
The cackle.
How do they keep doing it in these games against FlyQuest?
I do want to point out the Singe did the most amount of damage in
on the team.
That
because Ziggs did 55,000 damage.
Yeah.
FlyQuest.
How does Team Liquid recover now? They're down 0-2. They lost another Ziggs game where he wasn't playing move up.
Actually, I don't know, to be honest. Like, I feel like they have a really good early game, right? They are like really ahead. They are like killing everyone, like mid, bot, and top.
Yeah.
And like FlyQuest still come back. So I don't know. You just need to kind of like reset and remember the good things you did in early game, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. My God, Raz, like, what are we doing?
I don't know. Like it's like a mental recovery thing because like if that's happening to a Shopify game, like I don't know how you I don't know how you guys can recover. That was ridiculous. But guys, don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats. For less gold, scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat. Or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Game 3 is coming up. After that one, you definitely don't want to miss the next game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship. Energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Red Bull gives you wings.
good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. We are in the elimination phase. We're in the upper bracket. And we also have a little bit of extra competition going on here today as we had Raz enter into a push-up contest. Yeah, just not the greatest outcome there for Raz on the stage while we were in the break. You're seeing the players still getting ready to load back in here for our third game. Game number 2 was, it was really good for Team Liquid for a really long time, and then it really wasn't.
I'm having trouble in my brain computing that it's actually a 2-0 right now for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's 1-1.
Yeah, it feels way different from what it is because we watched, what, like 40 minutes of Team Liquid playing really well, very coherently, like running the show. They had FlyQuest push back to their Nexus turrets. They had 2 inhibitors broken. They were at a point where you would expect 99% of the time you win the game.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's that one play, that big engage, I think, from Whippo over in their jungle where he flashed over the wall by Krugs, over onto APA, caught him, they got that first kill on him, then they were able to kill off Lyon. That gave them a way back in. Then they looked to try to end, they weren't able to do it off of that. But then there was heroics in the base where they're actually defending and hanging on for so long, delaying APA's base a bunch of times. Then Boostio was able to get in, finish him off, survive forever in that fight over by the base. Was just crazy to see. But I feel like it is so much worse to lose a game like that than one like game number 1.
Yeah.
Game number 1, you never really were in it. You never really got a foothold. So
just blame it on draft and go next.
Exactly. It's like, it's just a bad game. When you get way ahead and you still lose, there is nothing more tilting than that. I feel like that kind of game that they just played is the worst kind of experience you can have when you're playing League, man. As far as keeping your mental strong, it's like, what more do I need to do? If you're APA, you went 13, 4, and 13, and one of his deaths was as the Nexus was exploding, and he's like 5K ahead, and you still lost.
I mean, I don't know about you, but if it's me and I'm just like playing ladder games and I have a game like that, I'm saying I'm done for the day. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to take a walk or whatever. Problem is, we're not playing ladder games. It's a stage game. It's a best of 5, and that was game 2. So you can't just go on a walk, shake it off, hit the VOD review later and figure out what went wrong. Like, Team Liquid now, they have to lock in. They are on a must-win situation.
Reverse sweep.
Yeah, you got to reverse sweep the best team in the league that just came back from a 10,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild game because the way it started, I thought it was going to be a FlyQuest stop. When Whipple gets this triple kill with his counter pick, and Inspired is doing this never-ending invade where Yuji doesn't have a full third camp by like 4.5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
He's just in his face for so long that he steals away his wolves with Smite, and then it just doesn't leave the jungle until Smite comes back up and steals his next camp too. You're thinking, all right, well, I've seen this one before. You know, Wolf was just going to run away with it, but TL battled back. They got into a great position, and so far that has not been accurate.
Yeah.
Captain Flowers plus TL has not equaled TL.
Yeah, I have not been the buff for TL here. That is not the case this time around.
Lose.
Yeah, that was maybe I've got some evil magic over me for Team Liquid here. But we have our bans already done for the first half of this one, so let's see what we've got. Yone, Poppy, Scion banned out by TL. FlyQuest continuing to ban the Varus and Pantheon, along with that Azir here on the red side. First pick Renekton, Comfort for Impact.
Yeah, absolute Comfort for Impact here, who I think has been actually having a really good couple games, right? He was able to get solo kills in both those games. I do think he is playing well, but has not resulted in the team winning. And it was a big question mark because Impact himself, was even talking in the interview about like he wasn't happy with his own performance and he needs to level up. He wasn't sounding very confident in the interview coming into this series from last week, which is really rare because almost always you interview Impact and you're like, well, how do you think it's going to go? And he's like, yeah, well, we're going to win. It's going to be good. We're prepared. We're going to win. But he's like, well, I don't know if we can win. I'm not sure how it's going to go. All this sort of stuff, and talking about how he wasn't happy with his performance. So it is interesting to see that. And it feels like this year is one of the first times ever in Impact's very lengthy, very successful career where you can point to him and say he's been a weak spot.
Yeah.
So it is interesting, and I'm happy to see him performing well in these couple games. Renekton, Annie. So pretty short range, pretty kind of straightforward first couple picks here for TL.
But double point and click stuns. This is what you go to if you're like, okay, we're not executing the way that we need to. You play point and click and you get it done. As someone who played a point and click champion for the majority of my league career, I respect this strategy.
Yeah,
that's what you got
to have to get out of there once Skarner got updated. You know, that ulti's a skill shot now.
You can miss it. It feels bad.
Skill shots are not the Captain Flowers way.
You feel like a chump if you miss it, and you look like one too. It's not a good feeling. Yeah. But we're going to have the Kai'Sa rounding out the first half of the draft here for Team Liquid. Over on the other side, Orianna and Cassante.
So I don't know if they would do it, but I do think Renata goes crazy against these kind of comps that TL have. I do feel like we've seen it from Core, you know, at times where he's been bringing out and then kind of had these amazing games on it. I do think Busio is someone who would be willing to do it. Maokai, Cassante, Orianna versus a comp that has to dive past that, that is already really, really tough. And now if FlyQuest could get some powerful counter engage even coming from that bot lane, if you're going a safe AD carry plus something like Renata, I struggle to see how TL would win team fights, you know, even without seeing their last two picks. It's like anytime you have Renekton, Annie, Kai'Sa, you know what the comp is going to do. You're going to draft hard engage, you're going to go full send it. And I just feel like Renata hard counters that.
All right, well, I do respect what you're saying. I agree with you on Renata, but she is almost always paired with someone else. And if that someone else gets locked in, I'm full sending it over the edge of this desk. I refuse to cast that character anymore. So I hope...
interest you in a Renata plus hyper carry, you know, like a Renata Felios or something.
Okay, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. You give me Renata Felios,
no Kalista.
I'm down for it. Yeah,
Renata
exactly.
is innocent.
Yeah, okay.
Renata's just been hanging out with the wrong crowd.
Right,
you know?
exactly. She fell in with the wrong crew.
Exactly.
Okay, well, hopefully
is shady.
We can get her right back on track. We can help her get back to
just got to get that
winning
out of your life.
Yes, exactly. All right, so let's
Drop
see.
her like a bad habit.
Yes, because she is one and a bad champion. Yes. Now let's see what we've got in the second half of the
FlyQuest are winning. I actually love that trend. Was it Busio? Was it? I think Masu started it.
Masu and Busio. Yeah.
Busio's life. We're going undefeated.
It's just like, hey, wait, what is it? Hold on a second, man. Double jungle bans here from FlyQuest in the second half as Nocturne and Jarvan are removed from the pool. Meanwhile, on the other side, very defensive options. It's exactly what you're talking about. You see Renekton, Annie, and Kai'Sa, you know they're going to full send, so you get rid of the defensive options. The counter engage from Braum, the engage dodge from Xayah, both of those removed.
I called the Aphelios Renata.
Bro, if you called this,
you could also send a TK, but
okay.
We'll see what they want to actually go for, and maybe they're just going to go neither of those. So okay, so it's going to be Lucian. Milio, also great counter engage. You know, is one of the pairings that people do like alongside Lucian. Of course, Lucian Nami really popular. Braum is banned out, so that's not going to be the case. And so you would expect maybe the Milio or the Nami, but this split we've been seeing a lot more of just Lucian plus random support, where it felt like he had been
Renata.
Exactly. It felt like he had been glued to one of like 2 or 3 supports, and that's the only time you've ever seen him. But this split around the world, we have been seeing a little bit more of that kind of adjustment where it's like sometimes it's with something else.
Okay, all right. I'm calling the outset here.
Mostly because I have to.
Let's go! Mostly because I have to. Boom. And also comfort pick. We got the snap engage from Team Liquid. We have Rel on core JJ. Jan is gone, is picking up the Kai'Sa. So I feel like this is going to be the most comfort they got here. And please, I'm just upset that this turns into a 3-0. I don't want it. You guys don't want it. Back to you.
Counterpoint, I think FlyQuest slammed the draft.
Yeah, I think Raz must have ate the last horn-blowing thing instead or something, because this draft, I feel like, is unplayable for Team Liquid into Renata and Maokai.
I mean, I will say, if you nail the engage and you one-shot the Lucian or the Ori, then they're very low damage.
Okay.
But
how are you going to do that through Cassante and Renata and Maokai?
I think you're not, which is why I said I think FlyQuest slammed the draft. But I'm trying to look out for my boy. He just took an L in the push-up contest. You know, now he's about to take an L with the air horn. You only get to blow in once with the upset horn.
Raz is just, it's just a constant stream of L's.
Also, fun fact
today:
if you get correct with the air horn, then you get to choose a punishment for the people who are wrong. I'm the only person who's gotten it correct so far.
Oh, so you're going to get to choose a punishment for everybody. Well, this morning we saw Raz really stumble with a jalapeno pepper. So maybe you could dare him to eat the pure unadulterated spice that is a jalapeno pepper.
Maybe something a little bit spicier.
Ooh.
We had to eat some some heinous peppers on the dive. That was painful, and I like spice.
I remember seeing you guys do that because Kobe was chugging the milk and he acted
Kobe
like...
and Mitos were out of commission for like 20 minutes. I just had to solo the episode while my mouth was burning.
Yeah, Kobe looked like somebody shot him. He was really struggling with that pepper.
After they were both like, we are never doing this ever again.
Draw the line.
So maybe you can help me cook up some punishments.
All right, I'll see what we can think up here.
We'll see. Raz could be right.
Unless Raz is right. Okay, Raz, if you are right on this one, congratulations to Impact. By the way, the first player to achieve 700 career games in North America. This man has been a part of the NA ecosystem throughout the entire history of LCS, LTA, everything.
Let's see if he can celebrate with a dub, because that is quite the milestone. And this guy, you know, is deserving of all of the success he's had over the years, all the credit he's had over the years, but also, likewise, you know, you have to be able to realize that he has not been playing to that standard this year. I do think this series he's playing great, though, and I love to see that.
So I will say we're clowning on Raz a little bit because you and I both disagree with his call out on the draft. But
because we love our boy Raz.
Exactly. That's what you do. That's bros being bros. However, I will say, Raz, I will admit live on air after this game, if Team Liquid wins, that you are 100% right, and I need to get on your level. Because you must be seeing something here that I'm not seeing.
But unfortunately, he will be incorrect.
It appears that is where my prediction would be as well. But we'll see what Team Liquid can do with this. It's a full death ball, full send composition. If you can get an early kill for Viego, maybe Yuji can pop off and really start racking up some of those kills, but it's very difficult.
I mean, that is the style of comp that they're drafting for, right? It's about the one shot. It's about you full send it, you burst down one target, you get the resets. But that is so problematic because Busio's character is designed to stop that. You all pile in on one person and one-shot them, bail out. Okay, now you're all stacked up. Hostile takeover. Okay, now what, right? And that is kind of
the fight's over.
That's kind of the problem. And then you're like, well, let's just depend on Busio to mess that up. And Brother has been on fire.
Game,
Exactly. So it is really, really tough. They are low on damage on the FlyQuest side, though. So if you can one-shot Masu or Quad, then you're kind of just left with Renata and some meatballs, and maybe you just win the fight that way. So I think that is the hope for TL. But I said it, you know, after the first 3 picks, I think Renata hard counters this draft. I fully believe that after seeing the full draft. And Maokai, very difficult to engage through as well. So is Cassante. So I think TL have their work super cut out for them.
Plus, it's that classic conundrum that we always talk about when Maokai and Renata are on the same team, having to deal with wanting to group up for Maokai's ulti so the roots only get to hit one person versus wanting to space out against the hostile takeover. It just creates a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of situation.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's you can try to go for different targets, but if you go for all different targets, well, you don't have enough damage to kill them anyway. So it does become very difficult. But you know, if you can get some really good AoE stuns, like if APA can get in there and multi-man stun, then maybe you can burst someone down before you know we do see that bailout come through or something along those lines. But it would be fun to talk a little bit more about APA and Quad. I feel like APA has been playing well in this series overall for the most part, especially his last game I think was really, really strong. But this is some of their past heights that they have actually achieved. And you know, APA has been part of that TL top side that has been receiving a lot of criticism throughout this split. I think Quad as well, also receiving a little bit of criticism as having a bit more of a down split. But these guys, their highs have been so high, and we really want to see them playing at that level. You know, not just to make NA really competitive, but also to be able to represent us internationally. Because you know, every top team in the world, when you go international, has a godlike mid lane.
Their mid laners are insane.
Always. Every team that is going to be threatening for those world championships, it's like, well, you're going up against Faker, you're going up against Chovy, you're going up against all of these guys that are so difficult to actually beat. So that is the hill that they'll have to climb if they do want to go international and have that success.
Support's just enjoying the sights, sounds, and smells of bottom lane as they don't really need to attack each other or anything a whole lot.
Does Rel smell like a horse or metal?
I feel like the metal would probably be the smell because the horse is made. I don't think there's real horse there.
It's not like a horse encased in metal, it's just metal?
No, because the horse comes apart and becomes armor when she's dismounted, remember?
What if it's a magical horse?
I mean, it is a magical horse. It's made of metal, but it's alive. That's what I mean. Like, oh boy, hold on. Could be a little bit of trouble here for Bwipo. Caught off in a bit of a bad spot. Only level 5, so he can't go all out. Instead, tries to get a little bit of damage back on Impact, but a nice heal with a Call of the Meek. Means Team Liquid's getting first blood.
Yeah, nicely done. Going to be able to grab a first blood. Impact gets the kill. This time it is not a solo, but able to take down Bwipo, which does feel really nice. And a little bit of an advantage there already, but even with that kill, it is still just even in gold because FlyQuest are creating these advantages. We saw that Lyon obviously swapped out of that lane first. It is 12 CS edge for Masu currently. Of course, that will likely even out a bit over time, but that's looking good. UG looking mid lane, though.
Yeah, this could be a good play here onto Quad, who's trying to get away still. Flash Spectral Maw finds the target at just the right angle, but they still need a little bit more damage to get it done. Quad still has his flash available as well as Impact tries to escape on the bottom side of the map. UG not going to find that second Spectral Maw as Bwipo's making sure Yon can't get in the way and block off the escape. Impact still under pressure down here on the bottom side at the same time. Piercing Light, one more auto, gets it done. Masu takes out Impact, makes it a 1-for-1 game as Quad escapes up at the top side, but now Bwipo's still under pressure. UG going to find another stun there, and they force out a second flash.
Yeah, that is crazy that Quad was able to actually escape from that situation, but his wave is not great. It looked like ABA was able to push it in, and his next wave stacked up, so it's going to push away from him as well. So Quad is going to miss out on some minions from this, so it's not that it had no value. You can also see, knowing that it is a really high damage comp, he's going a tanky build. He's going Roa on the Orianna here, so already has that catalyst.
And Bwipo's going in a 1v2. He goes all out to force Yon's flash. Bwipo's just saying, Core JJ does not matter. I have enough drain tanking to survive the damage of both of these guys, and he puts the pressure on the Team Liquid carry.
But does he have enough to survive UG?
Yeah, UG's on the way up here. Pathmaker to try to get away, but the Spectral Maw is still ready to go. Bwipo still trying to walk it off here. You can't get too close to the turret against K'Sante, so he's just going to tell him to get on out of town.
Yeah, throws down a little taunt to add insult to injury as UG up here again. They're going back in.
Core JJ with a flash engage. Bwipo finally dies, and Core stabs him in the back with the lance. Bwipo just getting a little bit too full of himself there and gets punished for it.
Yeah, going to get punished. Now the question is, can they stop the recall? They cannot. He had a shield, so even if that hit, it would not have stopped the recall. So as long as the damage is shielded, he is fine. And because he used the crash down before the recall, even if the W hits, he's out of there scot-free. So Core able to punish. Bwipo a little bit too confident. You know,
a little bit cocky.
Spamming a little bit of dance moves on him after he got away, and then does get Q flashed and taken down. And meanwhile, Impact is pushing through bot, going to be able to grab a plate there for himself. And he's up 20 CS and a plate and a kill. So he has 700 gold ahead of Bwipo, who has been put under a lot of pressure. You know, they've been ganking him a lot. Yon went up there. They 2v1'd him early. And Bwipo has not been able to pick up farm. That being said, the rest of the team is doing well. Masu, nearly as much ahead. Just about 600 gold at this point up on where Yon is. And Kaisa from behind, usually not that fun to play.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good experience, especially dealing with somebody like Lucian, who also likes to fight at close range. Sometimes Kaisa, if she's from behind, you can still get a good assassination attempt onto the enemy carry if he's not adept at defending himself all alone.
Got a bigger gun. It's no fair.
Yeah, Lucian's got 2 guns. Like, this is a little bit of a problem. But FlyQuest are going to go ahead, start up the Void Grubs for themselves. Bucio will see Core JJ there in that brush thanks to the ward. Core drops down a control ward of his own to try to regain control over this part of the jungle, but Inspired is going to claim grub number 1 already. FlyQuest do have their ultis ready to go. That Maokai ulti is just there to create space. Make sure that Team Liquid cannot get any closer here just yet. The 3rd grub is left alive. FlyQuest will be happy enough just taking the first 2.
Yeah, there's a bit of a strange ulti there from Inspired. The angle for me was a bit of a question mark, but
boy,
looking.
This could be a little bit of a problem here for Impact. Yes, he's got a gold lead, but Bwipo's feeling pretty strong. Ult for ult between the K'Sante and Renekton.
Yeah, almost takes down Impact there, and Quad is now moving. Good sidestep from Impact, but we'll see. If Impact over chases, Quad's going to be behind him, and he could look for this.
Yeah, that 3rd Intofo strike nearly hit. But remember that Bwipo has no mana to work with, but a nice shockwave there. Still does plenty of damage onto the Croc. Impact still trying to get away. Bwipo has enough for 1 Intofo strike. Call the Meek, trying to get a little bit of extra healing, but it won't matter. A punch in the kidneys, and Impact is down. Bwipo's on the board.
Yeah, nice roam there from Quad, covering Bwipo after that all-in attempt. Impact is seeing, he's out of mana. But the funny thing about K'Sante, no matter how low the mana bar looks, he can always press Q, man. That thing costs nothing at all.
Somebody get Showmaker on the phone. We know what time it is. It's K'Sante Pasta. As Bwipo arrives right in the middle of Core JJ and Yon, and seemingly does not care at all. Yon finds a quick burst on him, but really it doesn't do a whole lot of anything. I mean, Bwipo's got Bramble, Ruby Crystal, Chain Vest. He's pretty tanky for this point.
Yeah, he is very, very tanky. And especially when you're going up against a team like this, it's like there's not really many team fights that you can kind of conjure up in your mind where Annie can be focusing K'Sante and you can win the team fight, right?
Yeah, it's
impossible. Exactly. So if Annie can't be hitting K'Sante, what kind of damage does literally everyone else do? Well, it's all physical. So all K'Sante needs to do is stack 1,000,000 armor, and you're going to be a brick wall, because even if you walk at the Annie, yeah, sure, she can spend all her spells on you, but it's not going to win the fight. Like, if you spell your full combo onto K'Sante, even if you kill him, you're probably getting crushed for it.
And there's still probably a little magic damage on the Kai'Sa, too, because she's a hybrid champion. But again, I feel like the most magic resistance you would ever need to buy in this game is a Jack Show. And that's still extra armor. It's still going to magnify your armor when it procs. It's just a very comfortable itemization path for Bwipo this game, as FlyQuest are up about 1,000. They do have the 2-1 grub lead. It's another game in this series where we're seeing very, very low priority on Drakes. This is the first Drake of the game, and it's not being targeted, prioritized, however you want to word it, till about 11 minutes in. FlyQuest will go ahead and pick it up, though. That means they're going to have credit towards 2 out of 3 of those neutral objectives. They also have 2 kills, but so does Team Liquid, so the Feat of Warfare could still go either way, too.
It is going to be very likely just like full crit Lucian. He did go Kraken first, so he's going to be going for this really high DPS build. You know, it's not Essence Reaver, it's not Collector, it's nothing like that. Kraken not very common at all, but it is, you know, definitely a really high DPS build that you can go full crit. It's obviously just hard to pilot, you know, when you are playing Lucian and you're not playing kind of more of these caster style builds. Like, you need to be autoing, you need to be hitting non-stop, but if you can actually really manage it and stay in the mix and stay safe, which I think the Renata is designed to help you do, then you can put out a tremendous amount of damage. And even though people don't think of Lucian as a scaling champion, your late game DPS is pretty insane with these builds if you can manage it.
APA drops the Tibbers there onto Quad just to maintain control over the lane. Gets about 40% of his HP, but really nothing super impressive. Core and Yuji still both hanging around in case FlyQuest wanted to try anything. Tibbers is about a third of the way dead. Meanwhile, back over in mid, Masu finding a massive chunk of damage there. That's the burst from the Kraken Slayer. Yep. And you're talking about how the Renata facilitates Lucian being able to do that damage. I also feel like the enemy team facilitates Lucian being able to do that damage. Everybody is going to be in melee range. Everybody is going to be a potential target. And as long as Masu's confident, he can find a lot of DPS. Yon flashing out there to escape death at Masu's hands. Busio shows up down here in the bottom lane, but when Quad can't find the immediate combo that he's looking for, it just means APA can walk away.
Yeah, and I mean, they see Yuji, so they're saying, okay, we're not going to actually chase in on this, but Masu at the end of the day, 1v1 under Yon's turret, almost solo killed him and forces flash, right? They trade ults. That is really good from Masu, being able to put the pressure on here. He knows he has a big advantage, and he wants to be able to utilize that. He's up a good 30 CS at this point, so he's a zeal ahead, and is going to be feeling really confident about his positioning. You can see that Busio rushes the Mikhails. This is something that I do really like that is very common from him. He's almost always looking for this in good spots.
Oh, and now Masu has flash, and Yon doesn't. Masu is making Yon look silly here, as the Lucian is so powerful at this point. Bwipo again targeted by Team Liquid, but I'm not going to lie, Isaac, trying to hit Bwipo like a loot pinata all game, it doesn't feel like Team Liquid is getting the dividends from this that they want.
No, they're really not. I mean, you're hitting this thing, but getting a couple lumps of coal for your reward. It's not like, a lot. Oh boy. I mean, he's gotten a full thorn mail at this point. He didn't even sit on the bramble, and I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's bot gap. Masu is just slamming Yon right now, able to put the pressure on him, force out that flash because of some really aggressive play. You know, it's not like Yon was super overstepping. He's under his tower, and you forced out his flash and his ult, and then he comes back to lane, and you're flashing in, you're getting that kill, you're putting yourself ahead, you're utilizing Kraken plus PTA, double procs there. This guy hurts a lot. I mean, that is half of Core's health gone with a Q and a couple autos.
And he knows he can just dash in like that. Busio is right behind him. If Team Liquid tries to turn it, boom, bailout, boom, hostile takeover, boom on Bwipo perhaps, as they burst him down to about 20% HP. He's trying to survive underneath the turret. He knows he needs to try to stay here. Meanwhile, Masu looking for McCulling up at the top side. River Bwipo's already going to die as FlyQuest looks to get something back. Busio still chasing, Inspired right behind him, but they won't find anything. 3-3 game.
Yeah, I mean, they bring APA up, and again, there's no MR on Bwipo right now, so you can put that pressure on him, but meanwhile, Quad is taking down this tower. It took 3U to get that done on the top side. FlyQuest take down the bottom tier 1. They're pushing down this mid tier 1. It's just Corey and JJ to defend, so this is going to drop as well. So you are getting a ton down. Eventually, they will get that top tier 1 to answer, but FlyQuest claim feats. And yeah, you've killed Bwipo a number of times, But honestly, who cares? Your Lucian is so far ahead. It does not matter if Cassante is a bit behind this game really at all. And like I was touching on before that fight broke out, Busio loves going for early Mikhails. Yeah. And when you're looking over at this comp, you're thinking, okay, well, how do we lose? You know, it's like a flash Tibbers, it's a flash stun from Impact. It's something like that. And now you have the Mikhails to be able to answer that. You have all the counter engage. You have so many tools, including the cleanse on Masu, to be able to shut this down. And he's got Navori Quick Blades done. He is monstrously strong. If you ever watch pro players warming up, a lot of them will do this, where they'll be playing Lucian and they go for Quick Blades and giga high attack speed, and they'll be sitting there seeing how quickly and how perfectly they can combo on Lucian on target dummies. Yeah. It's something that you'll see a lot of the players do. Quid loves to do this, Quad loves to do this, a lot of the AD carries loves to do this. And it is fun seeing how quick they can get with like max attack speed, full build, Navori, just perfectly rotating through those spells.
I mean, it's one of the most mechanically intense challenges in League of Legends because there is just such a high ceiling for what you can do. And when a player does it well, it looks really slick.
It looks crazy.
It looks like something that's being performed by like a tool-assisted speedrun or something. But it's really challenging to be able to execute it in the moment, not just against some target dummy that doesn't shoot back, but having to navigate a fight where you're also avoiding threats, spacing out against opponents. It's tough to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, people think of Lucian as kind of this weak late game champ. Then you watch one of the best Lucian players do it, and you're like, oh, never mind, I just suck.
Yeah, no, it turns out Lucian's really good. The pilot may be the problem sometimes as...
User error.
Yeah, APA can go ahead and escape Quad's wrath up there in the top side, but FlyQuest are going to acquire their second Drake of the game. So that's both Drakes, 2 out of 3 grubs, a 2,000 gold lead for a team that's dead even in kills. This is reminding me a lot of game number 1, where the kills don't have to be the big advantage. FlyQuest is just winning out all over the map in different ways.
Yep, absolutely. And again, they're answering what the win conditions are for TL. You know, I touched on this tankier build from Quad. He went into the Roa. He's going Roa Leandries with Merc Treads, right? Like, he is not going to be just one shot by nothing. It is going to be AP Maokai. You know, you could try to burst him down if you want, but I don't think that's going to be a winning recipe when the Lucian and the Orianna are this strong. So they're going to have to find, I think, clever picks, clever engages. When they land CC, it can't all be spent on one person. You kind of have to land massive AoE CC and somehow catch Busio involved in that too, where then it's really hard to decide, okay, well, who do I bail out? Because 3 people are getting low at once. We all got CC'd. That's where you can kind of deal with Renata. But when everything is point and click on one person, it is so easy. You just press W, and then you press R, and then you're kind of laughing at them.
It's like, all right, game's over, fight's over. Nothing can really happen here. APA hanging out in the brush, seeing if maybe there's an opportunity to do something here, but there's really not. Quad almost has his shockwave ready to go yet again. FlyQuest still up about 2,000 gold. Nothing to fight for on the map unless you just want to fight for the sake of fighting, and we'll see. Maybe they want to. Maybe they want to try to continue pushing that advantage further ahead. Utilize Masu on this Lucian. Team Liquid just trying to clear out some vision, not allow themselves to lose further control over this map and over this game. And FlyQuest are fine just continuing to farm. You've got 2 minutes until Otacon spawns, 3 minutes until the next Drake is up. Core JJ and Yon here looking at Busio, going after the Renata, who uses the self Mikhails. Busio gets away, and now the counterattack coming in from Masu and FlyQuest. Core JJ is first to die, but Yon's about to join him. He goes in for the killer instinct. He gets 1 kill, but he goes down in the process. A double kill for Masu's Lucian, as Yuji still tries to escape and will manage to close that distance and get to safety. But it was an attempt from Team Liquid that was not good enough, and FlyQuest get the punish.
And the presence of mind there on Masu.
Oh, Inspired stole away the blue buff, and he's still chasing after Yuji, who's got to now flash over the wall to escape Bwipo's follow-up.
I mean, Masu was totally but he's running presence of mind, right? So you get that first kill, you're getting back a big injection of mana. So I was thinking, well, this actually looks like a pretty good fight from TL, but as soon as he got that 1 kill, he gets mana to then be able to put the pressure on Yon and take him down as well. He's working in towards the Infinity Edge. Like, this is crazy from Masu. He's so far ahead and has so many tools to keep him safe. Between all the counter engage, the Renata we talked, immense amounts about, but even the Orianna shields, and Masu is just confident now.
He just dashes over the wall immediately with the pursuit. He does not care who's there from Team Liquid because he's got Busio behind him, and he knows he has enough damage to kill anybody in the time that the bailout's going to give him. He doesn't even need it. FlyQuest pick up another kill, 3,500 gold lead, and Team Liquid are struggling to find anything here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find a way in. Impact laying in wait, but again, we have seen them go at Bwipo so many times that even if you kill him, just hasn't resulted in much of an advantage for Impact. Impact got that early kill, did have a pretty significant early advantage. Now there's 3 members here, but we'll see.
All right, Whippo is going to try to walk it out with the Pathmaker. Goes all out, flashes, he's chilling.
Maybe they start Otacon off this. I think that's honestly not a bad look. You just got flash, you just got ult. You're losing this game hard, so you got to do something.
Okay, APA walks into the Tri-Brush, though, and Whippo is still ready and waiting, just dueling with APA and Tibbers, now creating a little bit of extra distance as Busio and Masu show up on the side, and Inspire's ready to join in here with the Maokai ulti. APA stuck at the front line. Busio looking to follow the rest of the team so Masu can get in there. Yon is already down. Inspire takes the kill. Impact about to fall as he flies over the wall here with a blast cone, and FlyQuest are cleaning up everybody. Quad's ready to keep on chasing, and APA will be next to die. Core JJ and Impact are on the run, and the fight is an absolute massacre. It's a 3-for-1. Yeah, Whippo dies, but the only thing it gotcha was a lost team fight.
Yeah, and it's the walk of shame for Shelly as well. Spawns in base while you're dead. As I don't mind the attempts because they're already down 4K. I feel like they got pretty hard countered in draft. And they had Whippo with no flash, no ult, so all right, let's try it. But in comes Masu, in comes Busio. Look at Yon on the side. How is he supposed to play? Yon has to go for the killer instinct into the backline, but he's at 5% health because Masu got in on him. He was split from the rest of the team. Yon is just gone immediately, so even though you do eventually get the kill on Whippo, it just doesn't matter. APA has spent everything. Yon is gone. There's no damage left in the tank for TL. And Spawn knows it. That was the last shot for them in this series. It's looking like it's going to be a 3-0 unless there's some sort of miracle you can pull off, because not only did you lose that fight, you lost the Otacon, so now they are 5,000 gold ahead, plus a massive amount of adaptive stats, plus they're about to move to Soul Point, and you have the Infinity Edge done to make matters even worse. Masu is going to be unstoppable, and TL just not living up to their own expectations. They want to be a team that is, competing for championships, that is doing well internationally, and FlyQuest has stolen their mantle away from them. And it's got to be frustrating to know that.
And I think that's where a lot of that frustration that we see on the coach cam from Spawn, from the back room for Team Liquid, is coming from. Because they know they want to be contenders. They know that they want to be challenging for one of those 2 slots for Worlds. And right now it's tough. Team Liquid trying to maybe make a surprise play here, try to catch FlyQuest in their own jungle. Whippo's going to be the front line, though, and that's exactly where he wants to be. Team Liquid trying to get everybody out. The Maokai ulti's not going to find anybody, but a hostile takeover hits 3. Team Liquid still all alive, though, and Whippo will be the only one to die in the fight. Team Liquid's gambit works out.
Yeah, they do get the kill, but unfortunately there's no objectives. There's nothing to go to, and Quad will be able to finish off this tower, you have to think, eventually. Doesn't want to risk it, so is going to be backing off, but almost got the tier 2 there. We'll see if Impact can get any sort of a chase down. I think Quad is just going to walk it out.
Way too tanky.
Yeah, there's just no real attempt to be able to do that. And so now we're looking towards this next dragon here. Baron's going to be up in 2 minutes, but I feel like everyone is going to be thinking about that Mountain Dragon. It is the worst soul to give over with this kind of comp for TL, right? Your only way to win is one-shotting one of the carries. Mountain Soul Shield makes that much more difficult. It makes it really, really tough. So you cannot give that. There is no way I see them coming back if they do give it. So TL is going to have to try to find some sort of really good setup, find a way to either steal that away or get picks prior to it to be able to try to navigate their way back into this game. Otherwise, FlyQuest is looking at a sweep. It would not be a sweep in the way that we expected it because Game 2 was so contested.
Yeah.
But definitely, would be the result that I think most people would have predicted still at the end of the day.
I mean, if you look at the kills without looking at where they're at, it looks like it's not that far apart just in terms of the kills that have been racked up, right? 6 versus 9. But then you look at where they are. 5 of the deaths on FlyQuest are Whippo. You've only killed Cassante. He's still 2.5 items Cassante. He'll still be able to do his job.
And it's great. Renekton's up 50 CS. But then you look, Maokai's up 50 CS. Mid lane's up 40 CS. The Lucian is up almost 70 CS, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, which would you rather have? The Cassante be down or everyone else? And, it has been difficult. They just haven't been able to find the angles to punish these other players. I think they are more comfortable putting Whippo in these risky spots where he's out in the side lane, knowing that he could be playing weak side, because they know if you go and you send 3 and you dive him, then we're going to take something else. And if you only send 1 or 2, well, you can't dive him. You can't actually punish him. So it is well played here by FlyQuest. Whippo sacrificing for the team somewhat, but FlyQuest cruising right now. Baron spawning here in 30. Going to be playing for vision around that, but your job to find picks gets even harder when you're playing against Maokai because there's going to be a sapling in every brush. Like, he doesn't have to face check anything. And that is some of the kind of hidden power, or maybe not that hidden, of Maokai.
And Inspired now going to be targeted by Core JJ's engage, but the counterattack from FlyQuest begins now. Yon is rooted up, isolated from the rest of the team. No way out for the AD carry. And as he dies, Baron marks his grave. We'll see if FlyQuest just want to start that up right now. They've already got the vision control. Impact being chased off to the side there by Quad. Inspired is down to about 40% HP, so keep your eyes on him. A kill on the jungler could be big here for Team Liquid if they can find it. APA blocked off by Bwipo, who does not want to allow him any closer to the objective. The initial burst on Inspired couldn't kill him. It does have him low enough that it at least stops FlyQuest from going after the Baron right now. APA eats half of a culling for half of his HP, and FlyQuest will just settle with a 1 kill for now.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if Bwipo's not tanking the Baron, I don't think you can just do it like that, right? It is still a 25-minute Baron.
Yeah.
And Inspired is full AP. Like, he does just kind of die to it. So they didn't have anyone to tank up the Baron, so they couldn't really go for it. But either way, they do absorb the engage. They tried to full send it on Inspired, but Busio is right behind him with the insta-Mikhails, and that allows enough time for Inspired to be able to get back, throw down his ult, and try to turn that around. And Yon again goes down, as we are seeing Masu move even further ahead. Has the extra BF sword on top. Quad already super tanky, has the Seekers done now, already had that fully stacked Roa plus Leandries, so this guy is going to be incredibly tough to knock down. 3,200 HP plus the Seekers is tough.
And I mean, we talk a lot about how Yon is the star player on Team Liquid. Like, this is the guy that carries the games. But it's the double-edged sword of that is if Yon is having a bad game, it's very hard for Team Liquid to look good. And right now, the biggest individual gold difference is between him and Masu on the Lucian. Now, Team Liquid is thinking about full sending it here. A firing squad for Quad, but he pops the Seeker's arm guard and stays alive, gets out of the range of the Spectral Maw, and the Shockwave finds them all. Core JJ's gonna die first. Quad's still alive a little bit longer, but he's finally shut down by Yon. But it costs them everything. Bwipo's going in after APA, and it won't matter how many times Bwipo's died so far this game. APA is not getting away from that one. FlyQuest, the only member left alive on Team Liquid is Impact, and they're going to feel comfortable going after this dragon as Inspired just stands there. He's like, all right, I got you, buddy. And actually, this is smart because you're desyncing the death timer. You are delaying the death timer and making it so now Team Liquid has less men on the map for longer. That is a 50-second death timer that's still going to have 30 seconds left once Yuji and Yon respawn.
Exactly. No, it's not just about styling on him. It's about saying, no, you're going to be dead for longer, but let's look at this engage. The flash in, Quad, insta-stasis. That is so smart, buying the time. Then he flashes back, denies the Spectral Maw, 3-man Shockwave, pulls them perfectly apart, and now watch Busio coming in from the top. Quad is going to die, surely, right? No. Flashes in from Busio. Heal, bailout, buys even more time, throws down the Mikhails. Yes, you do eventually finish him off, but it takes so long, and your whole team has to stand to the tower for so long that it is an easy turnaround.
Oh
and
my God, Quad, you're the best player in the world.
That's it's definitely looking like a good day for Busio here on the Rift. Mountain Soul for FlyQuest, 8,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. Everything going their way, and hey, that play gave Quad enough money to upgrade the arm guard into the Hourglass, so now the Stasis is ready to go again. Core JJ might just die to Masu here. That is a level 16 Lucian against a level 9 Rel. That goes exactly one way and one way only, as Yon has to flash out of the range of the Culling and the Maokai ulti, otherwise he faces certain death as well.
It's a Baron o'clock, I think. They are nearly 10k ahead. They have the Mountain Soul. Yeah, just can't even hurt Quad, really, at this point. He can easily stand up to this. If they overpush mid, FlyQuest can look for the engage there. Otherwise, they just pull back, get vision around the Baron, and they can look for plays.
Oh, boy. This might be the play right here. APA flashing over the wall to stay safe, but now there's no flash, no Tibbers on the Annie. There's not a lot of tools to work with here on Team Liquid's side. Yon doesn't have his flash either. That's 2 carries, 0 flashes in a game where you're already this far behind.
Yeah, all the additional move speed as well being thrown down on Quad as he pops the W, speeds himself up, but then you're also getting the bailout, which gives you that additional move speed towards enemies.
Yeah.
So no way for APA to get out of there without just flashing. Inspired even going to be able to take away this blue buff. And Or he's going to look, but it's Whippo again.
That's not the target that's going to work. CoreJJ jumps in, and FlyQuest will happily send him packing with the main engage, with the big AoE crash down with Magnet Storm not in the picture. It's Baron time. Let's go.
It's for sure an uncontested Baron. You can see as soon as Core dies there, FlyQuest is going to go for it, and Yuji's not even moving, right? He's just going down towards the bot side. They see the objective bounties are up. APA is like, well, maybe I can get a tier 1 bot. Of course, that is not going to be much of a consolation prize, but if you can't stop them anyway, may as well get something. I mean, Yon with no flash, APA with no flash, no ulti, Core dead. How are you ever going to stop that?
There's no way.
But the question is also, how are you ever going to stop this Baron push, right? How do you ever win this game when FlyQuest has already been in such control the whole time, have all their luxury items through, and now they're diving?
Impact is already about to die to the calling as Whippo goes all out to start the dive. Just Whippo and Masu nearly kill Impact. They force the Dominus out of the Renekton immediately, and the entire time the rest of FlyQuest was taking care of the tier 3 turret in the mid lane. So now 2 separate inhibitors are exposed as Whippo takes his recall, he buys his Jack Show, and he teleports back to join the rest of the team. It's a full push from FlyQuest. They want to end the game right here, 30 minutes in. Maokai Root finds Yuji, but he's all the way behind the Nexus. Nexus turret's about to die before Team Liquid even has a chance to fight back. CoreJJ goes in for the crash down, finds both carries, but what does it matter? Masu's already legendary. Impact has nothing left in the tank. Yuji and everybody else on TL caught up once more inside the Shockwave as they at least get a shutdown on Inspire, but it's a triple kill back over to Masu. Game's done. Series 1, FlyQuest 3-0.
Nicely played there by FlyQuest. Definitely had to work for it in that second game, but game 1, game 3 felt like all FlyQuest all the time. And even when they were put so far behind in game number 2, they're able to find a way to make it work, to hold the line, to find the picks that they need to come back and end up earning themselves the clean sweep. They'll be facing Shopify, an unexpected opponent in that upper bracket in the elimination phase.
Hey, you remember our graphic that we showed about FlyQuest versus C9 and everybody else? You know how everybody else was 21-1? You remember who the one is?
Yes, sir.
It's Shopify Rebellion. FlyQuest, maybe the other green team is the only one that truly stands a chance here. But these guys are looking monstrous right now. You talk about how one-sided games 1 and 3 were, and I think they were that way from draft. Team Liquid's drafts had such difficulty dealing with what FlyQuest brought to the Rift in both of those games. Game number 2 obviously looked a lot better for TL with the massive range power on the Ziggs and the Ezreal, but it just wasn't enough.
And to me, that's also one of the big strengths of FlyQuest. And even before C9 lost, that's the thing that I always have kind of felt FlyQuest has above the other teams, is that they're so flexible, right? And they're actually willing to play these more niche picks if they feel like it's a good situation. Hey, the Singe didn't really work out how he expected, but he's still willing to bring it out. Not a lot of teams, I think, pick Renata in this spot. Not a lot of teams are willing to actually flex around and really create these compositional advantages because it's uncomfortable for them to play these champions in different spots. So I do think it really makes them so tough to take down. I mean, they are so solid, have such strong laners. Their macro is incredibly good. Their team fighting is amazing. And compositionally, they're the most flexible team in the league. So it's not easy to craft a way that you're going to beat them without just straight up outplaying them.
And I like how smart they are about their itemization, their choices in the game as well. You talked about Quad on the build with the Orianna. He knows they're going to full send it after him, so he knows he has to stay alive and survive that dive. Beautifully played from FlyQuest overall, and now we're joining Raz and Whippo at the fan zone for an interview.
Congratulations, Whippo, on taking that dub.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I must ask, the first question is a Singe pick. Walk me through that Singe pick in game 2. No one expected it. The last time we saw it was 2021 summer. It was Licorice that picked it up, so it's been a long time.
Honestly, we were talking about Singe for a long time. Like our analyst actually, shout out to Empire. He always mentions Singe whenever Gwen. We talk about Gwen, and today I saw Vi, Ziggs, Gwen, and I was like, you know what? Like this is probably a Singe game. I haven't played Singe in 3-4 months maybe. I played one solo queue perhaps. Didn't really scrim it. I mean, once in a while I think. Once every 3 months I bust them out, but today it looked like an angle, and I don't know, I got 3 kills and then I got Gap top lane, but I got him in the end, so we take those.
That was a wild game, especially about near the end of it. Talk me through just the comms, because at least we got a little whiff of the comms at the end of that one, and it was very focused. Yeah. So talk about the planning of being able to claw back in, because it's not the first time for you guys.
Oh, for sure. I think Inspired deserves a shout out there. He always makes sure that we're all still focused. I'm having fun giggling, laughing, holy, I'm broken, or that guy's broken or something. Hyping up my teammates a little bit, but he makes sure the comms are clear and focused, and I think it's a good balance.
And now, you guys ended up basically smashing them. A lot of it was just, it felt like based on the draft, a lot of it looked like you guys are really intuitively thinking about how to counterpick and all that. So talk me through how you guys end up drafting, especially in Game 3. It looked like a bit of a gap there.
I mean, honestly, that's just shout out to the coaches. You know, I'm just the top laner. Actually, as a matter of fact, we've got guys coming in, and I'm a lot more focused on just making sure that I play well. You know, no more excuses about I don't play this champion well or I don't do this well. Obviously, there's some champions that I feel like we have higher chances of winning, but the goal is to, you know, just perform on everything that is necessary and just basically have fewer excuses. You know, like I got to focus on myself and play well no matter what. And I trust that my coaches and me are always going to find drafts that are going to be suitable for us. As for the bot lane and mid lane draft situations, I do think, yeah, I mean, they got the pinch on the champion pool already in Game 3, I felt. They weren't prepared for the Orianna blind, or if they were, I don't think TL wants to be playing Annie into that. So, well played to my coaches. And, yeah, Game 3 was over from draft, I think.
And with that dub, you guys qualify yourselves going into the LTA playoffs and are a step closer at being able to like fight for that world spot and first place if you guys win that conference championship. But the question for me is like, for you guys to be able to do that, what do you want to see from your team and from yourself?
To make it a Worlds?
Yeah.
Or to win everything? I mean, exactly what we just performed today. I think we were very resilient in the game that we lost. Like, every time we respawn, we had an immediate conversation about, do we want to keep fighting? Do we want to keep contesting? Do we have to farm for something? Do we wait for something? And you saw that in game. Like, we were willing to fight when the fights were still somewhat winnable. Obviously not favorable, but we were going down swinging, and then at some point, suddenly, oh, our item spikes lined up, and they don't really have that many items ahead of us. The Ziggs had one more item, but I found them in the top jungle and took them out swiftly.
Yeah. And now, with that dub, you have a bit of TL Soul right there in that banner. Add it to yours. Your guys' banner is getting larger and larger. It's about to be dragging on the floor. So, hey, Inspired, if you want to help him out there on that one. Oh, you got it. Oh, it's too easy. That's a dub. Once again, congratulations.
Oh, I thought you were coming in with that, bro. What was that?
Shoot, one more time. Oh, that was sad. Okay, that's on me. That's on me sending this one straight back to the lounge.
Raz.
Just throw Mark ult and see what happens.
Yeah, I have my kills for you, bot. We're not
Mark ult is coming, guys.
I like to use a combo with you.
Yeah. Just hit the first guy with the Orianna ult. I'm going on. I need no flash, okay? You guys walk up. Yeah.
They have to come.
Yeah.
Renekton, no W.
I'm inting. Care for yourselves. I'm fine.
I am on 3.
Penta?
Sure, maybe, yeah.
I'm zoning Annie.
You flash?
You ult, yeah.
Oh, combo!
Yeah, combo.
Give me for that.
Oh, you got. Oh, no. Okay, well, GG.
GG, guys.
Oh, man. Comms cleaner.
Yes.
Than what we just saw between Raz and Bwipo. But overall, a really solid performance from FlyQuest. You're going to be facing them in your next round, which will be in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think they play the way I expect them. I feel like they are a really solid team, and we see in Game 2, even when they are behind, they still looking for angles, you know, even though like you have less angles, right? But they still playing the game, they still being aggressive and look for opportunities. So I feel like FlyQuest is a really solid team, and I expect them to play like that.
I was gonna say, I feel like you could kind of say the same thing for your team though, right? Because I remember a game between you guys that was also almost equally long with nearly as many. You're like, I'm having war flashbacks, please stop talking.
Yeah, I remember that game. I think we are like almost 10k ahead or something. We just kind of threw the game, but.
Yeah, do you think you'll pass their, like, what was it, 50, it was over 60 kills, I think?
That game was, oh boy, 50-something.
Yeah, I was about to calculate the combined kills per minute, and then I missed it at the very end. Can you surpass it?
Probably, yeah. I think
I
think there's a chance.
I believe in you.
I feel like we like to fight a lot, you know, even when we are not really ahead, we try to come back through fighting, you know, so there is a chance.
Yeah, looking forward to that series that'll be happening in 2 weeks. This series, though, player of the series is going to go to apparently the range support king, Busio. Karma, Bard, big Bard in Game 2, and a really impactful Renata pick in that Game 3. Busio having an excellent series.
Yeah, Raz gassed up his little balloon head so hard.
Blew him up.
It exploded, but Busio didn't explode. He was great. Seos, what is it about Busio that makes him such a formidable opponent?
I feel like he has a lot of qualities. I feel like his champion pool, like, we see like today he only play ranged supports, right? But it's not like he can't play the like engaged supports like Alistar, Rel. He's good at everything. And I feel like he's really patient in the game. He doesn't really make a lot of mistakes. So I feel like he's just a complete support here.
Yeah, I mean, I think just watching him from when he first started on FlyQuest to now is also just really, really impressive how much he's grown, how much he's been able to take a lot of feedback from the team and is now such a key component of so many of their wins.
Yeah, he's built up confidence, and we need to continue gassing him up. We've replaced his balloon.
Yeah.
Raz doesn't have his mic on. I'm going to talk about all the things that are good. You're blowing up Monster too fast. Hold on. Yeah, listen. Okay, so Busio, large champion pool.
Okay, that's
Give
good.
him
That's
gas.
one.
Great vision control.
Oh, we're going to keep going then.
While not over-purchasing control awards.
True.
Strong engage sense.
True.
And also highlight plays in clutch moments.
Stop gassing him up!
And international experience.
Stop it!
That is just too good to blow. And Raz is dead. Raz is dead.
We didn't even do Masu. That's
I mean, he gassed himself up too much before he got killed by the Nexus at the end of that last game.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thanks for that, Raz.
Got you guys.
It's always a fun time. This is just like...
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, we have an air horn.
Yeah,
We've had exploding balloons. Let's take a look at Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week, which is some semblance of normalcy.
Fastest kill, your laning partner, B-Boy from yesterday.
Oh, we already blew up his head, but fastest item transformation as well for Busio. He harasses well in lane, very efficient. Seos, you also made the list for the top 3 this week, edging out Core JJ, I imagine, who would have been the 4th sport to play, but that's Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. Upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. With that, we have an updated bracket. Pretty straightforward. Shopify versus FlyQuest in the next round. Keep in mind that C9 is likely going to be able to pick their opponent based on the 2 opponents that emerge from the lower bracket next week when DSG plays Dig and Lyon plays Thieves.
And that is because they will have more game wins, correct?
Yeah, it's going to carry over from the entire split as well.
All right.
So match wins will be the first tiebreaker, and C9 has already beaten Team Liquid on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can say they're guaranteed to be able to pick their opponent at this stage.
Yeah. Nice. I just want to make that clear, you know, for the audience watching at home, following the bracket.
Absolutely. One more announcement as well. NACL and LRN playoffs are in full swing. And as a reminder, the top 2 teams from both leagues will move on to face Disguised in the LTA North promotion tournament. That's regardless of what Disguised does because they're the promotional team. And Estral Esports are current favorites, but you shouldn't sleep on the underdogs, Blue Otter, or some fan favorites in Conviction Esports. Also, the NACL Open Qualifier applications are open until August 20th. The top 2 teams from the Open Qualifier will challenge the bottom 2 NACL teams for a chance to qualify for the NACL next year. So a couple promotion relegations going on over on those channels. And that's it for us. Seos, thank you for joining us.
Thank
I
you
wish we
guys
could
for
have given you
inviting
more
me.
games.
Yeah.
That was great. It was fun.
Yeah, you'll give us more games in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Against FlyQuest, please. We'll be back next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Dignitas versus Disguised. See you then.
Can TL return to their winning ways, or will FlyQuest continue their dominance? The LTA starts right now.
They're looking over. They flashed
I'm holding it. Go first target, guys. Play it slow.
Yeah,
play slow,
big
play
shield
slow.
on
Wait,
3.
kite.
I have big shield
I can
monster.
fight,
I have big shield,
yeah,
big shield.
I'm helping you, okay? He flashed. Rumble no flash right here.
No flash,
Rumble no
take it
flash,
slow,
rumble no
take it
flash.
slow, kite out. Kite out. No shield, I have no
Got
shield.
him.
Kite
We're
out.
fine, we're
3
fine.
seconds.
Shield
Yeah,
and
we win,
Play with shields, play with shields.
I have big shield, I have big
taunt
shield.
here.
Don't worry.
Big taunt on 2. Kill 2.
Nice, nice.
FlyQuest made game 1 look easy.
I think that's too illegal, no? Look at him.
We don't have 10.
I want to look. Can you look with Jin?
Eon 5.
It's so illegal what he's doing right now on my screen.
They went.
They're going on.
I fucked the 6.
6 dead.
Going hard here, going hard. I'm committing, okay?
Gwen,
Yeah, careful Gwen. Just don't get
I'm going on Gwen, okay? I have the Ezreal. He can't de into me, okay?
Gwen no W. Gwen no W.
I W'd him.
Go nice.
Can we end mid? Maybe not, okay? Maybe not.
Maybe?
Maybe 40 seconds.
Okay, I'm going right there.
Can we just try?
Just try. We have time.
FlyQuest get the win in game 2.
Yeah.
I think TP group with us, Oriana.
I'm just fighting with it, okay? He used tippers, I'm totally fine.
Yeah, I'm coming with ulti.
I'm playing drone, okay? No tippers, no nothing. I'm out of gas.
I'm ulting.
Yeah,
Looks good.
Annie, no gas. I'm looking on Annie a bit. I be still. I'm fine. Three flash. Big ult again. I'm fine. Okay, he got me, but he's useless. No flash on him, okay? Nice. No, nothing on Annie. Nothing on Annie.
Game's done. Series 1, FlyQuest 3-0.
Noobs!